What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025. And I hope everyone is having a great one. It's Newsday Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Dudes Rock Tuesday. I like that. Camera is fixed. We're back at 1080p instead of me trying to aggressively hit the 4K line. So yeah, it's Tuesday in it. It's my little bro's birthday, Tadic. Shouts out to my little bro. Happy birthday to my little bro, Tadic. But yeah, we are live. We are live. The fit don't quite. I love the tea. I don't know what that means. Video of the shot. What? Okay. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi February. And no, I didn't download Kingdom Come Deliverance because I saw Punish Freda's take. Why is every woman in Kingdom Come built like Kim Kardashian? That's not the reason, okay? That's not the freaking reason. So calm down. Cool your jets. Even though I did see that. And also, that could be a very good reason for why people would download the game. Anyway, personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night after only playing like 10 to 30, let's be real, almost an hour of gaming. And the reason for why is because the HasanAbi gaming team ironically was here to fix the mistakes of the past. To fix basically yesterday's issues with the camera. We figured it out. It's because Lumix cameras, for all intents and purposes. Hold on, I'm gonna like change some stuff around here a little bit. Lumix cameras, for all intents and purposes, unfortunately are not very good at, I mean, they're very good at broadcasting 4K, or not broadcasting, they're very good at filming 4K footage, they're not necessarily very good at live broadcasting 4K footage. Like, there's a difference between being able to film 4K footage onto your memory stick. Okay. I'll wait, as I know you'll cover it, but how did you feel about the Slate article for your Hasan diehards? What do you mean? What does that even mean? I gave, that was a profile done with my knowledge. So yeah, I liked it. I mean, there's a couple parts of it that I didn't fully agree with, but you know, there's always going to be some editorial control that I don't, you know. But yeah, it's a great article, and we'll take a look at it later. Curious, have you seen the video of the plane flipping yet? The actual crash itself? Yes. I also talked to my professional plane correspondent. Anyway, here's the thing. Here's the problem with the Lumix cameras. And it's the same problem with the Sony cameras as well. I have long been obsessed with the idea of being able to offer you like 4K footage. Okay, it's like one of the nerdiest parts of I guess my brain. Kaya, chill out. New cams, great cameras, but you definitely want something better for streaming. What are you talking about? There is nothing better for streaming. This image that you're seeing, the clarity of this image that you're getting is quite literally the highest level of clarity that you're going to get. I wanted to go beyond that. I wanted to, because if you stream here, I'm going to give you guys some nerd shit, okay? If I had these cameras tweaked at 4K, the SDI cable and the HDMI on those cameras are not actually created specifically for clarity of vision in real-time broadcasting. It's not, these cameras are not designed for live streaming. Many cameras are not. None of the professional cameras are actually designed for live streaming. They're actually designed for filming. So when you film things, it's different, right? They're designed, their internal mechanisms, their machines are designed to basically give you the best possible footage available in the format of an SD card. Okay? That's it. They need to be tweaked a bit? No, they can't be tweaked. This is it. This is... Most of the cameras that streamers use, whether it be the Lumix cameras that I have here or whether it's the Sony FX that I use when I'm live streaming, those cameras are all still very much created with the purpose of filming things, not live broadcasting things. Because when you live broadcast things, the image quality suffers, or rather, there is a level of latency. Okay? There's latency because the SDI input or the HDMI and SDI outputs are specifically designed for like mini monitors that you can watch in real time. They're not designed for the final product. The final product is still going to be in the SD. It's going to be not choppy. It's going to give you the perfect vision, perfectly crisp. So my issue was I was trying to force the Lumix cameras to feed 4K footage, even though we can't technically broadcast in 4K anyway on Twitch. Even when you get exceptions, I think there's like exemptions that Twitch gives to people, but even then most people don't broadcast in true 4K anyway. But it doesn't really matter, because if you're still streaming in 4K camera, if you're streaming with a 4K camera, okay, and the footage that you're feeding into a 1080p output is still 4K, it's still going to have higher quality, right? So basically, I just wanted to give you higher quality, even higher quality than this. Even if you downscale 4K from 1080p, it will look better than just straight up 1080p, yes. But that's what I did. I downscaled 4K from 1080p, and it was going to look better than 1080p, which it did. However, it basically didn't matter because the latency was too high, and therefore you were seeing a lot of lag. There was a lot of lag from the camera onto the broadcast by the time it got to the broadcast. That's it. It's just nerd shit. I just wanted to make it not just so that the quality was high, but also the quality was high for my editors. Like for the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex editors, for the HasanAbi TikTok Industrial Complex editors, because when I go down to the corner of my screen, if it's at least like higher quality footage, you can still zoom in on it without suffering too much in terms of quality. That was my goal. And while that was my goal, this is still good enough. Okay? This is still good enough. You feed the AV nerds in your audience so good and they still complain? Yeah. And it seems that this is an issue that everyone is aware of, because, and it's not like that big of a problem because most people are perfectly fine with either one, live streaming from 1080p, because most platforms don't even have 4K accessibility anyway. So it doesn't matter. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Hopefully that was helpful for all of you. Chad has no idea about video. 4K coming in is better for downscaling and anti-aliasing. He has less compression, artifacting, etc. Get a clue? No, I know that, and that's why I wanted to do it. But the problem was that these cameras are great for filming 4K footage to an SD card, but they're not great for live broadcasting 4K footage. Okay? And that's the reason why you were watching the screen like experience frame drops and tears. It sometimes basically felt like I was question for research. Which stream did this come from? I don't know. Hold on. Bro, the quality is great. Can you please stop explaining the stream and stop pandering? No, I will not. I will continue pandering. I guess it's considered pandering now. But the reason why I'm explaining this is because this is what I did. You asked me what the personal news is. This is what I did last night. This is what the HasanAbi gaming team did last night. Okay? Working on that. But I also have another announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, and I say this with absolute sincerity, I'm here to apologize. I'm here to apologize once again to a specific anime fandom. I know a lot of people, I upset a lot of different anime fandoms all the time. This time, I'm apologizing to the Solo Leveling anime fandom. Why am I apologizing to the Solo Leveling anime fandom? Because I didn't know you had knowledge of Ball like that. I didn't know you knew Ball like that. I didn't know it was like that. Okay? I suspect that eventually I'm going to feel the same way about Frieren too, because everyone's constantly up my ass to watch Frieren. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because I watched Solo Leveling, the first episode, and I think because of my distaste for what I consider to be far too long of an arc, the Chimera Ant arc from Hunter x Hunter, as soon as I saw the ants, I was out. Okay? As soon as I saw the ants, I watched like 7 minutes of the first episode, and I was like, I'm good. I'm done. No, I'm not interested. Now, I was wrong. I was wrong to do that. Okay? I don't think I'm wrong on the Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ant arc being way too long. I think it could have been condensed, even though it was, even though there was like a lot of great stuff in it and it was a great payoff at the end. I still think it was too long. Having said that, I was wrong for dropping Solo Leveling because of the first 5 the first 5 minutes, because I didn't even actually learn the technology. Like, I didn't even learn what the power scaling looked like, or if there was any power scaling whatsoever. I just kind of dropped it. I didn't give it enough time. Last night, I watched the first episode to completion, and I realized, boy, was I wrong. Okay? It is great. It's great. Because so many people who I respect, whose opinions I respect, have told me that solo leveling is incredible. Okay? And so I was like, they can't all be wrong. Okay? So I went back into it, and it's fantastic. I watched it all the way. I watched it all the way till the freaking 7th episode last night, all the way until 2 a.m. Went to sleep late, woke up early. Okay. And I went and I bawled. I bawled freaking hard. I read the Slate article this morning. Okay. I read my Slate article that just came out. We're going to be taking a look at that in a second. And I also bawled my freaking face off. This time I was able to do it with the boys. Okay. And that's what I did. I bawled with the boys. This is from yesterday. Oops. I was watching a little bit of Don Don last night as well. Here it is. Absolutely destroyed Nice Wig there. Not a big deal.
No, actually. 8. I gotta start getting better with my left again. It's crazy.
And he blocked my ass.
Woo! Good block.
Anyway, yeah, he blocked my shit up. He blocked it. Crazy style. But anyway, I still defeated Nice Wig. Okay, still defeated him. Still won that King of the Hill, and also played one-on-one with him afterwards. But honestly, you know, your first step is very close to a travel. Quit traveling. Who's afraid of Hasan Piker? He's hot. He's dangerous. Young men are actually listening. Young men actually listen to him. Is he what the Democrats are looking for? Ooh, mysterious. But yeah, also here's a little fit pic for those of you who are always asking for the fit pic. Here it is. Full fit. I'm gonna be honest. I always thought Nice Wig was just Ludwig, but when he's off stream and being nice, that's fucking amazing. No, that's not the case. Even though, unlike Ludwig, Nice Wig is very nice. But yeah, so that's what's happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Had a couple meetings, couple big business deals. You already know what it is, and I'm finally here.
I've always been a
what is this? This video.
Luckily, I've always been a pleaser. Like, I'm obsessive with that. I that's the best way to get off for me.
What stream was that from? That's from like 2019, chatter, or maybe early 2020. Bro, this chatter has asked me if I would ever be interested in learning CPR and first aid, either on or off stream. I'm a firefighter, paramedic, and a CPR instructor for the American Heart Association. No. The answer is no. Okay? You've asked me so many times, chatter. Please stop spamming. I've literally told you in the past that I don't want to. Okay? I don't want to do that. I want to do that. You ask me every day. Bro just wants to kiss you? Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. Is bro just trying to kiss me? You got clowned on by your TikTok editor? Yeah, I just saw that literally a second ago and liked it. As a Hasan Piker TikTok editor, I too know what it's like to join Al Qaeda for credit. I joined Al Qaeda because I was 19 years old and there wasn't any other venue to take part in politics. Also because I want skills and experience. I already built all government institutions in Idlib before the offensive. This ensures we can immediately take over and prevent anarchy. What is going on right now? Like, actually, some real weird stuff is happening in independent media, and some real weird stuff is happening with like American foreign policy. It genuinely is it like I don't know like what it like I know ISIS was pretty big into I know ISIS was like really invested in the whole doing social media shit, right? Like they were really invested in social media, but I also don't understand how like now we got reformed ISIS, like former ISIS, former Al Qaeda, also doing social media, but this time it's also being presented by like professional outlets as as a normal thing that's happening. Which is kind of wild because people literally will yell at me and say, Hasan, you interviewed a Houthi and you glazed them. Is a 19-year-old who's not a Houthi, okay? Like, not a part of the Ansar Allah movement at all, not a part of the Houthi, like, family structure, anything like that. But then, like, nobody freaks out about literally a guy who beheaded people, who was, like, high up in Al Qaeda, who is now functionally the leader of Syria. Like he is responsible for the government, the new government of Syria. And he's over here talking about Al Qaeda like he got an internship. You know what I mean? He's like, I really wanted to go to the big four, right? You have your Price Waterhouse Coopers, you have your McKinseys, you have your Bains. But honestly, I wasn't able to go to any of the big four firms, so I chose Al Qaeda. And I quickly rose through the ranks of Al Qaeda, and it was a wonderful experience. Lots of great guys, lots of great guys. You normally don't think that when you join Al Qaeda, you're gonna have such a great work-life balance. But these guys, they really care about time on and time off, if you know what I'm saying. It's crazy. Yeah, great benefits package. Are they hiring? I know a lot of government workers who just got laid off. Yeah. Oh no, they're hiring. Don't worry. Anyway, you're just giving the clip chimp so many bananas, Lamau. I mean, I don't care. What are you talking about? It's very obvious that I'm criticizing this insanity, okay? Amazing moment from yesterday. One of your 2024 predictions came true just a year later. COVID and science denialism is back. Yeah, I mean, it is, yeah. Chat crying about Clippers getting more annoying than the Clips. Yeah, it's just like very common meta to be like, oh, Clippers. Do you know the podcast called Conflicted? One of the two guys is a former Al Qaeda bomb engineer, and he's so unique. Wait, there is a podcast with a former Al Qaeda bomb engineer? What? Look, I'm Mr. Rehabilitation. Okay? I'm Mr. Rehabilitation. Okay? I love a good underdog story. I love a good story about you know, a person who might have done some heinous crimes in the past, turning it all around and being like, I'm conflicted. And I no longer believe the former stuff that I advocated for or I did, but we really got to stop people from using podcast mics, I think. You know what I mean? Like I think we've done too much. We've done too much podcasting. I truly, truly believe there needs to be an end to the podcasting. Your mod said bomb Tua. We need more welders. Yeah, we need electricians, dog. We need plumbers. What is this? Not everybody needs to do a podcast, bro. Not everybody needs to do a podcast. You know, I say this as a podcast guy myself. Okay.
A stone. Let me give you a little context.
Yeah. This one went crazy on Twitter. I didn't realize. And then I saw Wendy's edit on it. And maybe I should wear crop tops more often. I didn't realize that it was like that. I didn't realize y'all were feral. You know? Don't say that until you watch the new CoffeeZilla interview. Really? Anyway, look. That's all I got on that front for personal news. Let's get into it. Let's get into the real stuff. Okay, let's get into the good stuff. Let's blast off. All right? Because we got a big day. We got a big day. We got a big day. What do you mean? We were feral? Your TikTok edits go crazy? Sure. Any reason why your stream same time as Asmongold? I've been streaming at the same time, like this time, every single day, 7 days a week for the past 6 years, literally without break, with the exception of travel. It's been 6 years. You are 6 years too late to ask me why I have been streaming at this time every single day. Other content creators and their streaming schedule is completely irrelevant to me. But that's pretty funny. Anyway, I stream. I'm so dedicated to streaming at around as close to this time as possible that I literally streamed at this time or around this time in Japan. Like I would wake up at 4 a.m. specifically so that I could be live by 5 a.m. Tokyo time so that I could be live at this time. Anyway, if multiple streamers stream at the same time, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe streaming is peak at that time a little bit, maybe. Technically, it's a better time frame for me to stream at would be much earlier, like 9 a.m. I think like 9 a.m. Eastern would probably be the best time to stream, I suspect, but I don't know. But let's blast off. All right, let's blast off. Let's get it popping. Don't get it twisted. PST is not the best, but I'm just not going to wake up. I'm just not going to wake up. Brother, 9 a.m. would be horrible. I need to get work done. Okay. I'm just saying in general. Yeah. 9 to 7 EST is peak for the news circuit. Yeah. Exactly. There's a rumor going around that Mitch McConnell is dead. I don't know if that's the case. I did not sense a disturbance in the force, you know what I mean? But maybe. I just don't want to believe good things until I truly see it. You know what I mean? All right, let's blast off. One might think Mitch McConnell's been dead for years. and they're just kind of rolling him around and keeping him functionally alive in a vat. I am one of those people. I believe that conspiracy. That's a conspiracy that I believe as well. All right. Buddy Bjorn Savant. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. All right. Let me blast off. I keep saying I'm gonna blast off and I keep forgetting. All right. Elon is coming after Social Security. In parentheses, with lies. So we're obviously going to be talking about that. My nan died in a fit that was almost identical to what you're rocking right now. Your nan's got good taste, lad. Your nan. Marvel Rivals Seattle studio layout. Why is everybody fucking talking about this Marvel Rivals studio thing? I don't know anything about this. When have I ever been a guy who covers like the latest and greatest in like gaming news? They cooked you, not gonna lie. I think this fit is very cozy. It's husbando, cozy husbando vibes. Okay. Gaming plus labor. Yeah, everybody thinks I'm like the leftist Asmongold now or something. Like I cover gaming, but from a leftist perspective or something. They made 200 million in 1 quarter and fire people. I don't even know what happened. But I have a lot of other stuff to cover before we get to that. Like I'll get to that as well. But before that, we got Elon's coming after Social Security. I feel like that's a big deal, you know? Also, Trump team meets with Russia in Saudi Arabia. That's a big deal. You know what I mean? Don't you think? I feel like that should take precedent over everything else that's going on, I think. We'll talk about obviously like planes keep falling due to no DEI. You know, that's another one. That's a good story. I like that. We should talk about that a little bit more. Why you have to be mad? I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm in a great mood. Yeah, the Marvel stuff is literally something you'd cover on a Sunday fun day. Yeah, I think that is like, it's kind of like that. Yeah. What do you think about Saudi Arabia trying to pull a Qatar in terms of being a mediator? They ain't got no motion. Okay. I will admit I am partial to Qatar. And it's not because, you know, the royal family is HasanAbi Hez or whatever, which I've heard might be the case. I don't know if it's real or if it's a meme or not, but also because of Al Jazeera, obviously. Saudi Arabia will never have the Al Jazeera motion because they just don't have, like, Al Jazeera is the premier soft power capability that Qatar has. It is a genuine benefit. It's taken them years and years to develop like a really solid reporting outlet, like that conducts investigative journalism with regular frequency. That in and of itself, I think is way more. That in and of itself, I think is like way more important than just having a lot of oil money and buying a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? Qatar also has like a lot of labor issues in terms of, obviously, you know, slave labor and things like that. But it has like a it's almost like seen as a Switzerland style in the region. Like, Qatar practices slavery, you know that, right? Many of my Indian brothers and other people died during the construction of the Qatar football stadium and FIFA World Cup. They took away those labor repositories. No, I'm very familiar with it. I routinely talked about it, and I routinely shit on Qatar for doing that. So no, every one of these countries has a litany of issues. The point I was making rather is that I'm partial to them, or at least I feel more fondness to them because they do the least amount of awful nonsense in comparison to other Gulf nations. And also simultaneously, they have a really, really solid Western reporting and regional reporting in general. Just don't ask them about like shit that's happening in the country. It's a state. It's still very much a state broadcaster, right? It's still a state broadcaster. But it's kind of funny because like I also like Channel 4, for example, but nobody's like, well, India has this, or India, what am I saying? England does this or that. Like, it's the same principle, right? I like Channel 4. Channel 4 is better than most other state broadcasters. Okay? I guess Channel 4 it gets state funding, but it's not a state broadcaster, right? It's private. You like Russia Today too? No, I don't. That's ridiculous. The last time you could have said I like Russia Today would have probably been like a decade ago. Back when they weren't, back when they were still obviously doing propaganda, but at least their like Western news coverage was like, no, it's public broadcasting. Yeah, Russia Today is dog shit, dude. Russia Today hasn't been good for years. I still haven't blasted off. It's 43 minutes and I'm talking about Russia Today. What is wrong with me? All right. Elon's coming after Social Security with lies. Trump team meets with Russia in Saudi Arabia. I almost said South Africa. What the hell? Planes keep falling due to no DEI. Not woke game. Kingdom come later? Question mark. Get in now. You're Bidening? I am Bidening. It's over. It's Jover for me. It's Jover for me. I'm done. Everything is done. You know the Kingdom Come guys at Gamergator, right? Well, if he makes me come, then I don't care. Do you think I care? What do you mean? I genuinely don't care. I don't think I've stressed this enough as of late, even though I ironically talk about all the time. I think people personally think like I care about the politics of the people that make stuff, that make art. I think it can be a factor in, and it certainly is usually a factor in the way that people make art. But if you personally think that is going to stop me from playing a video game or whatever, you're wrong. And the same goes for any other artistic medium as well. That was your opinion of Hogwarts. What was your opinion of Hogwarts Legacy? Look, no disrespect. I thought it was very mid. I thought the IP itself and the nostalgia factor was what carried it into the massive amounts of popularity it garnered. I played it a little bit. It just didn't do it for me. And part of the reason why it didn't do it for me is because it was just like a regular ass open world clone that has been made a million times over. Right? But I completely understand why nostalgia, the nostalgia factor plays a massive role for a lot of millennials with a lot of disposable income who are very excited to play inside of the world of Harry Potter. Brother, Casey D2 needs no Gamergate speech. It's woke as fuck. Yeah, that's why it's funny, because Kingdom Come Deliverance, from what I understand, was also panned critically by the anti-woke mob, because despite the fact that the guy who made it is like constantly hyping up Gamergate style morons, he actually had a gay character and people were very upset. It was a lot of people's only video game they've ever played. Yo, for sure. My point is, as long as something is good, I don't care. I've seen a lot of non-corpo devs all of a sudden said they are non-woke after seeing Wukong's success. They also make tutorial really long so gamers cannot refund it past 2 hours. How likely is the government to cut Social Security for mental health disabilities? Nothing is off the table. Okay? Do not worry. MHUD sent me this. It's Monday. Doge is the laziest, most overpaid bunch of incompetent, unelected bureaucrats we've ever seen. I'm starting to think Doge employees don't work 120-hour weeks. They receive $7 million to have ChatGPT build them a website, embedding a single Twitter feed and nothing else. Is this guy just like a Doge hater? But he hates on Doge from the perspective of efficiency, because I love that. I think it's very funny to shit on Doge by being like, I wish they were doing what they claimed they were doing. I want to destroy the federal government. These guys are not doing it well enough. Yes, and he knows his shit. So I, of course, also did a little bit of reading into the Doge stuff. Not necessarily the broader scopes, but the broader scope of the Doge stuff or the incompetence. But, of course, whenever Elon Musk or any Republican administrator comes out and says some insane shit, you have to, unfortunately, go and do a little bit of reading to figure out what's actually going on. It is truly frustrating. On a totally different note, it is insanely frustrating that when a government employee now says anything, I immediately am like, that's definitely wrong. It's annoying. Okay. No, don't say, wow, now it's good to do your own research. Like, yes, it should not be that way. Okay. Yes. When a federal government employee says something, it should be at least kind of true. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy. Call me woke, or call me a liberal, maybe. Okay. But with like the exception of, I don't know, the State Department or whatever. Okay. Even with the State Department, the expectation from me is, just say things that are at least kind of true. Okay? Really, seriously. Like, they don't even, like, at least back in the day, they had some skin in the game. They wanted to do some semblance of like institutional preservation. So they basically would at least like massage the truth. Right now, they just straight up will just be like, yeah, there are 700 million people on Social Security, and every single one of them is 180 years old. And it's like, okay, well, that's not true. Like, that's literally just not, like, I know that that's not true. And it's not 180, it's 150, and the number is actually 400 million, according to Elon Musk. But I'm just giving you an exaggerated example. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating that like every fucking day they come out. Maybe this is a super dumb thing to get annoyed by. Maybe I'm silly, okay? But it makes me so mad that virtually everything that this government says is not only just a lie, but it's also the stupidest kind of lie. And also, every single fucking person that is a supporter of this administration, this regime, immediately believes it and starts repeating it over and over and over again. Obviously intentional. I don't think it's that intentional. I don't think Ezra Klein, they're doing a media blitz to like keep you paying attention to like silly things to make you feel tired and scared. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that it's a strategy. I think they're just fucking stupid. I think we're giving them too much credit. No, they realized lying is awesome and it works because there is no apparatus to successfully combat this kind of stuff because nobody trusts mainstream media anymore. So they just lie. That's it. You don't have to be super brilliant to lie, especially in the way that they lie, because the way that they lie is not even like in any way, shape, or form giving credit to the previous liars of previous administrations, whether they were the government stooges of the past, such as like the George H.W. Bushes of the world, or whether it be people that at least cared about like the idea that the American government is a functioning body and that they will massage the truth, but they won't actually just straight up come out and be like, yeah, actually, Social Security was giving every trans person $1 million. We should kill the trans people now because Social Security was giving them $1 million. Who's going to check me? No one. You know what I mean? That's literally that is the modus operandi. That is how they're operating. Every fucking day, they'll come out and be like, yeah, we found out that Social Security was giving $1 billion to anyone who is of Guatemalan descent, actually, as long as they're undocumented. And then everybody believes it. It's like, how? What are you saying right now? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard. But I said, once again, I repeat this, it is not like some brilliant thing, okay? I don't think this is a brilliant strategy to like flood the market. I don't think that they have like a coherent, well-established worldview. I don't even think that they're in allegiance with one another. I would say that broadly there's like three different camps within the administrative state at this moment, okay? You have the Republican institutional defenders, like the Mitch McConnells of the world. They're a dying breed, but they still very much are represented in like even the Federalist Society, judges and justices and whatnot. Some of them do care about like institutional preservation. You have the billionaire fucking kleptocrats that don't care about anything, but that just want to do the Curtis Yarvin gutting of all institutions and create like this weird techno monarchy. Okay. And then you have the MAGA guys who are just loyal to Trump, and that's it. Okay. Broadly defined, I feel like there's three camps. There's three different camps in the Republican Party. None of them agree with one another. None of them want the same things. They're all just basically held together by resentment towards libtards. Okay. Pretty much. Resentment towards libtards, and the Republican, the institution defenders that are Republican, like the old school Republicans, obviously care about deregulation and tax cuts for the wealthy and stuff. So they're fine with the kleptocrats running the show. And the MAGA guys are too stupid to recognize that this actually harms them. This doesn't help them at all. So that's basically it. That's like how they've been able to create this delicate allegiance. But I don't think that they have like long-term plans that are, I don't think they have long-term plans that are directly aligned with one another. Okay? But at the end of the day, they're not putting forth like a brilliant strategy that requires a lot of forethought and is deliberately destroying confidence in the media or whatever, right? I think they're just straight up lying. That's it. Like a child. Like a child that learned the wrong lessons. Maybe a child who lied and then got benefits from it and realized, oh, there's no repercussions for this. I'm just going to keep doing it over and over again. And that's where we're at right now. Let's take a look at what Jesse Waters said in terms of, you know, the practical uses of lying.
It's not really the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left, and they are using tactics from the 1990s. They are holding tiny press conferences, tiny little rallies. They're screaming into the ether on MSNBC. This is what you call top-down command and control. You get your talking points from a newspaper, and you put it on the broadcast network, and
also, one of the funniest aspects of the way they constantly do this, and there's like similarities with how like online drama amongst content creators work as well. It's always projection. It's the most annoying projection of all time. They're like, oh, you know, the notes come down from the big guys up top, and then MSNBC repeats it. Like, does that happen to a certain degree? Absolutely. Okay. Yes. MSNBC are the, you know, regime defenders when the regime is liberal, for sure. MSNBC also is comprised almost entirely of former Republicans and current Republicans. Everyone on mainstream news is a Republican. It's like, oh, did you work for George W. Bush at the peak of the war on terror? Did you justify torture? Please step right ahead. Be our progressive commentator, please. That's literally what it is. It's like the entirety of mainstream outlets are dominated by center-right and far-right psychopaths across the board. Okay? And yes, there are still exceptions, all right? Give me a break. Yes, Chris Hayes is not a Republican, okay? He's literally a HasanAbi head. I love when people just like actively choose to misunderstand the point I'm making. Not every single person on MSNBC is a Republican, okay? Although they do align quite frequently with Republican strategies and Republican policies in general. Center right, you are so American, dude. Oh. Yes. I 100% will stand by the statement I am making here. The modern Democratic Party's broader strokes are all center right. Okay? Kamala Harris ran against socialized medicine, even though she initially Kamala Harris ran against socialized medicine, even though she initially in 2019 in her failed primary campaign was pro-Medicare for all. Kamala Harris ran towards a more muscular military. Kamala Harris ran towards muscular border policy. This is not a controversial take. These are center-right positions. Okay? Those guys are just right-wing at least, not center-right. What? I'm confused as to what your perspective is here. Okay? And they were full tilt on the complete destruction of Palestinian statehood and Palestinian lives in general. Okay? I think maybe you're saying that the Democrats are just like right wing and then the Republicans are far right, which fine, I agree. Okay. If that's what you're saying, I agree with you. Oh, then yeah, I agree with you. This is okay. I thought you were trying to say something different. There's this sentiment amongst the left that the center left doesn't exist. I mean, it kind of doesn't. It kind of does not exist. Okay? And I'll tell you why. It's because I think liberalism requires you to not really maintain any sort of hardline approach, okay, beyond, I guess, like some social progressive perspectives. But like you almost entirely agree with the Republicans on economic policy because the center, the fundamentals within liberals and Republicans, liberals in America and Republicans in America, the fundamentals are the same. It's like the protection of private property and never really actively pushing for any kind of like labor protections beyond like marginal improvements, and you're not even playing catch up at that point. You're basically trying to plug some holes to the best of your ability. Like this kind of stuff it's clearly not bringing about the material change that people want to see. Okay? Center left doesn't. It is just easier to say you're moderate, but given more left policies, most people would agree with them. Center left to me means you just don't follow politics too much. Yeah. Anyway, but let's get back to the right wing, okay? Actively projecting and claiming that all the notes are coming down the top. And that's why we have to do full-scale information war.
And then it disappears. What you're seeing on the right is asymmetrical. It's like grassroots guerrilla warfare. Someone says something on social media, Musk retweets it, Rogan podcasts it, Fox broadcasts it, and by the time it reaches everybody, millions of people have seen it. It's free money. And we're actually talking about expressing information. They are suppressing information. It's not really the same. Dana, we are...
Yeah, real grassroots, dude. I love when I explain a grassroots movement by explaining astroturfing and how it works and how it is entirely directed by right-wing billionaires, which is what's going on. Is every Fox News commentator just Tim Pool now? They always were. Anyway, Grassroots is the richest man on the planet, boosting his own posts on his own media platform for all of his sycophants. Yeah, I know. That words have no meaning. But that's what I mean. The truth doesn't matter. If misinformation, if narrative overcomes the truth, okay? If narrative is more important than the actual, the actual truth, then the truth doesn't matter. There is no such thing as the truth at that point. If everybody believes it, then it might as well be the case. And that's where we're at currently. What is this? Why should there an entire class in this country that is immunized from prosecution for committing felonies? What? Oy, oy, oy. You seem to be talking about collective insanity. Yes, I am talking about that because that's precisely where we are. In many respects, that is precisely where we are. Anyway. And I do think that as America is bouldering towards collective psychosis and also undermining quite a good deal of decent government programs and gutting their funding, engaging in mass layoffs, other competent countries are not going to engage in that. The only countries that are going to engage in that are countries that are going to be forced to engage in that sort of thing. Okay? Western European nations, for example. This is why I covered the problem with the whole like Europe has to build its own standing army now narrative. Because in order to build your own standing army, you're going to have to start doing austerity. You're going to have to continuously cut social safety nets in an effort to fund a military that is competent. Okay? And it will be beneficial for a lot of European leaders in the same way that it was beneficial for our American leaders who are in the pocket of the military-industrial complex. Europe is going to go through its own version of this this industrial military Keynesianism policies that America has been going through for decades now. It's really, really scary stuff, I think, especially if you enjoy these life-saving programs for the most part. But speaking of saving lives, let's talk about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Once again, another plane has flipped yesterday, arriving at the Toronto airport. Many people will say it's actually icy conditions. I say it's DEI. Turns out it is DEI or die, okay? Not the other way around. Planes are flipping left and right. Planes are falling out of the sky, folks. And if you're wondering why that's happening, let me tell you, okay? Turns out it was not just a buzzword. Turns out it was holding everything together, okay? It was holding what remains of our capitalist eroded institutions together, okay? It was the tape that held everything. Pete Buttigieg and the gay sex he was having was literally making sure that transportation maintained, like commerce could flow, okay? If Pete Buttigieg was a straight man, you guys thought Palestine, Ohio was bad, okay? He held it together. Do you understand? And we had no idea. I was so wrong. And I apologize. Pete Buttigieg, I apologize to you, sir. It turns out you were keeping it all together. We were wrong. Me, but with pilots when I get on a plane now.
How you doing, my man? What can I get you?
My man. Yeah, can I get a large caramel sassafras, please?
My guy, that's one of my favorites.
My God, hold on, man, hold on. I'm not seeing no tote bag.
Oh, I don't got one. I got a backpack.
A backpack? Okay, it looks like you haven't dyed your hair in months. Are you stable?
I've never dyed my hair.
You've never dyed your hair?
Yeah, no, we don't fuck with coffee shops that don't have at least one employee with a septum piercing, okay? And we don't fuck with airlines that don't have pilots that are at least in a polyamorous relationship. You understand me? I want, at the very least, for my pilot to say he, she, or they, or zim, zer, fuck it, whatever you want, neo pronouns, I don't give a shit, to tell me that they are aromantic. I'm not getting on no plane until the pilot tells me that they're aromantic, okay? And they got bipolar disorder or DID. Fuck it. I don't even care. Something. Okay? We got to have pronouns in the cockpit. We need more pronouns in the motherfucking cockpit. I'll say it. I'm sick and tired of it. We need it. If you are a straight white man, okay? If you're a straight white man, I want nothing to do with you. If you are a straight white man, you need to drop everything, okay? You are no longer allowed. You need to go suck a dick, okay? At least one penis before you can man the joysticks again, okay? You understand me? I'm done.
No.
Why? Hold on, brother. Are you straight?
That's a weird question.
Just answer the question. Yes or no, are you straight?
Yeah, I am. What?
Go ahead and put that coffee down, brother. Go ahead and shut this whole operation down, brother.
Why?
My man, how am I gonna get a caramel sassafras, no sass, huh? Huh? Straight as a board? You gonna make me a cup of joe? Get the fuck up out of here. What the fuck are we talking about? No, man, I need you to pick me up, man. Cause they got straight baristas in the coffee shop, man. I don't even know what the fuck is going on anymore. I mean, you're going to work, you want a cup of gay coffee. We got straight spaghetti here, fucking the shit up, man.
I agree. But instead of baristas, I'm talking pilots, okay? We're no longer maintaining this position just for baristas. We're talking air traffic control. We're talking pilots. We're talking you know, people who work in travel safety of any sort. Okay. We're done. We're done with this whole no DEI shit. We're done. Okay. It's like what, a month in with no DEI? Planes are falling out of the sky every goddamn day. We can't do this. We fucked up. Bring it back. Bring it back instantly.
We're going to begin this morning, though, with the incredible stories of survival after the terrifying crash of a Delta flight. Guarantee you've never seen anything like this before. Take a look. The video shows the plane as it skids, catches fire, and then flips upside down. That's right, a plane upside down on the tarmac as it lands at Toronto's Pearson Airport.
I think it's pretty crazy, by the way. Didn't you say Toronto? Yeah, but it's an American flight coming in from the United States. It is a testament to plane safety that this right here led to 0 deaths. Just so you understand. Like, that is crazy. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Austin, well, my plane expert said that this was very likely due to pilot error. Don't know if the pilots were like, you know, gay, black, white, woke, all jokes aside, you know, the whole DEI narrative aside. This was most likely pilot error, it seems.
80 people on board when this happened on a flight. It started in Minneapolis. Many were injured, but the big news, the great news, the good news here is nobody died in this crash. Tom Hansen is at Toronto's Pearson Airport with more on this story. Tom, you've got 80 grateful people this morning. Good morning to you.
Yeah, no doubt, Gail. Good morning to you as well. Well, the 2 runways involved in this crash are still closed this morning as the investigation continues. We're learning more about a couple of the people who were more seriously injured, a 40-year-old woman, a 60-year-old man, both in critical condition this morning. 16 other passengers walked away with minor injuries, but still there are so many questions about how this crash happened in the first place.
I mean, the video
New
itself.
video shows the moment a Delta regional jet crash landed at the Toronto Pearson Airport Monday afternoon. You see it catch fire as it skids across the tarmac before rolling.
Pilot error, but like pilot had crosswinds, wind shear, and other factors to consider. Yeah, I mean, he came in too hot. There's crosswinds, and then, you know,
over, surrounded by a plume of black smoke. TMZ obtained this angle of the crash landing.
how is... I'm done, dude. I'm done. I think this is... I'm done. I'm done. Like, there's... how is it TMZ that is, like, always doing just peak journalism? What the fuck is going on, man?
The aircraft serves...
Never seen these plane crashes in all 30 years of my living. Yeah, I mean, look. Do you want my honest assessment now that we're done making jokes about DEI and stuff? Everything in Western society, okay, virtually everything is getting marginally worse and worse due to the profit motive. Okay, this didn't magically happen overnight once Trump became president. Okay, that is precisely the reason why it's not gay or black people that are at fault for all of these plane crashes. Just like it wasn't gay or black people at fault when Boeing planes were having their fucking doors explode mid-flight. Okay, and this is, by the way, yet another Boeing plane for the record. So there is. I mean, it could possibly be that there was some sort of error on the landing gear side too. But the reality of the matter is, it's just en-shitification. Okay? That's it. No, it's not. It's not a Boeing plane. Oh, it's a Bombardier. It's a Mitsubishi CRJ. Okay, regardless, every single type of plane, like every company that creates products that are supposed to have 700 different types of redundancies have been cutting corners nonstop. The other side of the story, the other side of the issue is also, ironically, labor related. Because there are a million different hands that are supposed to touch everything that we take for granted that we assume is just safe to either consume or, services that we take advantage of. Okay? All the way from the luggage handlers to flight attendants to actual pilots to air traffic control, every aspect of this is hit by constant efficiency-seeking, profit-seeking corporate overlords that basically cut the existing labor force to the best of their ability. Okay, and it's happening. It was happening under the Biden administration. It's happening under the Trump administration at an alarming rate as well. Okay. Are you afraid of flying? No. I'm still not afraid of flying. But the reality of the matter is, it's not just flight. It's not just air travel. Every aspect of America, every aspect of American society, every aspect of the Western world has these exact same issues. And slowly but surely, deregulation and mass layoffs at the behest of efficiency, making a smaller workforce do the job of a much larger workforce, like overworking a reduced workforce over and over again, is inevitably going to lead to more issues like this. It's not just going to make air travel worse, it's going to make everything worse. And it already has made everything worse. Okay? That's it. How many weeks out do you think we are from Trump and Elon privatizing the interstate highway system? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You were right. Something is fucked up this year, mid-February, and already several aviation incidents. I think there's another part of this that obviously creates like more panic because more people focus on otherwise like commonplace incidents as well. And then they package them with like significantly larger problems. Like, this story is a big deal. Luckily, there was no fatalities. And it's packaged alongside a much larger story with a mid-air collision. And it's packaged alongside like, the Japanese the pilots in Seattle, Tacoma experiencing like a minor bump after landing while during when they're basically taxiing, right? Like that's not as significant, but in your mind you just see like so many plane incidents over and over again, and you basically start assuming that it's just planes are falling out of the sky nonstop. Okay, this one would have always made the news. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm just talking about like two planes colliding after, like briefly colliding after, during taxi is that's commonplace. It's not like that significant, but it becomes a significant story because there's a lot of aviation incidents that are in the news. I reported on this after the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment. People hyper-focused on train derailments, not realizing that there were more than 1,000 train derailments, both large and small, every single year. Okay? Are you saying incidents are not rising? No. That's not what I'm saying at all. There are definitely a lot of incidents that are high profile for good reason. But I think that still, if you're asking me like, is it truly terrifying? Is it truly like unsafe to travel? I don't think so. At least not yet. Like for me, what am I going to do? Not fly? Well, I have to. You know what I mean?
upside down and burning.
Our plane crashed.
Images of the aftermath show the plane upside down on the tarmac, its wings and tail ripped off, and its landing gear pointed towards the sky.
Everything, drop it. Come on.
Flight attendants and crew members rushed to help stunned passengers strapped upside down in their seatbelts escape the wreckage.
It sounded, I mean, it was just cement and metal, you know.
Pete Carlson, who was traveling to a paramedics conference, was on the frightening flight.
All of a sudden, everything just kind of went sideways. And then next thing I know is kind of a blink and I'm upside down, still strapped in.
He says he knew he had to get off the plane quickly.
Took my seatbelt off, which I had obviously left fastened for the landing. And as I took it off, crashed down onto the ceiling, which had become the floor.
Passengers looked on in shock as emergency...
Is this why you fly private? I mean, ironically enough, private aviation is significantly more dangerous than commercial air travel. So I've heard a lot of people talking about how, like, oh, Elon's going to gut like the FAA or take control over the FAA or air traffic control. And, you know, even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was talking about like, well, we should force Elon to like travel commercial then. And it's funny to say that because it doesn't really change the dynamic at all. Private air travel also relies on like the National Weather Service, for example, or air traffic control, and probably even more than even commercial air travel would have to rely on them. So the idea that like you can avoid if you fly private, you can avoid like air incidents due to limited funding for air traffic control is false. Why are you so greedy if you're a socialist? I'm not. I love capitalism. Incidents aren't rising. Media is just hyper-focusing. Richest socialist. Ironic. Yeah. Thank you for your brilliant statement. I love capitalism. Okay? Can we get back to, you know, this kind of stuff happening now? Is that okay? Private is more dangerous than public. Yeah. Yeah. Private air travel is definitely more dangerous.
Responders immediately began spraying down the plane's charred fuselage. Despite the devastating damage, officials say all 80 people on board, including 76 passengers and 4 crew members, survived.
It's really important that we do not speculate. What we can say is the runway was dry and there was no crosswind conditions.
At the time of the incident, visibility was down to 6 miles, and there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour. Air traffic control was heard warning the pilots.
My gas slight bump in the glide path, there'll be an aircraft in front of it.
Billy Nolan, former acting FAA administrator, calls it a remarkable escape.
A bit miraculous to wind upside down, and yet we've got 80 folks who walk off this plane and with no fatality. So I'll mark that as a win for us.
Yeah, it's true.
And I want to read
you a testament to the safety, if anything. Like, even in a situation like that, that's wild. It's wild that there was 0 fatalities in that. I'm sorry. That's just insane.
To a statement from Delta Airlines that they were.
That's not a win. That's a tie. No, that's a win for sure. That's absolutely a win.
Release, they say the hearts of the entire global Delta family are with those affected by today's incident. Tony, nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, it really is, Tom. Thank you very much. Let's talk more about it with Chris Van Cleve. He's going to talk about the investigation and how this all could have happened. Chris, good morning to you.
Yeah, someone actually just pointed this out. How many people die if a Greyhound bus flips? A Greyhound bus is flipping at much slower speeds, and it will still kill so many more people. Okay? 0? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many fatalities occur in traffic incidents on a daily basis? Are you out of your mind? Bro, driving around in your car, not to be the actually guy, but like the reality of the matter is driving around in your car is infinitely less safe than commercial air travel, okay? Like, not to be the annoying nerd, but that is the truth, okay?
You're a veteran of...
Car isn't a bus. No, just any kind of vehicle, okay? Any kind of vehicle. Moving the goalposts, how many on buses? Wait, what?
Of covering aviation in general, transportation.
Like per capita. It's
You've
still
seen the
less
videos
safe.
as we have. What do you make of what you're looking at?
Well, I think what you can see from the TMZ video looking behind as it's coming into land, this appears to be a very hard landing, followed by a collapse of one of the rear landing gear, perhaps, because you see the plane sort of shift down to the side right before that engine starts to flame. That'll be a good starting point for investigators. You know, did the impact, the hardness of that landing result in the gear collapsing? Did the gear collapse because of other reasons? That's not going to be told by the video, but certainly these new images give us a sense of what appeared to be a very hard landing. You don't see the typical kind of flare up that you would see as a plane would come into land, where you bring the nose up just a little bit right at landing to sort of smooth it out. This one looks like they came in almost like a carrier landing, straight in. A hard landing. They were dealing likely with winds at that time. We had heard gusts up to 40 miles an hour when they were coming in. So all of that will be significant. This video does give investigators a pretty good starting point as they make their list of what they want to know and what they need to find out.
Tom Hansen described it as a miracle. I certainly believe in miracles.
Yeah, well,
when you look at this.
I mean, this is also a good point, okay? Ain't no miracle. Credit a top-notch union cabin crew from AFA-CWA and layers of science-backed FAA safety guidelines about everything from airframe design to seatbelt strength to evacuation speed. No passengers died in part because the government workers did their job. Yeah. And the more you undermine each aspect of this, as our private corporations desperately try to do on a daily basis, the more you make sure that these quote-unquote miracles don't happen. Okay? It is no more a miracle than the concept of flight to begin with. Okay? Understandably, air travel has to be unimaginably safe. Understandably, it is an affront to God that you're up in the fucking sky flying around, okay? It is ridiculous. So obviously, it has to be incredibly safe. There is a tremendous amount of redundancies built into commercial air travel in general. There are also an insane amount of safety and regulation that comes in that is supposed to be working in real time, not just in the building of the equipment, but also in terms of like regulating air travel in general.
Context for us, if you could, Chris. One of the passengers said that they were upside down like bats in a cave, just hanging there with their seatbelts on. How unusual is it in any kind of airline incident for the plane to be upside down at the end?
Well, it's certainly very unusual, but clearly something that was thought about when they designed not only the aircraft, but those seats. The seats are designed to withstand many times the force of gravity. And if you ever wanted a lesson as to why people tell you to wear your seatbelts on the airplane, this was it.
Bro, I'm keeping it $150. I'm never taking those off, dude. I was Mr. Oh, I'm taking the seatbelt off instantly as soon as the rubber hits the road. Okay. I'm Mr. Efficiency. I'm Mr. Min-maxing. I always take the seatbelt off immediately. Okay. As soon as the light turns off, as soon as the seatbelt light turns off, I'm like, pfft. Okay. Or as soon as the plane lands, the moment that the plane lands, phone's on, off of airplane mode, seatbelts off. Never again. Okay? Never again.
In those seats saved lives. The flight attendants, you hear when you're coming into land that they need to prepare the cabin for landing, and they go through and they collect glasses and everything else, things that could become projectiles. They tell you to put your bags away and your laptops away. The reason they...
Yeah, I never fully understood it until now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it now. I totally get it now. I'm clapping for the pilots as long as they're gay, okay? I'm not clapping for no white male pilots, let me tell you, okay? Or if I'm clapping for a white male heterosexual pilot, I'm assuming that they're in a polyamorous relationship in my headcanon to make sure, like...
They do that is for a scenario like this, where things go wrong and those items could be flying about the cabin and injure passengers. By securing them, it also means that there's not clutter on the way out of the airplane. In this case, the exit path was the ceiling.
Yeah.
That is such a good reminder, Chris.
It really is.
Oh, man.
Great
I hadn't thought of it that way, even though we hear it time and time again.
Yeah. Great
Really
reminder.
good, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
How did it happen? Investigators are still trying to figure out why a Delta Airlines flight crashed, flipped upside down, and caught fire after landing Monday at Toronto's Pier.
The white male pilots are all cheating on their spouses anyway? Yeah, with me. We're gay now, okay? No more heterosexual pilots. No more heterosexuality. It's over, okay? It's done.
Pearson International Airport.
Someone has to suck these dicks around these parts. You understand me? Someone has to be engaging in the act of butt sex. Okay? For the safety of others. Do you understand? No more straights.
Come on.
It's done. It's over. We're done.
Remarkably, all 80 people on board made it out alive. There were at least 18 people injured. Listen to this exchange between air traffic control and a medevac pilot just moments after impact.
Where's the crash? It's on runway 23, right at threshold, right at this intersection there, 23 and 15 left. On Life Flight 1 medevac, just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there. Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
When the plane came to rest, buckled passengers found themselves hanging upside down. At least one wing of the aircraft torn off. The plane on fire.
It was mass chaos. I was upside down. The lady next to me was upside down. We kind of let ourselves go and fell to hit the ceiling, which is surreal feeling. And then everybody was just like, get out, get out, get out.
We didn't really know anything was the matter, or at least I didn't, until like the second we hit the ground. There was no like real indication of anything. And then, yeah, we hit the ground and we were sideways and then we were upside down, hanging like bats.
Absolutely incredible. Let's bring in CNN transportation analyst Mary Schiava. Mary, based on the footage and what we know so far, have you been able to draw any initial conclusions about what could have happened here?
Well, yes, the footage and then also the air traffic control communications and the weather alerts, METARs, meteorological warnings that are specific to the airport. And so the plane was coming in. They did have warnings that the winds were 23 to 37 knots, which is pretty tough on a Canadair regional jet 900. Then they had crosswind warnings of maybe 30 to 40 knots, which depending upon the conditions at the airport, can exceed actually the recommended performance for the Canadair regional jet. They were coming down, there was some variation according to publicly available radar and the ground speed and the sink rate. So that means they were getting gusts of wind as they were coming down, and they smacked down pretty hard according to the eyewitness or the ear witness reports and those people on the plane right at the end of the threshold of the runway. And at that point, what looks like might have happened from very grainy videotape from other cameras is the landing gear, the rear gear, might have snapped off at that point, along with the right wing, which with the left wing still on the plane, lifts the plane, causing a plane to roll and cartwheel. That's my best guess. It's only a guess at this point, and the investigators will have it real soon because they have the pilots to talk to, and of course the flight data recorders.
Yeah, a true miracle.
See the left wing once again working. The right wing destroyed. What does this tell you? What does this tell you? Are you grabbing your Steam Deck in this situation or not? No, I'm not grabbing the Steam Deck But I am definitely grabbing my remote desktop setup and my IRL backpack. There ain't no way, especially the IRL backpack, I am not leaving that behind, okay? That is not happening. You down for some Jube King? No. No. What are you saying? Why would I ever watch Michael Knowles debate 25 LGBTQ plus activists? That's a crazy question. My man said Jube too. Like he's like that's ban worthy, dude. Like he likes Jubilee so much. He likes Jubilee so much that he calls it the Jube.
That there are so many people that they can interview about what happened because everyone survived this crash landing. CNN safety analyst David Susi drew some similar observations about what may have caused the crash, including some of those questions about the landing gear. I'd like to play that.
Yeah, bro's not even on a first name basis. He gave a play nickname to Jubilee. So is that a no? It's not just a no, it's a fuck no.
And get your response.
There are a lot of clues that you can see right away. The things I'd be looking at right away are, was it a hard landing? We look at the fact that the landing gear aren't on the aircraft. So are they there, or did they get torn off in the accident? Or perhaps they weren't even down at the time. So there's a lot of questions, but I think a quick visual of the aircraft on site would give them a lot of clues as to where this goes.
Mary, you mentioned the fact that you believe that the landing gear snapped off upon impact, but how could investigators prevent something like this from happening in the future? Is it a matter of de-icing the plane, clearing the runway, or simply not flying or landing in conditions as dangerous as the ones you were describing?
Well, every plane has its own limits, and this one has more crosswind limits than, for example, a larger plane. But Toronto Pearson, that's a great airport. It operates around the year, around the clock, and they do have all the services to clear the runway. But you can see even the videotape there was tremendous blowing winds, blowing snow, etc. And that reduces the crosswind limits of the Canadair regional jet and all jets tremendously. So, for example, you might have a 37 crosswind allowance for that aircraft, but if the runway is not clear, if it's icy, if there's reduced braking, et cetera, that could fall to as low as a 15-knot crosswind. So what you have to do is every pilot and every airline has to make their decisions based on the operational limits of that aircraft.
Mary, there are going to be questions, perhaps reasonably, about just the frequency of some of these crashes that we've seen with obviously different outcomes. But in just the last 30 days, you had the midair collision above the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. with 67 victims. You had the medevac flight that crashed outside Philadelphia with 7 victims. A Bering Air.
Jesus Christ. I mean, when you put it like that, it doesn't feel too good. You know what I'm saying?
Flight in Alaska that had 10 victims and, of course, miraculously, just 18 injured in that crash landing in Toronto that we were just discussing. Do you see this as a coincidence? Do you see this in perhaps a lapse in safety, in personnel? Are there any dots that we can connect here?
Well, with the last two, weather certainly played an important role, both in Alaska and in this crash. And it's, the tough winter conditions.
What is this? I don't know who this person is. The Boeing 737 MAX. Turns out FAA are ignoring the fatal design flaw. Do not panic. News. Boeing is covering up another. Who is this guy? Nate Bear's reputable. I don't know who this person is. It's just a Substack, so I don't know. The litigation against the airlines in these multiple crashes is going to effectively kill the airlines. Do you think there's going to be another government bailout of the airlines? First of all, the answer is always yes. If you're asking me, is there going to be another government bailout? The answer is yes. Secondly, I'm not so certain these airlines are going to be buried under mass amounts of litigation. Part of the reason why I'm not so certain is because things are getting worse and worse at an alarming rate in a way that favors corporations regardless. So I just don't see, like, they kind of bake this they bake this legal framework or this kind of like litigation into their profit margins. It's not completely correct, obviously, when they do suffer, when they do end up causing a bunch of serious incidents like this in a row. There will be more litigation than before, more so than what they've like actually baked into their profit margins. But I do think that they, they have very powerful lawyers. No, I haven't seen Stephen A. Smith on Last Pod on the Left, Coffee Pillar. I'm not going to watch that, most likely. Okay. Is it about the oil intake during a bird strike event causing toxic fumes inside the plane through the AC system? All right. Anyway, this seems too complicated for me. The
Incidents can
fatal
increase.
flaw in the Boeing 737 Maxes.
And it depends on the operational limits of your aircraft and sometimes just freak winds and other issues. But for the other two, there's no commonality. And what we always looked for, when I was with the Department of Transportation, you look for patterns, you look for trends, you look for data that you can connect. Now, of course, in the Washington, D.C. flight, they had.
Anyway, listen. As I've said, if we're going to be super serious about this, okay, this is an obvious byproduct of reducing the workforce. Okay, first and foremost, on every side, on the production side, when you're making these planes, constant profit seeking that causes companies or makes companies look for outsourced manufacturing on different parts of the plane that don't have the same standard and safety measures in other countries deliberately, so it's cheaper. Okay. And in terms of like safety checks and inspections, you got less people doing safety checks, you got less people doing inspections, they're more overworked, they have a tendency to overlook, they're human beings after all. The only way to eliminate those problems is by making sure that you have redundancies. Okay? A lot of people are so primed towards constant min-maxing and constant efficiency that they forget that there is one area where you cannot do efficiency, and that is safety. Okay? You just can't do that. If you're maxing out profits, then you are going to hurt safety measures. Okay? Airplanes in general are, or the process of manufacturing airplanes in general is something that I'm obviously very familiar with due to my familial relations with someone who has built airplanes in the past and now builds spaceships, as a matter of fact. And from all of my, from my understanding, these things are built in a way where there is a million different redundancies built into it. Okay? All of those redundancies are points that are unprofitable. But the reason why there are redundancies built into it is because it has to be endlessly safe. Oh my God, this person is still fucking talking about. Okay, take a day off with the CPR class, please. You're being annoying. I'm giving you a day off timeout because you're being annoying. Like, you can have a correct point about everybody learning CPR safety and still be annoying and derail the conversation, which is what this person is doing, which is why I'm, giving you a day off, please.
Had some very consistent data, and that is they had, I think, probably 100 or so alerts that the helicopter traffic was causing conflict, loss of airspace, separation with commercial air traffic. So that's a very important trend that somebody should have recognized long before this fatal crash in Washington, D.C. With the others, there's no commonality. So you're always looking for if there's a trend.
There is a commonality. It's capitalism. It's profit seeking. Anyway, speaking of reducing the workforce at the behest of eliminating redundancies, here's another aspect where you simply cannot cheap out, okay, which is safety. FAA employee fired by the Trump administration expresses shock over removal. The Trump administration is also obviously in the while all of these planes are falling out of the sky or having all these like weird incidents over and over again. Okay. On the other hand, our brilliant government is supercharging dreams of the Reaganite era of the past, or finishing the job that Reagan started, basically. All right, here it is.
In this country, Trump's acting Social Security commissioner stepped down over the weekend. According to multiple reports, she had resisted letting Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency look inside the agency's most sensitive records. The White House is saying that DOGE is looking to eliminate waste and fraud. And this morning, Nancy Cordes has the story of one of the thousands of federal workers already fired since Trump took office.
And I was in complete disbelief.
Monica, who asked us not to use her last name, was hired by the FAA in December to be an aviation safety assistant at Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah, if you know anything about the FAA aviation safety inspectors, we simply have too many of them, When I think of aviation safety, I think the guys responsible for it, there's probably too many, okay? We need to make it less safe, please. That's what I think. Like, there is no world in which, especially on this side of things, but you can make this argument for virtually every aspect of the federal government, where there is need for less people, okay? No, there's need for more people. Understaffing is so commonplace everywhere, okay? There is a problem with understaffing in virtually all aspects of the regulatory agencies, virtually all aspects of all the goods and services that you consume in general. Okay, there's understaffing issues at hospitals with nurses. There's understaffing issues everywhere. Okay, the notion that we need less people, or fewer people, sorry, thank you, grammar Nazi, fewer people and not more people is ridiculous.
Worth Airport. She was part of the team that filed inspections and reports on the American Airlines fleet.
I personally did not feel that our positions were at risk for the simple fact that we are in the Flight Standards Safety Division. It says its name, right? Flight and safety.
But on Friday, she was let go. With less than a year on the job, she had not yet received civil service protections. The stinging dismissal email blamed her performance and said, "You have not demonstrated that your further employment at the DOT FAA would be in the public interest."
There have been no negative comments or feedback until I got this letter about performance.
What this really does appear to be is just a purely false stated reason.
Employment lawyer Michal Shinar says the reason Trump's team has been citing performance in firings is because by law, probationary federal workers can only be removed for performance or misconduct.
We don't let an agency get around these congressional directives by just terminating our probationary employees and mass claiming it's performance when it's not.
They're firing every probationary worker with rare exceptions. They're saying that performance is below standards and firing probies, so they can't file for reinstatement via the MSPB.
She says the situation is ripe for class action lawsuits, while Trump officials insist these cuts are just a drop in the bucket. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy posting last night, quote, the FAA alone has a staggering 45,000 employees. Less than 400 were let go.
Oh my
We're still
God.
waiting for the exact numbers of cuts at most other agencies like the CDC and NIH. Nate?
We will stay tuned. Nancy, thank you.
Isn't there already a shortage at the FAA? Why do this now?
I want to look at something, okay? Number of federal government employees in, or let's see, year over year. Okay? The size of the federal workforce has grown from 1.8 million in 2019 to 2 million in 2023. Okay? But there was a time and place where I feel like, maybe I'm wrong, but the federal workforce number was certainly larger. Federal workforce number, despite the fact that the American population has been growing. Okay? Executive branch civilian employment. How many federal employees were there? Yeah, in the 1950s, the federal government employed 1.4 million people. Wait, what? This is an AI overview. What the fuck? Oh, God, why is there so much? In the 1960s, that's incorrect. God damn it, AI overview. What the fuck is this number, bro? Look at this, AI overview. Thank you, Google. In the 1950s, the federal government employed 1.4... Like, what is this number, dude? It's not even 1.4 million. It's 1,433,756.485 people. I fucking hate AI so much. Okay, yes, thank you. The number of federal employees peaked in the 1990s at 3.4 million. Okay. God damn it, AI is so stupid. You did say lying is OP, so Google is just on top of the meta. Like, what use does this have? How could this be useful for anyone? You have to be truly a fucking dumbass, dude. Like, what would it, how, oh God, it's so stupid. It's so unimaginably stupid. Here, this is what I was actually looking at, okay? From the 19 forwards onward, okay? Obviously, in 1943, there was one big peak at 3 million, and the peak of federal employment in 1990 was 3.4 million. And since the 90s onward, we have slashed the federal workforce in spite of the fact that the number of our civilian population has grown, okay? Our population has grown dramatically overall. So the federal civilian employee per population, per capita, has gone down, okay? So we have more people and less federal employees in that process. The little spikes are temporary census workers. Yeah. But overall, it grew and grew and grew. Like, and it, it was around 3 million, I guess. And then since then it has just gone down. Bill Clinton had a drawdown on federal staffing due to the Cold War. Reagan also had fired people, Patco workers, etc. 300 to 400,000 people were fired under Clinton. But the news is saying what Trump is doing is the same as Clinton. It patently isn't. Yeah, I mean, what Clinton did wasn't also great either, for the record. I hope you understand. So the government is more efficient now. It's more efficient in terms of like obviously readily available technology. Okay. Readily available technology makes every workforce more efficient. Like, what else has happened since the 90s? We have mass usage of the internet. We have smartphones. Obviously, it's more efficient, as in one person can do the job of many in significantly less time. That's efficiency. Okay? We have computers. Technological advancements unironically make things more efficient. But in that process, you're not supposed to fire the existing workforce. You're supposed to reduce their burden. You're supposed to reduce their workload. But of course, we don't operate like that because we're constantly fucking min-maxing. But especially when you pair this up with the explosive growth of the American population in that same time frame, you start realizing that perhaps we don't have enough employees for all of these jobs. And when you don't have enough employees for these jobs, you have shittier service overall. That's it. Firing them reduces their workload. What are you talking about? That's really funny. I'm talking about the existing labor force. Okay, Chatter, come on. Chatter has never worked, I don't think. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, and even I understand. W Ragebait. Okay, good one. Huh. Yeah. And what a lot of people fail to understand is that, for example, when you go to the DMV and the service is ass, okay, even like the person that's working at the DMV, for example, is just angry all the time, seemingly, and you have to wait for hours. That is not because the government sucks. That's because they don't have enough employees, okay? That's it. It's always because of understaffing. I'll give you one example, okay? Luggage handlers. Luggage handlers is a great example. Airlines know full well when they're overloading their existing labor force, okay? But because of efficiency and because of cost-cutting measures, because labor is the most malleable aspect of all commodity production, okay? They just simply don't hire enough luggage handlers, okay? So when you go to the airport and you're like, why the fuck is my luggage not coming out? What the hell's going on? Why do I have to wait an hour and a half? I missed my transferring flight. I missed my connecting flight, okay? What is happening here? That is literally because the luggage handlers are overloaded, understaffed, and are doing shittier output as a consequence of that. You just see the shitty service there and you think, oh, these lazy pieces of shit. These lazy luggage handlers, man, they suck. Okay? But the reality of the matter is the reason why at the point of service, the reason why you're experiencing this this awful service is directly due to the company making these decisions at the behest of profit. Okay? Especially because most airlines, like in domestic air travel in the United States of America, it's basically an oligopoly. And in some markets, it's basically a monopoly. So what are you going to do? Not fly to your destination when it's the only method of travel? What are you going to do? No, you have to sit there frustrated and wait. Okay? That's how it works. But because we are so primed into thinking that it's actually our fellow workers that are responsible for these issues individually because of their ineptitude, incompetence, lack of care, lack of interest, laziness, or whatever, we never truly understand who is at fault. And it's a very frustrating process. When the lines of the grocery store are too long, it's the employee's fault. When the line of the post office is too long, it's because the government's bad. I mean, when the line at the post office is too long, it's still a direct consequence of the same exact thing that we were just talking about. Okay? The line at the post office is long because the post office is understaffed. Everything is understaffed. These guys are still actively advocating for more understaffing. And it's very stupid to do this. It's very dumb to do this. It's not the employee's fault at the grocery store. It is still understaffing. So it's technically the people that are in charge of those decisions that have caused this service to be worse overall.
Especially considering what's happened in the States. And now, of course, you have this other incident and a few others.
Yeah, well, this one happened in Canada, but
yes.
I can only tell you what the Secretary of Transportation says. There are 45,000 employees at the FAA. We're talking about fewer than 400 people, and he says 0 air traffic controllers and critical safety personnel were let go. So if that's true, I don't really have a problem with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I love this fucking dipshit, okay? I remember reading somewhere, I think it might have been like Felix or maybe Edinger Mentum, it was like, Scott Jennings is the perfect person for this administration because he's such a shameless, slimy asshole who will just sit there and be like, well, the marginal victory that the Trump administration had at a time of like historic inflation against a historically unpopular cadaver seemingly gives Donald Trump the heavens mandate, the popular mandate to do all of these like staff cuts. Okay. It's so annoying. Like, no, you do not have momentum. You do not have motion. You do not have popular mobilization, especially for cutting Social Security. Okay. No.
I do like the idea of keeping the people who are in the direct chain of command of safety and the air traffic control system and so on and so forth. But I have a hard time believing that there is a single government.
Yeah. I had this exact, nice bathroom, you're 100% correct. We had this exact same conversation with Twitter, okay? Remember when Twitter employees were laid off? The conversation is the same. They were lazy and not innovating anyway, so what's the loss? Exactly. Twitter as a product is legitimately worse. Like, I don't know how you can't recognize that, right? And I told you, like, Twitter is a perfect example of the government, okay? It's like 1 for 1. Twitter, when it was run by woke liberals or whatever, right? It still sucked. There were still plenty of issues, but at least it was a more competent product that you could consume, okay? And then Elon Musk came in and gutted the entirety of the staff. Look where we're at now. Like, it still works. Like, the skeleton is still there, and it still kind of works. There's still major issues all the time. So people go, oh, dude, it's fine. What are you talking about? Every aspect of Twitter is awful. It got significantly worse than the Twitter of the past when it was run by at least like to some degree of competency by liberals. Okay? It worse because it's not left. Holy shit, shut the fuck up. You guys had like all social media companies. Now the right have one and you cry like a bitch. First of all, that's not even what I'm talking about. Twitter is not just worse because it's all Nazis. Also, I like that you admit that it's just, Nazis are right wing. So I'm glad that you at least come to that recognition because it's not just right wingers. It's quite literally Nazis. Okay. Like Adolf Hitler ads and stuff. Okay. So on that front, it's qualitatively worse. Yes. But that's not even what I was talking about. When I said Twitter is actually worse now, I'm talking about like the trending tab. Yeah, Nazis. Really, dude? Really? Yeah, Nazis in air quotes. Like, what does a dude have to say? They Sig Heil regularly on there, man. What are you talking about? Like, if those guys aren't Nazis, who's a fucking Nazi? Nobody's a Nazi. Adolf Hitler is not a Nazi, is what you're basically arriving at this point. What the hell? There is no way you are this stupid. Yeah, hundreds of millions of Nazis. Twitter is not used by hundreds of millions of Americans, you dumbass. It doesn't even have 20% of the entire, like, no. Hundreds of millions of Nazis. Yeah, no. You're in your fantasy, it's hundreds of millions of American patriots that are now rushing to use Twitter. That's not the case. Okay? Its user base has actually diminished since the Elon Musk takeover. Okay? God damn, you are so dumb. Yeah. The only extra motion on Twitter is now just bots, okay? I wonder what this relatively small account that Elon Musk follows is. Oh, I see. It just posts porn and Nazism only. Yeah. Great stuff. He's like, oh, excuse me. Is this really a Nazi account? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. Yes. They're posting swastikas. Yes. Wow. Look at this small account that Elon Musk follows. It's not subtle. This account tweets and retweets constantly about things like not wanting to hear R-worded blacks and their R-worded opinions, the need to make America blonde again, how America should be a white nation and celebrates Trump as the second coming of Hitler. Make South Africa white again. Make America blonde again. Really cool stuff. Wow, are you really saying? Yeah. What's next, Hasan? Are you going to say that this ad from Nixon Groyper is a Nazi ad? Imagine being born a Gentile in this generation on this continent located on an ocean away from Europe and viscerally hating this one foreign dictator from 80 years ago for no reason other than my teacher showed me Schindler's List, or the museum tour guide told us he turned Jews into soap, and still believing at the age of 30 or 40, Lamau. It's time to start reevaluating your perspective of history. That's just a pro-Hitler ad. Here's a pro-Hitler guy responding to Kyle Kulinski posting the pro-Hitler ad and going, Elon's site now has ads for Adolf Hitler, going, people are just asking questions, and rightfully so. Nixon Groyper. I don't understand. What's Nazi about that? Just curious. Just asking questions. Dumbass. Anyway, let's watch this other dumbass talk about his new executive orders before I get back to all of the government incompetence.
Here, I guess we can take a couple of quick questions. Go ahead, please. Please.
Mr. President, have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd, but it'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
What about semiconductors and pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over a course of a year. But we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States and they have their plan here, there is no tariff. So we want to give them a little bit of a chance. Yes, thank you.
The EU, I'm sorry, Andrea Shalal, the EU representative is going to be here in Washington next week. I'm sorry, tomorrow. He's going to be meeting with Hasan and Greer and Letnick. What can the EU do to sort of avoid the reciprocal tariffs that you've talked about? And, you know, you've talked a lot about the VAT. Do you expect them to reduce that?
Well, they did already, as I understand it, reduce their car tariff all the way down to what we have. And a lot of that will take place, and I think some won't do it and some will do it. But the EU had a 10% tax on cars, and now they have a 2.5% tax, which is the
Please
exact
a little
same
louder.
as us.
I can't believe you guys want to hear
already
Trump.
We've saved a tremendous
But you got
amount.
it.
That would be great. If everybody would do that, then we'd all be on the same playing field. Because essentially what we're doing with the tariffs is, you know, they charge us, we charge them, same amount. And it's called reciprocal, actually. And whatever they charge us, we're charging them. And so the EU is I appreciate that they did this, but, the EU has been very unfair to us. We have a deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. They take very little. And we're going to have to straighten that out, and we will. I have no doubt about it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous. And they're not American soldiers. They're Russian soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers largely, although a lot of Koreans have been killed, as you know. Quite a bit of them have been killed. They came over to fight, and a large portion have been wiped out. But we want to end it. It's a senseless war. It should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame to see it. And I see pictures that you don't see, but I see pictures of fields that look just horrible. It looks like Gettysburg. If you see the old pictures of Gettysburg, it's soldiers lying all over the field, body parts all over the field. They're all dead. And this is going on a daily basis. It's a horrible thing. Both Russia and Ukraine, they're losing thousands and thousands of soldiers, and a lot of people have been killed too. I think that's one of the things that you'll see historically, and you'll see later on as it goes along. I think people are going to be surprised at how many people, not only soldiers, have been killed in Ukraine. A lot more people than you think. Yeah, please.
President Trump, as part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up. Yeah. Please.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine.
Even if the Russians are
I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. We're talking about this now, peace. We have either a ceasefire or a peace itself, and we're looking to do both. We'd start off with the ceasefire, and if they want to do that. I know France was willing to do that, and I thought that was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, please.
Do you have any message for Ukrainians who, after 3 years of fighting, might feel betrayed or disappointed at not having a seat at these initial talks in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think I'm really disappointed in what's happened. I've been watching this for 3 years. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, and I've been watching these people being killed at levels that you've rarely seen, not even close, since the Second World War. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their sides. You have those magnificent golden domes that are shattered, will never be replaced. You can't replace them. 1,000-year-old domes that are so beautiful, you can't replace that. A whole civilization has changed because of what. So when they're worried about not being seated, you mean somebody that should have gone in and made a deal a long time ago? You could have made a deal. This is one that could have made a deal. There was no talk of this during the Trump administration. Putin would have never, ever done it. And by the way, we wouldn't have had October 7th. You know that. We wouldn't have had October 7th.
Another great
Israel,
deal for Trump.
And we wouldn't have had that mess that's going on over there.
He's Mr. Deal Maker.
We have great fire people here. We're putting out fires. All over the world we're putting out fires. So that wouldn't have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? Inflation. Because it was caused really by the cost of energy going through the roof because of their bad energy policies and also their spending, their terrible spending, wasteful spending on the Green New Scam. It's a scam. It's a whole big scam.
Yeah, that's where the wasteful spending was. Once
I
again,
want to ask you a little closer to home. What would it take for you to reconsider the restrictions on the Associated Press? And secondly, some of your advisors are concerned with the Associated Press's style guide, using language and giving guidance to not use words like illegal immigrant or to use phrases like gender affirming care. And they're concerned about that being an encroaching amount of liberalism in the way in which the press writes about things. Do you share those concerns?
Well, I do think that some of the phrases that they want to use are ridiculous, and I think, frankly, they become obsolete, especially in the last 3 weeks, because many things have happened in the last 3 weeks. And I didn't know about that, but I would say that if they want to use certain phrases like that, and I guess some are okay, but many aren't, but the Associated Press just refuses to go with what the law is and what is taking place. It's called the Gulf of America now. It's not called the Gulf of Mexico any longer. I have the right to do it, just like we have the right to do Mount McKinley, and nobody's even challenging that. But only the essentially, it's primarily the Associated Press, and I don't know what they're doing, but I just say that we're going to keep them out until such time as they agree.
Insane?
It's the Gulf of America. We're very proud of this country.
It is one of the dumbest. It is one of the stupidest ways to do government censorship. By the way, just truly one of the stupidest things that has happened in an otherwise incredibly stupid administration, for the record. And the very fact that like other members of the media are not freaking out over this, or the very fact that the Mr. Free Speech defenders on the right are not freaking out over this is very telling. Okay?
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine.
Yeah, I wonder why. Come on, dude. Like, as critical as I am, like, come on. I wonder why they didn't have elections in Ukraine.
Blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides. The buildings are collapsed. It looks like a massive demolition site.
Wow, I can't. No way. They had
so many of the.
No way. They had martial law in Ukraine. What happened?
They've done it.
What happened? I wonder what happened in Ukraine that caused them to have martial law. Okay? And before people say there were elections during World War II, please, dude, please. Okay?
People of Ukraine have to say, like,
please.
It's a long time since we've had an election.
It is one of the few instances where it is permissible not to hold elections, okay? Like, come on. Come on, chatters.
I mean, it's literally, these cities look like Gaza. Actually, many have percentage-wise more buildings knocked down.
Ironically enough, if Donald Trump actually was not a moron and wanted to talk about like the illiberal aspects of Ukraine, he would talk about like banning leftist parties under the auspices of saying that they're pro-Russia. Okay? That on its own, again, is a thing that the American government has also done in times of war, ironically enough. But that is, in my opinion, a greater indication of lack of liberalism, regardless of the war, the unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine or not. But he doesn't fucking care about that because that would require him to assume a stance that is openly partisan for leftist ideology, I guess. Okay?
He's given $100 billion, and we've given, let's say, 300 plus, and it's more important for them than it is for us. We have an ocean in between, and they don't. But where is all the money that's been given? Where is it going? And nobody, I've never seen an accounting of it. We give hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't see any accounting. So
he's talking about Ukraine like he talks about Hamas. Yeah.
You know why I want?
Because he is brutally honest about American foreign policy. American foreign policy literally discards most of our allies. Okay.
Where they're from on the whole planet, and I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way. And President Biden, in all
Did he
fairness,
just say Ukraine started the war?
He was so bad for this. He was so bad, so pathetic.
Did I misunderstand
So
what he was
sad.
saying? Hold on, I got to
But
run it
with-
back.
That are being killed, and they're running of it. We give hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't see any accounting. So I want to see peace. Look, you know why I want? Because I don't want all these people killed anymore. I'm looking at people that are being killed, and they're Russian and Ukrainian people, but they're people. Doesn't matter where they're from on the whole planet. And I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
No, he did. Oh my God. He literally said Ukraine started it? What the fuck? I think he's talking about EU being upset that they hadn't been invited. I mean, he's literally saying you should have never started it. Is he talking about the EU, or is he talking about, which by the way, I don't even know if this is like, okay, this is crazy. Oh my God. Bro, this is crazy. What the fuck? Yo. Donald Trump is saying shit that all of my haters think I say all the time. Okay? Like that is the president of the United States of America saying shit that most people online, most liberals online assume is my position on Ukraine. This is an insane thing to state, especially as the president of the United States of America. Like, Ukraine in this circumstance is the least responsible party for being invaded. I would go so far as to say that even American interference probably played more of a role than Ukraine in terms of who started it. Okay? The number one responsible party is Russia, okay? Obviously, they fucking invaded the country. And Ukraine is not even remotely responsible for this. Sorry, that's ridiculous.
I could have made a deal for...
And neither is Europe. Europe just literally listens to the United States of America. What the fuck is this take? That is crazy.
Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way. And President Biden, in all fairness, he doesn't have a clue. What he was so bad for this. He was so bad, so pathetic. It's so sad. But with all of that being said, look, it is what it is. When I left, there was no chance that this could have happened, but it happened because we had incompetent leadership at many different levels. But when you see what's taken place in Ukraine with millions of people killed, including the soldiers, millions of people killed, a big percentage of their cities knocked down to the ground. I don't know how anybody even lives there. You know, when they say they took a poll and Zelensky's at 4%, who's living there? You know, I mean, people are... It's hard to believe.
This chat is so funny. If China was working with Mexico to encroach on our borders, we wouldn't invade. Dog, you're saying that right now. Donald Trump is unironically saying that. Like, he hasn't gotten to that part of the equation yet. He just says, oh, he has to tackle the cartel or whatever. But like, yeah, this administration has a lot of appetite for bombing Mexico. Okay? And my answer is no, we shouldn't bomb Mexico, let alone fucking invade it. Are you insane? Hello? What are you saying? That is a psychotic. Why would you come up with a psychotic position that basically is the Trump administration's position and then bring it in here and be like, huh, you think insert psychotic position to the Trump administration? You think you wouldn't be in favor of that? Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be in favor of that, actually. What are you saying? Insane.
That would be a capitulation of some sort. How would you guard against potentially Russia installing a puppet government? And then finally, how would that new election have an impact on getting Zelensky to sign the rare earth minerals deal?
Look, you have leadership, and I like him personally. He's fine. But
not as much as he likes Putin, though. Jesus Christ.
Getting the job done. You have leadership now that's allowed a war to go on that should have never even happened, even without the United States. Look, we had a president who was grossly incompetent. He had no idea what he was doing. He said some very stupid things, like going in for portions and all of the things. He made a lot of bad statements, but he's grossly incompetent, and I think everyone knew that. This is something that should have never happened, would have never happened. And I used to discuss it with Putin. President Putin and I would talk about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, I will tell you that. But there was never a chance of him going in. And I told him, you better not go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. And he understood that. He understood it fully. But I'm only interested. I want to see if I can save maybe millions of lives. This could even end up in a World War III. I mean, to be honest with you, you've been hearing now Europe is saying, well, I think we're going to go in and we're going to go. All of a sudden, you're going to end up in World War III over something that should have never happened. And, you know, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
In a court filing, the White House said that Elon Musk is not a DOGE employee and has no authority to make decisions. Can you clarify for us today
well, Elon
what his
Musk,
exact role is there?
Yeah. Elon is, to me, a patriot. So, you know, you could call him an employee, you could call him a consultant, you could call him whatever you want. But he's a patriot. I mean, look at the kind of things. I just said, just write it down, just in case that question got asked, right? And which I'm surprised it took so long, actually. But you know what? Ukraine's a bigger deal because people are dying by the thousands a week, thousands. But look at this, from 90 to 99, Social Security, 6,054,000 people. Well, that's okay. Maybe that's possible. You know, 90 to 99, maybe it's possible. It's a lot of people, though, at that. But people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. That means over 100 years old. They're 4 million people. I don't know too many. I know people that are doing great in their 90s, but not too many people over 100. But over 120, from 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129. 3,472,000 people. Wow. You know, that can't possibly be because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130
I haven't even gotten
old,
to this part of the broadcast yet, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. This is also incorrect. Once again, lying is so overpowered. Please nerf. Lying OP, please nerf. The server is busted, okay? Lying is far too OP. Please nerf. Mods!
140 years old and beyond. Now we're really going because we're looking to break the record by 25 years. People from 150 years old to 159 years old. 1,345,000. These are in the, by the way, these are in the computer files. This is what they do well.
The worst part about this is just like the government is run by incompetent morons, okay? And they're just actively lying. And people don't have any critical thinking skills and quite literally just go, that makes sense. Yeah, I hate the government. And my favorite guy is just saying this. And he's saying it in a way that like agrees with my existing biases. So I'm going to believe him. Fuck you.
They're super. I asked Elon, who are these Doge people? He said they're super brilliant computer people and they love the country. It's simple. Wait a minute. People from 160 years old to 169 years, 121,000. So 160-year-old.
I don't think he's actually lying. He actually fucking doesn't know or understand how that works. Yes, but
6,
Elon is lying. Like, they're stupid, but they're still lying. They're lying to the American public. Okay? The idea that there are 400 million people currently getting Social Security benefits is wrong. It's just not correct. You are not interpreting the data correctly because you're a fucking idiot. Okay? There's an answer for this. And I will explain to you why this inconsistency is now being presented as what the government is doing.
In 087. But now, let's go into the real numbers. From 200 to 209 years old.
So now you're smarter than Elon Musk?
879 people.
What?
From 210 years old. I haven't met any of them. And if I did, I would bless them. I would worship the ground they walk on.
I'm smart enough to understand.
I'm
smart enough to understand that when a bunch of 19-year-old coders actually come to me and say that there are more people on Social Security payrolls than there are people in the United States of America, I'm smart enough to go, this seems like a false interpretation of the data. Okay? That's just a little bit of critical thinking. Okay? So clearly, I guess in this instance, and just this instance alone, the answer is yes. Okay? That's it. That's it. When someone talks about a person, for example, getting Social Security payments that literally from a time when Social Security as a concept didn't exist, okay? The idea that someone has been getting paid Social Security payments for a longer period of time than the existence of Social Security means that I am looking at the data falsely, okay? I am interpreting the data incorrectly. That's it. Yes, I know it's the programming language. I haven't gotten there yet. The 160-plus-year-old stuff is because the programming language they used, COBOL, which is super old, apparently. The defaults to January 1st, 1950 or something if a date is missing. Yes. There's incomplete data, and it automatically, if there's incomplete data on the dates, it automatically assumes that it's 1875 or something, okay? Or 1850 or something. Yes, I know. I read the Wired article as well. My point is, your haters gonna eat good with that clip? Wait, what? What clip? Haters are gonna... I'm done. Okay, if anybody fucking brings up haters and how clips are gonna be clipped out of context and people are, people are going to eat good with that clip, I'm just going to start banning you guys for a week. I don't care, man. What are you talking about? What the fuck does that even mean? Please. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking annoying. Stop being cowardly little weirdos about what the haters are going to say. Yes, dude, I get clipped out of context all the fucking time. You know this already, all right? You know this. Move on. Stop fantasizing about what the fucking quote-unquote haters are going to do. Jesus Christ.
Those 800
so annoying.
And 66. From 220 years old to 229 years old, 1,039. And then
90% of the time, it's not even something that is like clippable.
249 years old, one person. And there's one person that's 360 years old. That's just that. And then, where's the money being spent, right? Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental Social.
1850 is year zero in the meter convention. Thank you.
In governance, investments in Africa, and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental, sounds like an environmental study. I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but I paid like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million.
It's 1875, 2025 minus ESG. 1875, 150. Next year, there'll be records of 151
$25 million
year olds.
to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Well, it's nice, $25 million to go into Colombia for something that nobody ever heard of. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges. I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcisions in another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people? Can't we teach them about enterprise? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money
These
came
guys
back
are
to the
so,
people that
he's so
approved it.
dumb.
$14 million for
He's so
improving
dumb.
public procurement in Serbia. $486 million.
I wonder what the usage, I wonder what the reasons for why we have these civil society organizations that we are funding. Much to consider here. Maybe because we want to make Serbia woke, I think.
Money, they're one of the highest taxing countries in the
I
world.
wonder if we'll talk about Israel at all in this process, by the way, in terms of
I have
expenditures.
a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India. What about, like, voter turnout here? Oh, we've done that, I guess. We did 500 million, didn't we? It's called the lockboxes. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo and Eshkali and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're doing it. But when I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go above 100 years old. We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old. Everybody knows that's not so. We have a very corrupt country, and it's a sad thing to say, but we're figuring it out. Now, the good thing about Social Security and what I read is if you take all of those numbers off, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, but if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old. You know, so it's a very positive thing. How about over here? Yeah, please.
Your reaction to Michelle Head resigning after the DOGE.
Who resigned? I don't know. I mean, I resigned or got fired. I think got fired. You know, when you fire somebody, they always resign, and then they say, we resigned. But when you have numbers like that, I think really it's got fired. They have to get fired. Who would keep them? How could you have numbers like this? Now, the big thing is, how many of these people got paid? Were they getting paid? Were they getting paid? How many of them were getting paid Social Security? Because if that's the case, it's a massive fraud. We'll have to call those great Palm Beach police into the situation, right? You guys would figure that out very quickly. But how many of them are being paid? I mean, maybe millions of them, but it's a total fraud. Also, a lot of illegal immigrants are in Social Security that shouldn't be there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there was a big wave of probationary federal workers who were fired over the weekend. Some of these workers focused on nuclear weapon security were immediately rehired. Do you have any concerns about how these terminations have
No,
played out?
not at all. I think we have to just do what we have to do. It's, you know, you're going to, it's amazing what's been found right now. It's amazing. If we feel that in some cases they'll fire people, and then they'll put some people back, not all of them, because a lot of people were let go. Don't forget, I got elected on the basis of making our government stronger and smaller, because we have millions of people that obviously they're paying millions of people that shouldn't be paid. And that has also to do with workers. Yeah, please. No, go ahead. Axios, New York Times.
Sorry. Mr. President, given your concerns about corruption, you said that if there were any conflicts of interest with Elon Musk, you wouldn't let him anywhere near it.
That's right.
DOGE and SpaceX employees are now working directly at the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department, agencies that have billions of dollars in contracts with Musk's companies or that directly regulate his companies. How is that not a conflict of interest?
Well, I mean, I'm just hearing about it, and if there is, and he told me before I told him, but obviously I will not let there be any conflict of interest. He's done an amazing job. They've revealed, in fact, he's going to be on tonight, a big show called Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock, and he's on and I'm on, and we talk about a lot of different things. And any conflicts, I told Elon, any conflicts, you can't have anything to do with that. So anything to do with possibly even space, we won't let Elon partake in that. Yeah, please.
On immigration, sir, you said you would be sending the worst of the worst to Guantanamo Bay. What we're finding out is that there are a lot of low-risk migrants who don't have a criminal background who are also being sent. Are you thinking about this differently now?
No, they're going to be brought back to their countries. And with some persuasion, every one of those countries, everyone in the, as you know, every country is taking the people back. So some of them are going to be brought back to, many of them, any of them that are low risk, as you say, are going to be brought back to their countries. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you give us a bit of an update on where you stand with Venezuela?
Yeah,
it's
sure.
real. There's basically a monthly license that can soon
Well, you know, we had Venezuela on the run, and it looked like that was going to be very good. And when Biden came in, as he always does, he screws it up. And they started buying millions and millions and millions of dollars of oil, billions of dollars actually, of oil, and it gave them a new life, a new really lease on life. But we'll see. We had some pretty good discussions with a lot of people within our government, in the United States government, that are involved in that. And Venezuela's a little
No,
bit
you don't
early,
understand. Biden has been the shadow president in perpetuity.
taking the beautiful, as I call it, liquid gold. We have more than anybody. They started paying a fortune to Venezuela, and we're looking at that actually. Why did they do that? Why were they doing that? Why would they go to the enemy and give them billions and billions of dollars? Now, with that being said, as you know, Venezuela has said very strongly they will not take any illegal immigrant, any of the people that they sent over to us. They sent their gangs, probably the worst gang anywhere in the world, as bad as MS-13, maybe worse, and they came out of the jails of Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our country, and they said, we'll never take them back. Well, they took them back, and they're taking them back, and they are taking them back rapidly. They were sending a lot of people to Venezuela. They said they wouldn't take them back, and they are taking back. But we're looking at Venezuela very seriously, and we're going to be able to, don't forget, I've only been here for 3 weeks. Yeah, please.
Just a little clarity on, are you inclined to continue to allow Venezuela, through I think Chevron and other oil companies, to export those petroleum products, or are you
Maybe
trying
not.
to pull back?
Yeah, maybe not. We're looking at that now. I just got here. When I left, they weren't doing anything. They were ready to go. We give up. And then Biden came along and he gave them literally billions of dollars. I couldn't believe it, actually. And we have so much under our feet, liquid gold. We have so much, and it was pretty amazing. So we're looking at that whole situation, why he did it. But how about one more? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what can you tell us about the CIA drone flights over Mexico? Is this the next step in the war against the cartels?
Well, we're going to see.
Should they have authority to take lethal action?
Mexico's allowed a tremendous number of people to go through their country into ours, and even people coming from Mexico, and illegals, totally illegal. They've allowed people to empty jails into Mexico and then let them come through with this totally ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. So millions of people have come in, and hundreds of thousands, and actually millions, are criminals. They came in from jails all over the world. They'd release them into Mexico, and they come into our country. And they also came in from Canada, by the way, large numbers through Canada. In fact, when we closed up the one border, they came in through the other border. So Canada is not an uninterested party. But I will say this. We're dealing with Mexico. I have a very good relationship with Mexico, but I think Mexico is largely run by the cartels, and that's a sad thing to say. And if they wanted help with that, we'd give them help. But Mexico, if you look at what's gone on with Mexico for years now, but now especially, it's run by the cartels. And they've allowed millions of people to come into our country from jails and prisons of other countries from all over the world, not just South America, Africa, Asia, all over. A lot from the Congo in Africa, a lot. They opened their jails. They came in through Mexico. And we have some of the worst criminals coming in from the Congo and other places. So it's not just South America, and it's not just Venezuela, but they open their jails. And you know the crime rates in Venezuela and other places all over the world has gone way down. You know why? Because they've given us their prisoners, they've given us their drug lords and their gang members. And it's hard to believe that we accepted this. It's hard to believe that we allowed open borders, and we're taking in hundreds of thousands and millions of people coming in from all over the world. They're absolute stone cold.
It's pretty crazy that all of these violent criminals from all around the world are coming to America. And yet, instead of doing crimes, they're actually, unironically, through their presence and their proclivity to do less crime, as opposed to the existing natural-born U.S. population, lowering the crime rate in the United States of America across the board. It's crazy. I guess, like, when they come to America, they just no longer want to do crimes. Magically. They're like, oh, yeah, well, we got jobs here, so no reason to do crimes. I guess that's what it is. America, truly the nation of rehabilitation. Wonderful stuff. Anyway, yeah, they de-aggro when they come into the American server. I guess we're rehabilitating them. Anyway, Kevin O'Leary, Doge isn't whacking enough with cuts. We're gonna talk about some of these lies from Doge in general. The Doge team is finally posting examples of where they've cut spending. This one claims $8 billion in savings, bottom figure, but if you look at the fine upper print, the contract instead is valued at $8 million. What did they even cut? They cut U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Investigations and Operations Support Dallas, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Equal Employment Opportunity Funding Office. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Once again, lying is OP. Lying, especially due to incompetence, is doubly OP because when you are stupid, you don't even realize you're lying, which makes it easier for you to lie. Okay? Because if you're like aware that you're lying, that's going to be kind of difficult. That requires you to at least demonstrate some semblance of skill. When you know what the truth is, okay, it makes it more difficult to lie. If you're stupid and you're lying, you can believe the lie, okay? You can believe the false information. Anyway, here's a momentum chaser that we were going to look at. After several delays, Doge has finally posted its purported savings. Why did it take so long to create a simple web page with a 1,000-row table? Who knows? Let's dig in. Headline number, $55 billion saved. They list the savings per next contract. This should be easy to verify then. First thing I did is add up the saved column for all canceled contracts and real estate. The numbers are $16.5 billion and $0.14 billion, respectively. Odd. Since almost all the purported savings come from contracts, we'll focus on that. Single biggest ticket item is a DHS contract listed at saving $8 billion. Wow, that's a huge contract. Actually, no, it's $8 million. They must have tried to automate scraping the FPDS form and failed. That means we're down to $8.5 billion in savings. So they claim $16 billion in savings, okay? And it turns out it's not. It's just, I guess, across the board, $8 billion. Boom, half of it is gone. The next three biggest ticket items are all USAID contracts listed at $655 million each, so $2 billion total. Wow, pretty big. Wait, these are IDVs, not contracts. $655 million is the entire set aside, being triple counted. In the first 5 years, only $73 million was awarded. Only 2 years remain. That's the other side of the story. They were like, oh, the CFPB. The CFPB's entire budget allocation is $1 billion. But how much of that $1 billion budget has the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, utilized so far? $200 million, which means they haven't used $700 million of their budget yet, more than $700 million. When you cut the CFPB, the saving is not $1 billion in that regard. It's also really stupid because the CFPB obviously has returned more than $20 billion back to the consumers with a mere $200 million of expenditure. Okay? Claim $55 billion, show $16 billion, actually $8 billion if you lose your eyes on the biggest thing. No, it's going to get worse than that. So we're down to $6.5 billion in savings, and an alarming trend emerges. Doge does not seem to understand how the government contracts they are canceling work. The savings they are claiming are not annual savings, but rather hypothetical savings if we spend every unobligated penny. And more importantly, they are just getting it wrong. With alarming consistency, these numbers are erroneous. This select group of geniuses has not double-checked even the largest items accounting for the bulk of their claimed savings. This is a sad, pathetic farce. Here's the next biggest item. An IT services contract for the Social Security Administration worth $1 billion. That's a lot of savings. Well, again, this contract spans 6 years. 80% has already been spent. Well, more like $240 million in savings spread over the next 3 years. $80 million a year. That's assuming it's not deliberate. No, I think you guys are attributing malice to how unimaginably incompetent these people are. I don't think that I think that the negligence is malicious, certainly, like their lack of care is due to malice, but you have to understand that they are legitimately stupid. Okay, this is not to abdicate them of responsibility or morality. Because the end result is still the same: people getting fired, people being misinformed. But it 100% is also incompetence. Okay, incompetence is, in my opinion, playing a major role here. This is kind of like here. I'll give you an example of Israel. Okay. Israel's operations inside of the Gaza Strip. There is a breakdown of command with respect to appropriate kill targets in the Gaza Strip. But that chaos and that disorder is actually deliberate. Okay? That chaos and disorder is deliberate because what they want to do is create killing fields. And if you were to actually try to directly tell people to go out and engage in killing fields, well, then you don't have plausible deniability. So a lot of Israeli operations always look very incompetent, like when they've shot the convoy of the World Central Kitchen aid workers, right? But the real reason why that happened is because there is a breakdown in command that is deliberate, because they have corridors where they engage in mass killing. It doesn't matter. Because the overarching goal of the entire government's military operation there is to engage in as much killing as possible. Okay? They are weaponizing incompetence. It kind of goes along with what I was saying earlier. It's easier to lie if you are too stupid to understand that you're lying. It's easier to lie if you're too stupid to recognize that the information you're working with is incorrect. Okay? The difference here, however, is that they have no interest in correcting the record. Okay? Like, this isn't like a, oopsie, we got this wrong, but we'll fix it. It's more so, oopsie, we got this wrong. Everyone is yelling at us, but what the fuck are they going to do about it? Because the outcome is still the same. Do you understand what I mean here? It's not necessarily that, like, this is being done because they're deliberately going, ooh, let's just add an extra zero to this contract to make it seem like we actually eliminated so much more of the debt than we actually did, right? They're not doing this in that vein, I guess. And so many less people will hear about the mistake portion of it. Yeah, partially because of how information echo chambers work nowadays online, especially with like the blossoming revolution of independent media. There are a million different outlets where you can get opinions that you want to hear masquerading as the truth. Okay? It creates additional permission cycles for false information to present itself as the reality. It creates an environment where people turn around and go, well, these guys are independent content creators. This guy's not even a political commentator at all. And he's also saying how great it is that the government is actually reducing so much of this like ridiculous expenditure that they were spending on, I don't know, gay autism research or whatever, or gay autism vaccination initiatives or whatever. And then every single day, we just move further and further away from the truth. In 2023, this contract funded 1,000 FTEs working $100 an hour. Did we need 1,000 SWEs working on SSA infrastructure? Probably not. These could be valid savings. Disclaimer, no idea what they actually did. But worth noting that these cuts will impact many private sector jobs as well. SWEs, not SVEs. And if anyone is curious, there are currently 17 lines that say CFPDS rather than the savings amount. I guess because their automated scraping failed. I did it manually and it took roughly 10 minutes, but that's too much of an ask for super geniuses working 120 hours a week. If you look at the website, there's a toggle between contract value and savings, and so many of the savings line items are $0. A quote tweet in regard to the employee at Social Security. I went and looked at the publicly available contractual documents, probably closer to 2K employees in various roles. The contract sounds like it's the entire information technology department for the Social Security Administration. This will absolutely be a lawsuit. Motherfuckers are too dumb to understand government fund accounting. There's a reason it's a special topic in the accounting field, much like medical and construction accounting are. Yes. This is yet another instance where, like, there is a very deliberate, very real reason why there's highly specialized fields here, because most people don't understand the data that they're looking at. Now, this person is not a government accountant, as far as I understand. You know, he's just some random guy, right? And even some random guy can call out a bunch of these inconsistencies. Why are we pretending they care to be accurate? They're not. That's my point. They're not pretending to be accurate. They don't care. They're not even trying to pretend to be accurate. They're just throwing numbers out, knowing full well that there is no way to counter this kind of misinformation. Okay? That's simply it. There are very few outlets that are like actively trying to correct the record. And even then, it is very difficult. It is very difficult for them to do that because this is an unlimited faucet. Okay? It's an unlimited faucet of misinformation, like Twitter, for example. What's weird about the situation is that, yes, of course, is there a lot of bloat in the federal government? Obviously. I mean, look at the fucking DOD. Jesus Christ. Having said that, however, every competent Democrat should currently be matching up the FAA layoffs and the linking up with like the unions involved in every part of air travel to constantly say, look at all the planes that are falling out of the sky. Do you really want less people working on your safety? Every Democrat should be saying this. Okay? Every Democrat should be saying this and constantly pairing up the Republican agenda of austerity with death and destruction. Okay? They should be doing that. This would be effective communication. Okay? This would be effective communication. I'm banning this guy that said this guy is just unbelievable and the press just lets him lie. Partially because I don't even know if he's talking about Elon Musk, even though the account was created 26 minutes ago and he's been following since 14 minutes ago. So it's most likely a bot account and he's talking about me. But it's pretty funny for him to say this. So I look forward to more. Brilliant takes from that guy. I'm a sniper. Looking from Eastern Europe, while I know what is happening in the US, but here in the East, this was all the talk. Austerity, pulling ourselves from our bootstraps, etc. And some of that bloat is necessary because you can't hyper-optimize the government. Shit happens. Healthcare is the biggest one that comes to mind. You let them off the hook when you chalk it to incompetence. It is deliberate. No, it is weaponized incompetence, okay? I'm just simply stating what I think is the truth. And the reason why I'm saying that is because they're not particularly brilliant, okay? They're not. These guys aren't like brilliant geniuses who are like, ooh, let's just lie deliberately. No, I think a lot of this can be explained with them trying to scrape the data and doing a piss poor job at it, okay? What is this? Oh, Polygon. Twitch's Hasan Piker wants fellow listeners to know having fun isn't bourgeois decadence. A new book excerpt from Stream Big dives deep into Twitch's top stars. Is everyone overpaying for certain social services? Yes. Is the social service thus effectively useless? No. Austerity that we force upon the third world countries ruin them on so many economic parameters, and that is by design to keep them in servitude through debt. Nathan Grayson's new book is coming out, and there's an excerpt of me in the book. And I think that's why he wrote for Polygon on this article. But we'll get to that as well. That's not one puff piece, but now 2 puff pieces in a row. Puff pieces in a row. Courts are not going to save us. For some reason, it went to the judge who saved Trump too. Just in, Judge Tanya Chutkan denies a request for temporary restraining order, TRO, which would block Elon Musk's access to certain government systems and limit DOGE's capabilities and make changes in reducing government spending. Chutkan writes, plaintiffs have not carried their burden of showing that they will suffer imminent irreparable harm absent a temporary restraining order. Therefore, plaintiff's motion is denied. 14 states represented by their attorney general have filed an emergency motion for a temporary restraining order against Elon Musk, the U.S. Department of Government Efficiency DOGE Service, U.S. DOGE Service Temporary Organization, and President Trump. The emergency motion, based on the parties' briefing, oral argument, and the current record, the court finds the plaintiffs have not carried their burden of showing they will suffer imminent irreparable harm absent a temporary restraining order. Judge Chutkan goes on to say that the possibility that defendants may take action that irreparably harm plaintiffs is not enough. What is imminent irreparable harm if not losing your job? It goes even beyond that. It's imminent irreparable harm that people will lose their jobs for no reason. Okay, so there is plenty of imminent irreparable harm. But of course, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Because guess what? Judge decided, nobody cares. On the record before it, the court cannot conclude that plaintiffs satisfy the high standard for irreparable injury. By the way, there was no standing for the court case that made its way all the way to the Supreme Court when the conversation was around Joe Biden abolishing student loan debt. There was no standing for that, okay? And yet, seemingly enough, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court actually favored the people that brought the court the decision to begin with, or allowed the Supreme Court to make this decision to begin with. Yeah, no standing, but it didn't matter. They still stopped the Biden administration from doing something that is within his powers, okay? Which was to permanently throw to the future all matter of student loan debt, engaging in universal student loan debt relief. Do you love the Supreme Court? No, I do not. One was a private student loan debt collector that wanted the loan forgiveness. Yeah, there was no standing because they actually sidestepped the actual harmed parties. The Supreme Court does this all the time. They don't care in terms of like not having standing doesn't stop them from taking on certain court cases. They will overlook that fact, or they'll act like there is standing. It's ultimately a political decision, is my point. It's never a decision truly born out of a real legal disagreement. There's some copium out there about the judge just being pedantic about the legal standards between a TRO and a preliminary injunction, that she might rule in favor of a preliminary injunction after more discovery. Yeah. Chutkan wrote that if she were considering the merits, Musk's position likely violates the appointments clause. These people believe in formal legal rules, so I wouldn't read too much into the denial of the TRO. Okay, well, I don't know enough about Judge Tanya Chutkan's background. Okay. I think that would be more instructive in terms of what her look, what is more instructive for you to understand, like where a certain how a certain judge will decide. If you want to truly understand, like what's more instructive, look to who appointed them or what their allegiances are. So if they're an Obama appointee, then it's not copium. Then there might be a separate, I guess there might be a separate case. If they are even a Trump appointee, sometimes they still think certain Trump administration decisions are a bridge too far. What is a TRO? A temporary restraining order. To me, this reads like a district court judge that doesn't want to be successfully appealed on a record that wouldn't be shaky to grant a TRO. Nominative determination. Her name is Chutkan. R.I.P. Okay, fair. The court in the past 3 years literally said the situation you brought forth didn't actually happen, but just in case it did, we rule in the favor of the Republicans. It was insane. Yeah, there are instances like with the abortion, with the contraceptive ban, like the contraceptive trafficking ban that literally had no standing because there were no victims. Okay? It was a hypothetical victimhood that allowed them to take on this case. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay? Like, that's ridiculous. They just made it up. And they've done it before too. But it's extra crazy because, like, this instance does have immediate harm. Yeah, the 303 creative wedding website case. That was another one that's famous as well for that. Anyway. It was like the lady, yeah, that's what we're talking about. It was like the lady that made a website for a gay couple, but it was actually she never did, but the Supreme Court still took on the case. This isn't standing, it's irreparable harm, can't be remedied by compensation later. No, doesn't this mean that there's no maybe I'm misunderstanding it. I'm not the best at. Is there a difference between this two? Like saying that plaintiffs do not carry the burden of showing that they will suffer imminent irreparable harm absent a temporary restraining order. Is there a difference between that versus like what it means when they say that there is no standing? Call Lolo. I can't call him right now. Please stop. I am no big city lawyer. I thought that's what standing implied. Standing is different. I'm a lawyer. Okay, thank you for all of the... I watched 9 seasons of Suits. Hold on, let me get my glasses. It's a higher burden of proof, not whether they can bring a case or not. Standing is being able to bring the suit in the first place. Yes, but in terms of standing, like when they make an argument as to why this should be brought forth to the courts, the argument needs to prove that there is irreparable or immediate harm, right? Like, isn't that the same exact argument? The harm for standing doesn't have to be imminent and it's a lower standard is what you're saying. Or not a lower standard, just a different standing. You need injury, in fact, causation, and remedy. I haven't read this complaint, but maybe it's an element to bring the suit. Temporary restraining order has a higher standard. The immediate / irreparable harm is the standard for a temporary restraining order. Am a lawyer. No, it's different. A TRO would stop the offending action. Judges saying that anything done without the TRO would be able to be fixed afterwards. They aren't in danger of permanent harm. But wouldn't there be enough if people are about to get fired unjustly? Wouldn't that be permanent harm? Is this because it was the states that brought it? But it's identical to the instance where right-wing attorney generals brought forth the fucking student loan debt relief case. No, you can always back pay technically, no perma harm. They can get reimbursed for lost wages. The imminency, irreparability of the harm is what makes it more technically. It's not the same as bringing the case to trial, but instead enjoining them from acting. Then you'd be able to do a TRO for any merger or layoff. I mean, shouldn't you be able to do a temporary restraining order if there was like a completely ridiculous layoff happening? Like, wouldn't a union be able to do a temporary restraining order? I guess not. Monetary harm is usually the standard, except in criminal cases. The plaintiffs have standing to bring the suit. If they didn't, the judge would have thrown out the case. It got rejected because they failed to meet the burden of proof for a temporary restraining order. These are all pretrial motions that are asking for court action before the case has been heard, so the burden of proving irreparable harm is very high. Oh, got it. Okay. Okay. All right. We're moving on from this. We're getting back to areas that are within the realm of my knowledge. Okay. We're going to talk about Russia and Ukraine as well. But before we get to Russia and Ukraine, there's a couple other things I wanted to talk about with this DOGE shit. So we're going, unfortunately for all of you, back to Scott Jennings.
An agency that doesn't have a bloat of administrative personnel that we could probably do without. And I think that's why a lot of voters are happy that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are finally going through the federal government and trying to take out some of this bureaucracy that we probably just don't need. So I'm reading to you what Sean Duffy says. He's the Secretary of the Transportation. I have no reason to doubt his numbers.
Karen, when you hear this,
yeah, he knows best. Scientists, woke and gay. They don't know best when they're talking about their specific field of research. Sean Duffy, television personality, well, he's the transportation secretary, so he knows best. Okay? Yeah. Pete Hegseth, well, guess what? He's leading the DOD. I don't see you leading the DOD. He's not a DEI candidate. He's a DUI candidate. Okay? That's right. He knows best.
Look, Americans are concerned about bloat in the federal government. They have been for a very long time. What do you make of how it's been meted out?
So the concern that I think a lot of Americans have, we can all agree there's bloat. We can all agree that we need to deal with that. At the same time, what we're seeing is speed for the sake of creating momentum to create a sense of things are happening. At the same time, look what happened Friday. We had nuclear scientists fired, and then they said, oops, we need those people because they have a technical skill that nobody else has. So the problem that I have with the way they're doing it is and I went to the DOGE website to see if they would say anything about, look, we are conducting this process to make sure we don't harm American safety, their health, or take money out of their wallets. They don't say that. And we're finding out the consequences and the impact of some of these things. If you're a doctor for the VA in the Midwest and you're told you're going to be
This is a problem born out of not having any principled leftists on any number of different mainstream outlets. Okay? Understand, the automatic position of the most quote unquote like anti-Trump liberal on the panel should not be that it's definitely for the greater good that we're engaging in mass layoffs in the federal government. Okay? You shouldn't be playing catch up. Your first position should be that there is no reason to engage in layoffs at a time when we should probably be hiring more people. Okay? But because their underlying worldview is unfortunately so similar to the Republican worldview in terms of maximizing efficiency, okay? They start the position by saying, no, there is actually reason to like fire a bunch of government employees. They're just not doing it right, and they're firing the wrong people. No, that's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, what the fuck are you doing? We need more people working, not less. Okay? That should be your starting position. And then you work your way up to that argument, which is that, and here is why it's really stupid when you engage in these sorts of idiotic layoffs, because obviously you're eliminating a bunch of positions that were, or eliminating the positions of a bunch of government employees that were working on really important things. Okay? That's why it was so frustrating for me when I saw Ro Khanna start off by being like, well, Bill Clinton did a fantastic job eliminating 400,000 federal government employees, but he did it by working with Congress. It's like, that's not, like, why are you presenting that as a good thing? Don't you realize that the underlying ideology there, the underlying premise that you're operating off of is that it is a good thing to fire government employees? How is this in any way, shape, or form an adequate counterbalance to the Republican neoliberalism? This is why I say, and many others say correctly, that the Democrats are also neoliberal.
Be fired, or you're waiting for this, court to play out. What are you supposed to do with your client who is the veteran who's got PTSD? Are you trying to find them someone else to go see because you're not sure if you're going to be there in 2 weeks, or are you assuming you'll be spared because someone will figure out that it's probably not smart to get rid of doctors who are at the VA who may be working on a critical function? So that's the concern. I think this could have been done with a lot more thoughtfulness about how do we protect people's safety. Even if you said, look, we're going to take 2 weeks at each agency and try to do some kind of rubric to make an assessment, not putting it into an AI system, by the way, which is some of what we've read that they've done. And I think what we're going to find is a number of these oops moments that could be dangerous.
I just think they need to read the...
Don't you only fire government employees when your economy's in the shit and you're producing as much as you should? Sure, it will work in Argentina, but why is it being done in the U.S. with very competent workers? First of all, it's also not good in Argentina either. I don't think it's good in Argentina either. I don't think austerity is a good thing. It's definitely not a good thing. If it was a good thing, we wouldn't enforce it upon the entirety of the global south. It's just wild because now we're accelerating it to our and doing it to ourselves. We've always, one might say, Republicans have always engaged in this sort of thing, but never to this degree.
Room. I mean, there have been 3 major plane crashes in just, less than a month. One of them was just a few blocks from the high school I went to in Northeast Philadelphia. And, tell that to the little boy with the metal in his head, trying to protect his sister during that plane crash. I think that not only do you have to protect the safety of Americans physically, but I think you have to protect our safety mentally. We see you laying off people from the FAA. At this point, nobody at the FAA is dispensable. I think you have to keep everybody there at least, for the time being, because we've had these major plane crashes that you haven't seen in 16 years.
Kevin, the optics of this is what you're referring to.
I think the issue is they're not whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt.
God, I mean, how can people look at this guy and not see him as anything but a fucking villain, dude? First of all, you're Canadian. Excuse me, ICE, this bald fuck right here, okay? What is his productive output on U.S. soil? You know what I mean? Get this guy out of here. Pack him up. What the hell is this? Send his ass back to Canada. Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to Lake and Riley act his ass. I'm going to be like, I saw him stealing a bag of Skittles. Deport him, please. Yeah. I saw him getting in a boat again. Arrest him, officers. You know what he has done in boats in the past. And this time his wife wasn't even in the boat. So he got no one else to blame this time, okay? Same guy.
Wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people.
Yeah, dude. I'm a child born in Rwanda, okay, with a genetic disorder. I can't wait to look up to the 1% and feel the aspirational goals. I'm feeling my bootstraps right now. I can't see with my eyes. I'm feeling with my hands the bootstraps that I will be tugging on. Fantastic. Psychopath, dude.
I'm going to fight hard to get up to the top. This is fantastic news.
Yeah, low key, think he's helping with the cause with shit like this, let him cook. No, dude, you want to know why? I used to think that too. But these past couple of years, like especially with Elon Musk getting a prominent position in the government, has caused me to realize that no, actually people don't realize how fucking stupid these dudes are. They don't realize how evil these dudes are. They just genuinely think it's God ordained. And they deserve the position that they have in society. I'm not even kidding. Like poor hogs love this shit, dude. They love this shit. Americans are incredibly servile. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. Oh my God. They cannot imagine looking at a guy like this and thinking that's a villain. That's an evil villain. He's doing evil villain talk right now.
News, and of course I applaud it. What can be wrong with this?
Really?
Yes, really.
So somebody living on
I celebrate capitalism.
$1 a day in Africa is getting up in the morning and saying, "I'm going to be Bill Gates."
That's the motivation
Only
everybody
thing
needs.
between me and
I'm
that
not
guy
against
is
charity.
She's right. She should cook his ass. Damn, look at the CBC, bro. Yeah. Someone living on $1 a day in Africa is gonna look up to Bill Gates and be like, "Thank God, one day, me too." Only thing you hear that? Hey guys, if you live in the global South and your government has been destabilized actively or propped up by the Western forces, okay, and you're working in horrifying conditions every day, you just didn't aspire hard enough. You don't have that Sigma grind set, dude.
Motivation. I just need to pull up my socks.
I am not.
I don't have socks.
Look, don't tell me that you want to redistribute wealth again. That's never going to happen. Okay?
You know what? You take a simple stat like this, which is neither good nor bad. It's just a fact.
It's a celebratory stat. I'm very excited about it. I'm wonderful to see it happen. I tell kids every day,
bro, this is literally like, if we did not have an entirely captive, entirely servile population, this is basically the same as the let them eat cake. Okay, this is a let them eat cake statement, straight up. And don't come in here and tell me, actually that quote is incorrect or whatever. Okay, it serves the same purpose. Okay, it serves the same goddamn purpose. He literally said, by the way, the 3.5 billion people living in poverty, like the top however many people have as much wealth as the bottom 3.5 billion, that number has worsened. Or if you're Kevin O'Leary, it's gotten way more fantastic. Okay, Mr. Fantastic. Just so you understand, wealth has consolidated in the hands of even less people now. I think the last Oxfam number is something like the top 3 people have as much money as the bottom 50%. It's no longer even 85 people. It's now like 3. Asking my landlord to raise my rent to motivate me to grind more next month. Yeah, Sigma grind set, baby.
I'm just going to.
What's wrong with
comes
this?
up at a cocktail party.
No, Amanda. What's wrong with this statement?
One possible response
if you
to it.
work hard, you might be stinking rich.
We're talking about people in extreme abject poverty.
Correct. 3 richest dudes in the U.S. have more money than the bottom 50%. Oh my God.
That's how you get $3.5 billion.
No, we're not. You were just talking about really
category.
rich people.
No.
Oh my God, I hate this person so much. I have so much disdain in my heart for him and just all of these guys.
Company, and you go in there, you cut 20% more than your initial read. And then you find, like a pool of mercury, the organization gels back together again.
You hear stuff like this. You don't, be honest. You hear this fucking douchebag, okay, say stuff like that, and you don't even for a moment think imagine if there was a competent government that just sent him to the countryside for a little bit to toil the land. Really? You don't think that? You're lying if you don't think that, okay? Now, I'm not saying that's the best possible way to go about it, okay? Many different methods exist. Seizing his assets? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, that's funny. That's cool, man. Oh, you think poor people deserve less? You think it's awesome that hundreds of thousands of federal government employees are about to be, hi, are you still pro-terrorism? Hi, checking in here. Are you still pro-terrorism? That's so funny. Don't ban this guy. Anyway, it's extra funny because I was in the process of talking about like sending this guy to the countryside, and this dude is like, hi, are you still pro-terrorism? Anyway. It's rehabilitation, okay? It's rehabilitation. That's what I'm an advocate for. expropriate is the most beautiful word in the English language. Maoist Trump. JD Pondon. Tariffs are no longer the most beautiful word in the English language. Believe me, it's expropriation. There can be no end to exploitation of the American working class without expropriation. Anyway.
Always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste.
If that's the case, why don't we take away all your wealth and then make you start from square one again? I mean, after all, you've done it once, you can do it again, right? And also, it's super simple, right? It'll make you grind harder, Kevin. I think that's what we should do. We should hit a reset real quick, you know? Dude, think about how much motivation he will have if he has nothing, okay? The less you have, the more aspirational you are. Get back in the grind, dog. You should be excited. Oh.
FAA, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing,
cobalt.
Keep hacking while you have a...
Yeah. The new old coding system, Cobalt.
24-month mandate before the
At least he got close enough, dude. I don't even think Elon knows what that is, okay? For the record. At least he got close enough to saying sounding it out almost correctly. Close enough, okay? I know it's Cobalt. All I'm stating is Elon doesn't even know what that is. That's how low the fucking standards are.
Terms. Cut. More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody should be happy
with the nuclear codes, cut them too?
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
But it's not clear that they're even asking people to show us what you're doing. Again, this was a story Friday, and literally Elon said, oops, we gotta rehire them because nobody knows how to do what these people know how to do.
Yeah, the nuclear thing, okay, gets it wrong once in a while, big deal, so what?
I agree with that.
That's 10% of the time.
It's okay. I actually think it's okay if they run into a stumble here or there because the project is so massive. The need to cut is so massive. The government is so massive. It's inconceivable that you wouldn't make a mistake here or there. But I think that's acceptable if the greater goal is achieved, which is a smaller government, more efficient government, trim the fat.
Even if someone dies, or even if someone, because
Are
we're
you
talking
alleging
about,
that someone has died from this?
we don't know. I'm talking about when the rubber meets the road. I'm talking about, for example, Kansas City, 30,000 government employees might be laid off. It will destroy the economy of Kansas City. That's okay.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm reading what the individuals from Kansas City have been saying, that they're very concerned.
What do you think they're going to say when they're going to get whacked?
Of course they're going to say that. But my point is, do we think that's smart to live in an American city just go under?
How many American cities need a massively oversized federal government to stay afloat? I mean, isn't that says more about the city than the government?
But when did we get to the point where presidents are measuring themselves by how many people they put out of work instead of how many people they get jobs
Not a
for?
moment too soon.
Yeah,
this
is crazy. This is
because the government only ever gets bigger.
Yeah, of course. Oh, God. I hate this. I hate this so much because under normal circumstances, everyone should understand the position that he's advocating for, which is mass layoffs. He doesn't have to care about it because his job relies on him being careless about that sort of thing. He probably doesn't have any immediate family members that will be impacted by this. Okay? This is at the heart of so much of the conservative commentary, just being a smug, out of touch asshole. Incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating.
Chickens, hopefully they lay some eggs and maybe then we can afford it.
This strikes me as something that was done just for the sake of doing. And I think it
I
was,
already talked about this before with Alabama, the state of Alabama. In the state of Alabama, the University of Alabama is the second largest hiring body in the entire state. Okay, public sector jobs that'll be lost in that process. Okay, they rely on those grants. Cut those grants, you have to cut those jobs. A lot of those people that are being cut on the overhead side are going to not necessarily be woke and gay college professors or whatever, even though that's also ridiculous, right? To cut those jobs is also ridiculous. But they are going to be, janitorial staff and things like that, okay?
It was a tone-deaf move. It wasn't a big enough cut to do anything. It was a completely tone-deaf move. I mean, I find people are always interested in efficiency as long as it doesn't affect them. And it's strange to me that we got enough people to go and ride around the racetrack.
Yeah, that's not just the case in Alabama. It's almost every state public sector is a top employer.
Behind the presidential limousine and such, and to guard 3 residences. And we're never cutting people from there. But to come now and make sort of a tone-deaf move to cut the FAA is again, this is an image thing, and they want to be seen as doing something.
Now to President Trump and Elon Musk's latest moves to reshape the federal government. The top Social Security official stepped down after Musk's team requested access to sensitive personal data about millions of Americans. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking it from Mar-a-Lago. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And this is just the latest official to leave after clashing with Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency. And it comes as federal workers are bracing for more layoffs and firings today.
Elon Musk has got to go.
Overnight, protests popping up in cities across the country.
Where is Congress?
Hundreds demonstrating against President Trump and Elon Musk as they push forward with changes to shrink the size of the federal government. ABC News learning the top Social Security official has stepped down after clashing with the Department of Government Efficiency over access to the sensitive personal information of millions of Americans, including financial data.
I can't. What I'm about to say, I mean with all sincerity, okay? I would rather have foreign adversaries have access to my sensitive information than this guy, okay? Like, I'd rather have the CCP have access to this information than Elon Musk. That is how little I trust Elon Musk, okay? The fact that he is going to have access to, like, Social Security data and information, like Social Security numbers, is so insane. What's, I guess, the most shocking aspect of this is that he also looks like a villain. He sounds like a villain. He is a billionaire who engages in space travel and also has a brain chipping operation. And so many people are just like, nah, that's my king. That's my God king. It's great. I want him to have access to all matter of information. I would love to use his credit card payment system that he will inevitably create off of all of this data that he probably will keep certainly secure. Like, he unironically does everything that people think Bill Gates is doing and hate Bill Gates for. There are plenty of good reasons to hate Bill Gates. People hate Bill Gates because of the things that they think Bill Gates is doing that Elon Musk is actually doing. But those very same people love Elon Musk. Make this make sense.
And employment information.
President Trump has directed Elon Musk and the DOGE team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration.
Musk's team has also requested access to a data system at the IRS that retains Americans' personal tax information and includes their tax filings and bank statements. Democrats pushing back.
If you think there's fraud, then why did you fire all the inspector generals, okay? If you think there's something we can do here, then let's do this the right way.
Across the federal government, firings touching more than a dozen agencies, from the CDC to Veterans Affairs, and even the Federal Aviation Administration. At the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the union warning they expect a 50% cut to the workforce by May. Sources tell us 15,000 workers at the IRS have been identified for possible termination, with tax season just around the corner. Victoria tells us she was laid off from the Forest Service in Montana.
Elon Musk doesn't even know my job exists, right? But like, we do a lot. I mean, I'm a public servant, and I do this job because I love it. So yeah, I'm devastated, and my whole community lost their jobs, and I don't know what I'm going to do now.
Other government workers like Elizabeth Anaskevich, who works for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, says she doesn't even have enough information to file for unemployment.
We were just basically tossed out on the streets, and so that has been.
I'm calling it. Joe Rogan is going to say that he'd love for Elon to have access to his bank account because he knows money. Oh God. We are progressively getting dumber and dumber, dude.
Been angering and heartbreaking. And our pay stopped the day we got the termination letter. So we're all without a paycheck as of Tuesday.
I really did not think that people would be like this open to, you know how like everyone was angry about AI possibly cutting jobs and stuff? Like there was a decent amount of people. You know, that's why Andrew Yang got any motion whatsoever. Okay, so the difference is like instead of AI, it's a bot cutting the jobs. A South African bot cutting the jobs. But as long as he says the right things, you're like, hell yeah, brother, that's good. So when does the economy crash after firing all these workers? Because that's kind of inevitable to firing hundreds of thousands from the well-paying public sector work. We already have a massive underemployment crisis in this country where everyone basically has to do gig economy work and barely make ends meet, or even do gig economy work on top of the existing jobs that they have. Okay. And in spite of all of that, the last remaining like middle class jobs that are readily available with like decent benefits that still don't pay a lot, mind you, are going away. America is just going to be a collection of, you know, maximum 100,000 millionaires and billionaires. And then everyone else in the country is going to be straight up the underclass, the permanent underclass.
So the administration has not provided any clarity on just how many federal workers have been let go, but they did give every single federal agency a deadline of today to let go of any probationary workers. George.
And Rachel, the president has made a controversial pick to be the top federal prosecutor in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, this is an important role, and the president has nominated Ed Martin. Martin has pushed false claims about the 2020 election. He defended January 6 rioters in court, and then he ultimately, in his interim role, helped dismiss those cases and fire the prosecutors who brought those charges. He will have to be confirmed by the U.S. Senate to keep that role permanently, George.
Hey, Rachel, thanks very much.
It wasn't long ago. Top Democrats, people that you know.
Yeah, this was Caroline Leavitt. Here, this is the summary of it. Trying to do damage control because as soon as Elon Musk started talking about Social Security, which we covered extensively earlier, right? Saying that he's going to engage in some cuts. Obviously, Fox News, which is an audience comprised of, 800-year-old people who obviously don't want their Social Security to be cut, freaked out. So immediately Trump had to send Caroline Leavitt on there to be like, no, we're not touching Social Security, I promise. So let's take a look at what this brown noser has to say.
We're advocating for Donald Trump's very plan. Take a listen.
This report tells us how to cut waste, cut red tape, streamline the bureaucracy, change procurement rules.
Oh, God, I hate this so much. Oh, my God. Hey, what now? What now, liberals? You understand? This is what happens when you engage in any sort of right-wing initiative. Okay? This is what you get. This is what you get. They use the shit that you did back in the day against you.
Change the personnel rules and create a government that works better and costs less.
By paying for these plans first with cuts in government waste and efficiency,
Second, with cuts, not gimmicks, in government spending.
We'll prove that we can spend the money we have in an appropriate way and stop wasting so much of it.
But over the next several months, we will be looking at every other agency and program, asking the direct question, do we really need this agency? Do we really need this program?
20 years into a period in our history where most American wage earners are working longer work weeks for stagnant wages. It is outrageous for the government to have rules and regulations which take those people's money from them and spend it on things that cannot be justified.
One of the commitments that I made to the American people was that we...
Wow. I love this. Clip farm from 1993. It's not even a clip farm. They did do this, and they did advocate for this. It almost feels like neoliberalism and austerity is bipartisan. Oh my God. It almost feels like exactly what I say all the time in terms of what I hate about liberals is true. Obama also said that cutting the DOE is a terrible mistake. I know it's gotten worse over time. But if your fundamental principles are aligned with the opposing party, then you still take initiatives in that same vein, in the same direction. What does austerity mean, streamer man? Austerity is belt tightening, okay? Fiscal responsibility, cutting social safety nets, cutting expenditures, cutting government spending. You know, things that the Democrats have also done. A theory stream. Wait, austerity has nothing to do with theory. It's a pretty basic it's a word in the English language and a pretty basic concept. Isn't it not that black and white, though? What Dem cut is different than what Republicans cut? No. No, across the board, I do not maintain a position that federal worker cuts are good, okay? I don't think it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. These guys, do you think, let me ask you this way, okay? Do you think that these guys, when they were pledging to cut government waste, okay, when they were saying that, do you think that they were like, yeah, there's a lot of wasteful spending in the government? Or do you think they actually were saying the exact same thing that Trump is saying right now, but because they're liberals, you just have this assumption that no, they are actually doing this for the greater good? It's the same exact shit. It's just a different party. Same suit, different tie, but you automatically assume, oh, this might be actually for good purpose. It's not. It's just the same shit. Unless you legitimately think that because Trump became president, that all of a sudden planes started falling out of the sky. Unless you legitimately think that, which I don't. I know I joke around about this a lot, but these are issues born out of austerity and born out of layoffs and born out of corner cutting, cost cutting measures that were set in motion many decades ago. This kind of stuff doesn't happen overnight.
We would do a better job here in Washington in rooting out wasteful spending.
And in that process, now you understand how the Republicans get to move even further right on this issue. Why do the Republicans get to move further right on this issue? Because the Democrats move right on this issue. This video, this collection of videos is a perfect example of this problem that liberals have. Okay? This is it. This is the ratchet effect in action, right in front of your eyes. This is why I am so angry all the time at the things that the Democrats do, because that's supposed to be the party that you can kind of change. That's supposed to be the party that's supposed to exist as a counterweight to Republican initiatives.
Ah, amazing. They sound like Donald Trump, except they never got the job done. How times have changed. Now, tonight there are reports.
They did get the job done, by the way. Sean Hannity is wrong.
Reports of a collective panic in the Washington swamp, a flood of new real estate listings as Trump dismantles the Washington bureaucracy at a rapid pace, which brings us to our Hannity Washington brief with Caroline Webb.
Yes, Mind Drive, which is one of the biggest liberals in this chat, is 100% correct. See, in 2 decades, Republicans will use footage of Dems supporting the immigration bill and saying, see, it won't take 2 decades. It'll happen now. If the Democrats actually were to actively start talking about these mass deportations as a negative, which they haven't, by the way, suspiciously, have you noticed that they haven't done that? They would do that.
And joining us with more, White House Press Secretary, the one and only Caroline Leavitt. I got these clips today, and I looked at them, and I said, oh, wow, they wanted to be Donald Trump, but they weren't able to pull it off. What's your reaction?
That's exactly right, Sean. If you just watched that video, but shut your eyes and listened to the words from those Democrat politicians, you would think you are listening to President Trump, Elon Musk, and our entire administration, who are saying the exact same things that Democrat politicians promised the American people they would do for decades. President Trump is just the first president in our lifetimes to actually do it. And now you see the Democrat Party and the mainstream media spiraling out of control about a very simple promise: rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal bureaucracy. This is a promise President Trump campaigned on. He is now delivering on it. And I've been fighting fake news reporters all day long here in the Washington, D.C. swamp, who are trying to fearmonger the American people into believing that this administration is going after their hard-earned tax dollars and their hard-earned Social Security checks. So I want to set the record straight on your show tonight, Sean, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do so. President Trump.
Yeah. No. We're not coming after your hard-earned Social Security dollars. I promise. We're just looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. She has to say that because everyone that watches Fox News is 800 years old.
Trump has directed Elon Musk and the DOGE team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They haven't dug into the books yet, but they suspect that there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. And so their goal in going into the Social Security Administration is to identify 3 things. Number 1, to identify duplicate payments and to end them. Number 2, to identify payments that are going to deceased people who are no longer living and should no longer be receiving that money. And number 3, to protect the integrity of this system for hardworking Americans who have been paying into it their entire lives. So rest assured to all of the people watching your show tonight, if you paid into the system honestly, you will continue to receive your Social Security checks. Do not buy into the lies from the legacy fake news media who are trying to fear you and scare you into believing otherwise. This is what we've seen them do about President Trump for years with every promise that he has made. And he's going in there to protect your hard-earned money. That is the ultimate goal.
Okay, now they have apparently found 8.7 million Americans who are listed. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know if they're being paid, but they're listed and they're on the Social Security roll. Their names are there that are over 130 years old. 8.7 million Americans listed, and as Elon said, far more eligible Social Security numbers than there are actual citizens in the U.S. But we don't know.
Yeah. I wonder what this inconsistency represents. Does this mean that we are interpreting the data falsely? Interpreting the data that we're looking at incorrectly because we're a bunch of incompetent morons with no actual experience in this field? Or maybe it's actually that there is mass waste, fraud, and abuse occurring. Now, let me explain something to you. And this is something that will most likely happen. There will be real instances of waste, fraud, and abuse. Okay? Just like there's instances of waste in USAID or whatever the fuck, right? Obviously, of course there is. Just so you understand. It's just not what they're talking about, and that's not what they're going after. But they will use real examples to package up this broader narrative that there is, 150 million Americans that are over the age of 200 or whatever. Okay.
Oh, yet if checks are being sent to either individuals that are dead or maybe family members that are receiving them, we just know their names are still on the list, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's exactly right. There are a lot of unanswered questions, but that's exactly why these Social Security employees, I may add, are digging into the books and going line by line because past administrations have refused to do this very time-consuming but necessary work. And I want to emphasize that these are Social Security political appointees. With every change of a new administration, you have new political appointees, just like me and my colleagues at the White House, who onboard to serve the elected president. That's called a democracy. And for far too long, we've had a bureaucracy that has been running these agencies. And look at what has resulted in tens of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse every single year that we know of. And so these DOGE employees, these Social Security employees are onboarding as Social Security Administration employees, political appointees, and they have every right to administer President Trump's agenda.
Khaled.
And that's their main focus with this effort. Not just at Social Security, but of course at every agency, as you know.
I don't want to give away the interview tomorrow with President Trump and Elon, but I can give a few headlines. There's no conflict between them. There's no power struggle. There's no ambiguity as to who the president is. And what I observe both in front of the camera and behind the camera are people that had a great relationship. I don't want to give too much away. People will decide for themselves. You were there for a lot of it. You agree?
I definitely agree. And I witnessed this relationship firsthand every single day in the Oval Office and at the White House. And President Trump has tasked Elon Musk with administering his America First agenda.
Oh, my God. This is going to be a spectacular failure. Oh, Sean Hannity is basically Sean Hannity having to say this ahead of time. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, why is this something that you feel the need to address, I wonder? The very fact that you feel the need to address this speculation means that there is probably either on the Trump side or someone else saw all of this narrative, all of this rhetoric, and got upset enough to want to address it.
Just like the rest of us who serve at the pleasure of the president, but most importantly serve the American people. More than 77 million Americans re-elected President Trump to promote monumental, fundamental change, to shake up the Washington swamp. And there's nobody better than Elon Musk to do that. He is a once-in-a-generation business leader. He sent rocket ships to space. He's far smarter than many of the people who are grunting and moaning on Capitol Hill about these efforts are. And he's the perfect person to help President Trump with this effort. The mainstream media wants to drive a wedge between their relationship, but they are failing. And our entire team is unified behind President Trump to deliver on the promises he made to the American people on the campaign trail.
All right. That is this week's Hannity White House briefing with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Caroline, great to have you as always. Thank you. You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware, that the media and the punditry class, not that, I think you've proven they have no power anymore because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They just.
Is it loud?
They threw everything, lawfare, weaponization. Sure. And now I see they want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't, they have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. They said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock.
Oh, he hates it. Oh, he hates it. Oh my God. Oh, hell yes. He hates it and Musk loves it.
And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity. I could do, outside of you and a few of your very good friends, it's like the craziest thing. But you know what I have learned, Elon? The people are smart. They get.
Wait. You think so? Are you sure? Are you coping? No, I think so. The very fact that they're addressing this implies that the narrative is obviously being discussed behind closed doors. Donald Trump is Mr. Marketing. He's also a very narcissistic and oftentimes very emotional man. Okay? He's super thin-skinned. So when people attribute like all of his agency's accomplishments, all of his government's accomplishments to Elon Musk, he will inevitably get mad. This is the one area where we need liberals. Liberals are so good at this stuff. They will constantly talk about how, oh, they're doing gay stuff. They're having gay sex in the White House. Like, that's like, I get that. I guess I just see more internal stability than his first go around when people were getting fired daily. You see more internal stability. Oh, yes, Donald Trump, outside of Elon Musk, has strengthened his ranks with loyalists. Like, that's number one. That's what they care about more than anything else. Loyal to Trump, loyal to the MAGA agenda, whatever that might be. That obviously means whatever Trump wants. That much is true. Having said that, it's only been a month, chatter. Give it some breathing room. They already had a Trump-appointed Federalist Society prosecutor drop out because of the Eric Adams case. That was a Trump appointee.
Get it.
Yeah, they do, actually.
They get it. They really see what's happening.
Yes.
You're going to rescue astronauts. And now, and again, you do all of this. I would think liberals would love the fact that you have the biggest electric vehicle company in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be adored by the left, you know.
Yeah, not anymore.
Less so these days.
He killed that, huh?
I mean, less so.
I really didn't.
Well, I mean, this whole sort of like, you know, they call it like Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah. And I didn't, you know, you don't realize how real this is until like you can't reason with people.
You don't realize how real this is? Dog, you literally thought President DeSantis. You were in the tank for Ronald McDonald DeSantis. Did we just collectively experience amnesia? He kept shitting on Trump, saying he was old as dirt, saying he was incompetent, and that Ron DeSantis will lead the new charge. Did everybody forget about this? I feel like you guys also forgot about this. It wasn't that long ago, man. Look at Trump's face.
So, like, I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner, and it was like a nice, quiet dinner, and everyone was behaving normally. And then I happened to mention, this is before the election, like a month or two before, I happened to mention the president's name. And it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies, okay? And they're like, wow! And I'm like, what is wrong? Like, guys, like,
Oh, he hates when he does the autistic dinosaur move, dude. Look. Look at Trump's face.
I mean, and rabies, okay? And they're like, wow! And I'm like, what is...
Look at Trump's face. Okay, here's another lock. I think Trump is going to start saying the R word behind closed doors to talk about Elon and then accidentally let it slip in public. No, he's not going to call Elon the R word in public, but I think Donald Trump is going to publicly say the R word because he's been using it more frequently, because he's constantly talking about Elon with that word. Trump hates nerds. He's old school. He still sees nerds as evil guys. Like in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, Donald Trump hated, much like me, the Big Bang Theory. Yeah, that's my goat right there. That's my catty bitch.
Guys, like you just can't have like a normal conversation. Yeah. And it's like it's like they become completely irrational.
It's too soon to tell how serious President Trump is in defiance of the Constitution. In his first 28 days, he signed an order to nullify birthright citizenship for some, a right guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, and he has closed agencies and frozen spending that Congress mandated by law. Lower courts are holding up many of the president's priorities, but nothing has risen to the Supreme Court, where these battles over presidential power could rewrite history. Presidents often push limits, FDR's New Deal, for example, and voters in this last election.
Yeah, Trump is just like FDR. I mean, technically it's not true. I mean, technically it's
for power
correct.
May be unprecedented. One example is a 63-year-old
but in the opposite direction.
Agency created by Congress, codified in law, and eviscerated by Trump in a matter of days.
No, Trump is like FDR. He is. He's just reverse FDR. He's reverse FDR in the sense that everybody gets polio. He's reverse FDR in the sense that he's going to undermine all of the initiatives taken under the leadership of FDR. He's also very similar to FDR in the sense that, like, he is basically operating like a... Like he's doing a lot, okay? That's it. It's motion. He's got a lot of motion. Are you going to react to the A$AP Rocky verdict? Trump will free him. Trump freed him once. He'll free him again.
The story will continue in a moment.
People are really scared. I think that, 12 days ago, people knew where their next paycheck was coming from. They knew how they were going to pay for their kids' daycare, their medical bills, and then all gone overnight.
All gone overnight for Christina Dry and Adam Dubard.
You reacting to this or what? No, Jay Mershon. I am not going to be reacting to the Jube. Okay? I don't care that other people are going crazy over it. I don't care to hear from Michael Knowles. Nor do I care to watch as that other chatter called the Jube. That was funny. Hey, HasanAbi, are you going to react to the Jube today? The Jube. You gonna react to the Jube vid?
Fired this month in the chaotic shutdown of foreign aid distributed by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. More than 8,000 USAID
I'll watch the Sam
employees
Cedar
were
episode.
sent
It's the
home
only one I'll
by
watch.
the administration.
They're not looking for competency. They're not looking for if you're good at your job. They're looking for pure loyalty tests. And if you don't give it, you will be punished.
And they had to leave the building. And these are folks who had decades and decades of public service serving USAID across administrations, from, George Bush to Obama to the first Trump administration. And they were never able to walk back in the building again.
There was no process? No one explained to them why they were being relieved?
To my knowledge, they received an email, and then if they didn't leave the building, they were escorted out of the building.
USAID was dismantled on Trump's order, even though it was mandated by Congress and its funding was required by law. The president says he has the authority to shut down an independent agency like USAID.
He most definitely does not.
Andrew Natsios is a former member of the Republican National Committee. He's a professor of government at Texas A&M University, and in the Bush White House, he was administrator of USAID.
He cannot rescind federal law by executive order, and AID is a statutory agency. The Foreign Assistance Act, I believe, is 300 or 400 pages long. You can't rescind that without an act of the Congress, and the Congress has not acted.
Acting on his own, the president started by destroying USAID's image. In online posts, the administration smeared USAID as...
It's so funny. It's like, here's a former Bush administration official saying Trump can't do that. And then fast cut that Trump just did that thing that he said you couldn't do. Incredible.
As, quote, a criminal organization, and called employees worms.
USAID, it's a disaster. What the people, radical left lunatics.
About USAID, President Trump has said, quote, billions of dollars have been stolen. The whole thing is a fraud.
It's utter nonsense. The most accountable aid agency in the world is USAID. I've written actually widely on this subject. 40% of the staff are accountants and lawyers and people trying to make sure no money is stolen. We've created systems to monitor that. What they did was they went back 20 years.
That seems inefficient. Fire them all. Accountants and lawyers, 40% of the staff, fire them. You wouldn't need them if you were not doing woke nonsense.
To try to find things. If you have to go back 20 years to find abuse, that means there isn't that much abuse.
USAID spending in 2023 was $38 billion. That's less than 1% of the federal budget. Natsios told us there is waste and occasion.
Stop, man. It's just stop. Just don't say his last. Just refer to him by his first name. It's hard. It's hard for me to pay attention when you keep calling him by his last name, which sounds like what I would call Axios. Like that's a nickname I would give to Axios. Like, oh, look at Natsios doing the thing again.
Fraud like any big agency, think of the Pentagon, but the money, he says, is watched by officials including those in the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget.
The question is, why did the Congress approve all these contracts and grants and programs all these years? Why did OMB approve them? Why did the State Department, F office?
What do you mean? Because they're all woke, dog. What? Answered. Asked and answered, bro. Because they're also gay and woke. Hello? What do you mean?
The F office controls all foreign aid spending. Every line item in the USAID budget is approved by 3 different bodies: the F office, OMB, and the Congressional Oversight Committees, of which there are 4. No one caught all these horrible abuses? That's just not believable.
Instead of asking Congress to change the law, Trump handed the budget axe to billionaire Elon Musk. Musk is racing through the government, cutting jobs and budgets with his own newly created organization he calls DOGE.
Axios leans left. Why does Hasan think they're right? Why do people think Axios is a left-wing publication? They never have been a left-wing publication. They are a center-right publication. What the hell is going on? This is not the first time I heard this too. Axios is a right-wing publication that is a center-right publication. Is it because of that COVID interview with Donald Trump? Is that why? Where are these people coming from that think Axios is a left-wing or like a left publication? A guy on YouTube called Asmongold center left today. If Asmongold is center left, then I make Stalin look like an anarchist. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm so hyper left that I'm operating on a different plane of existence, I guess. Are these people out of touch, or is the window shifting? Leftistly cozying up to the State Department establishment? Who's doing that? If Asmongold is center left, who's right wing? Like, what is right wing then? Asmongold is center left. His favorite politician, Donald Trump, also center left. Adolf Hitler, center. Adolf Hitler was a centrist because, you know, he was a vegetarian, I guess.
Or the Department of Government Efficiency.
The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that.
DOGE was authorized by Trump, and beginning in January, DOGE engineers rapidly gained wide access to the computer networks of the U.S. Treasury. A longtime Treasury official who tried to stop them was put on leave. Now, DOGE has accessed at least 19 other agencies.
You're principally reporting on what's happened to USAID. It's a dress rehearsal.
Chris Coons is a Democratic senator from Delaware, a member of the Committees on Appropriations and Foreign Relations.
Next up is the Department of Education. They're going to take it down next. They're already talking about getting into and going after the Department of Labor, the Veterans Administration, the Department.
He told his in charge chat yesterday he would have voted for Bernie and would do it again if he ran. He told him he is for UBI, and they turned on him so fast, Lamau. Yeah. I don't even... I'm not even going to go ahead and say that, like, I disbelieve him when he says that, but it doesn't matter when you're doing, you know, 6 hours of pro-Trump glazing talking about how he's making America great. It doesn't fucking matter if you say you'd vote for Bernie Sanders. You know? Why is it bad to have had the take that the US tells everyone what to do? They do whatever we say, like you said. That is how you felt, but didn't say much. Why do you have to hide that take? Just wondering. I felt the same. What? Dude, I'm so confused. When have I don't think I've ever hidden that thing that I say all the time that you're admitting that I say all the time. Why does he completely hate your takes if you actually had Bernie Sanders on the stream and we're agreeing with each other practically the whole time?
Department of Defense, the Social Security Administration. Why?
Yeah, this was another oopsie. USDA says it accidentally fired officials working on the bird flu and is trying to rehire them. In a statement, the Agricultural Department spokesperson told NBC News that officials are working to swiftly rectify the situation. Oops. Theo Vaughn told Bernie to his face that he would want him to run alongside Trump. It's a normal position. Yes, Asmongold is smarter than Theo Vaughn. I 100% will stand on this. You guys forget, Asmongold worked at the fucking IRS, dude. What are you talking about? I'm not sure about that. Yes. Asmongold worked at the IRS.
Do you believe you have a sense of what DOGE is doing?
No, I think DOGE is an unelected, unofficial, small group of young tech bros who are charging into different federal agencies, getting into their core computer systems, doing things with them that at least I don't know the full details of, copying and downloading reams of data.
What does it matter that DOGE has access to U.S. government computer systems?
What matters is that the U.S. government has information about you, about me, our Social Security information, our Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefit payments, things that matter to us, obviously our tax filings. And if they have access to it and control it, they can change it.
DOGE demanded and received total control of USAID.
Elon Musk works at SpaceX and Tesla. Is he smart because of that also? Or are you only smart if you work at the IRS? Okay. Let me ask you a question. What do you think Elon Musk does at SpaceX and at Tesla? A better comparison would be if you said your friend with a master's in like aerospace and mechanical engineering works at SpaceX as an engineer working on, their latest rocket technology. Would you say that he's smart just because he worked at SpaceX? I would say yes, he is probably smart. Elon Musk doesn't need to have those qualifications or be smart. Elon Musk has money. Do you think the IRS hires random people with no information whatsoever and no competency whatsoever? Like, no. I think it is indicative, and that's why it's shocking for many people when they find this out, because it is very different than the way Asmongold presents himself now. There's a reason why that fact is so shocking that some of you are having a hard time coping with that reality. Anyway, yeah, he looked a lot more normal. Also, I like that I simply said that Asmongold, I think, is probably smarter than Theo Vaughn, which is like an insanely low bar to clear.
Unclassified computer network, including all financial and personnel files. One USAID employee told us that a DOGE engineer used the computer to give himself access to classified spaces in the building. That USAID employee told us they didn't know if the DOGE engineer entered those spaces, but the employee said that is the problem with all of this. We don't know what's been compromised.
What are they going to do with the information? Are they, we don't know who these people are. We don't know what controls have been placed on the information.
Randy Chester has worked for USAID 21 years under 4 presidents, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. He represents the agency workforce for the American Foreign Service Association. DOGE arrived at USAID January 27th, and that same day, USAID's top 58 managers were given 45 minutes to get out. The 58 senior managers, how would you describe them?
They're the best professionals I've had the privilege to work with or work under. Their integrity is without question. I think to a person, they believe in the mission of USAID and they believe in the ideals of public service.
USAID's signage was hastily covered in what employees saw as a gleeful put-down. But this past week, there was a partial reprieve. A judge temporarily restored funds to USAID's partners working overseas. Already, at least 67 lawsuits have been filed against the new administration. In the Oval Office with Musk, Trump said, quote, "I always abide by the courts." But he also said this.
We want to weed out the corruption, and it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's very...
Wow, I can't believe Donald Trump is not consistent with a thing that he said in the past. Wow. How shocking. Wow. Let me tell you how surprised I am that Donald Trump lied.
Very serious. I think it's a very serious violation.
We've seen flashpoints in these fights before. We've never seen this fight unfold across such a broad front and at such a basic level where a president is claiming so much of Congress's constitutional powers.
See, that's the reason why they're doing it through DOGE, by the way, chatters. Because I know that a lot of chatters are like, why doesn't he do this through Congress? Because no congressperson would ever let this happen. And yes, that includes Republicans as well. Okay. And number 2, it is a part of their agenda. Okay. It is a part of their agenda to not ask for permission. They are doing this deliberately. They are trying to, and successfully, making the power of the executive office far grander than it ever was before. And as is the case, this is not a new concept. Trump is not an aberration. He is a logical conclusion. That's precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why the unitary executive theory
was set in motion and even applied and greatly expanded on far before Donald Trump even had aspirations for government. Okay? That's it.
Vladeck is a professor of constitutional law at Georgetown University Law Center.
Fraud doesn't negate statutes that Congress has enacted. Fraud just provides an excuse for revisiting them. And so the problem is that you see these claims of fraud by President Trump, by Elon Musk, that really feel like they're fig leaves.
If it's a fig leaf, what are they covering up?
I think what we're really seeing is a consolidation of power. And so fraud provides a plausible sounding reason for running over what had been historical constraints, whether they were statutes or norms, limiting the president's ability to centralize power. The end game here seems to be controlling every single apparatus of the federal government directly out of the White House. And that's just never been how we've understood.
Yeah. Another thing that they're going to do is another thing that they're going to have to tackle eventually, and they're kind of doing this with USAID, is undermine congressionally approved spending in all areas, not just like areas that pertain to foreign policy or immigration or whatever, but like actively intercept and refuse when there is pre-existing government legislation that dictates that money be spent a certain way. That is what's up next. Let the 400 plus agencies do what they want. Yeah, no, literally that. Exactly. What? Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. Yeah. The fuck? Yeah, there is a division of labor and a division of responsibility in the regulatory bodies. And that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And that's why they hire scientists. What? Yeah, this chatter brings up a good point. Look up the word agency, like the definition. Also, I don't know if you know this, but like, while the agency appointments to a certain degree are dictated by the government, dictated by the executive, after an election you win and you change the structure a little bit, the agencies didn't materialize out of nowhere. They were created by Congress. Like, that is the legislative body that created the agencies and tasked them to take on certain roles. And the reason for why, as I was saying earlier, educate yourself. Don't always ask Hasan. Yeah. The congressional veto override is absolute constitutional proof that the president does not have the power to pick and choose what congressional spending he will allow. Yeah, I don't think they care about that. They're trying to, I forget what they're trying to use, but Republicans are very good at finding like some random 19th century provision to be like, see, this law actually allows us to veto expenditures. What did they call it? I forget what it's called. Impoundment. Is that what it is? Yeah. Now, obviously, the overarching goal is the same, right? The goal there is obviously to override congressional authority in terms of how much power it has how much power it has over the purse, which is like the one thing that Congress has power over. Okay? But they are claiming, just like Nixon did in the past, to use presidential impoundment. Okay? Most Americans have never heard the term impoundment, a process through which the president withholds federal money that Congress has already appropriated for a specific purpose. It is entirely unconstitutional, for the record. Not that that word even means anything. Okay? I hope you understand. This word, unconstitutional, is meaningless. Okay? But for anyone following the events out of Washington recently, the term has been in news frequently. In fact, the issue is potentially one that might produce a major constitutional crisis in the coming months. Will it? I don't know. President Donald Trump has been hell-bent on using the executive authority to cut as much of the federal agency spending as possible. He's already gone after a number of targets ranging from the U.S. Agency for International Aid Development on the National Institute to the National Institutes of Health. He asserted the president's long-recognized impoundment power and vowed to use it to squeeze the bloated federal bureaucracy for massive savings. Yeah. I just wish that the Democrats operated like this as well, by the way, because I am not I will use, as long as institutions exist, as long as legal hurdles exist, when the Republicans are in charge and they want to do something awful, I will always demand that the Democratic Party use them. But if there was ever a real Labor Party, if there was ever a real left party, I would tell you, I don't give a shit about any of these institutions. I don't give a shit about any of these fucking norms, okay? I'm just letting you know. That's why I always say I wish the Democrats truly cared about working class Americans and actually operated, at least in terms of politics, like the way that the Republicans do. Find some random, ridiculous rule in the book from, 1812 to be like, hey, sorry, America, we have to, we have to have permanent full employment. Sorry, and the government has to create these jobs. They just don't do that. West Wing fantasy works better. No, I'm just saying, they could technically try and do this. They just don't have any motivation to do this because they get paid by the same corporate benefactors. Okay? Midas Touch just dethroned Joe Rogan as the #1 podcast? What? Oh my God. My libs. My big, beautiful libs. Can you give an example of one of those laws from 1812, or are you just making it up? Yes, no, I'm making it up. I don't know if there's any laws specifically that means you have to have full employment in 1812. Okay? Dude, my point is, it doesn't even fucking matter. You think impoundment is legitimate? No, it's clearly unconstitutional. They are inappropriately trying to slot it in to basically undermine the power of the purse that Congress has. Democrats have nerds too. You think Democrats don't fucking have... You think Democrats don't have nerds? Like constitutional law scholars and shit? They do. I'm saying there is something in the rule books that you can absolutely task your nerds to go and find to suit your agenda. Okay? But the problem is their agenda is not all that different than the Republicans. You know who does this really well? David Dayen does this shit really well. He is my #1 nerd at the American Prospect. I rely greatly on David Dayen's work, and I love the American Prospect for this particular reason, among many others. But this is a huge part of it, right? He constantly is pouring over old precedent, legal precedent, agency powers, things that the American government has done in the past to basically say, like, this is what the Democrats could be doing. They don't do any of it, though. And he does this shit for free, basically. He does it for his own readers. What is this? Why are you people defending them? You see Asmongold's shock reaction at Trump lying about Zelensky's 4% approval rating. I think the most shocking part about this is that the only thing that Asmongold seemingly is very liberal on, or very like Democratic Party adjacent on, is the Ukraine stuff. Why is that the one thing that he's like, why is it the one thing that he is like super libbed up on? Stop giving us Asman updates for fuck's sake. I mean, I agree, but I do think it's funny. What is it? Oh my God, is it because of Reddit? He gets all of his points from Reddit. So maybe because Reddit is pro-Ukraine, is that what it is? It reminds him of Star Wars. Okay, shut up. That's literally not. Then he would be pro-Hamas. Like, what do you mean? It reminds him of Star Wars. It's not. Who was the writer you just mentioned? His name is David Dayen, and the publication is The American Prospect. Asman has twice the large an audience, so someone should pay attention to what he's saying, unfortunately. Well, I don't need to necessarily pay attention to exactly what Asmongold is saying, because we are watching the same shit. And he is predictably on the opposing side of most of these issues. So when I react to any random Republican commentator, I'm reacting to the more fully flushed out take that Asmongold is regurgitating that he gets from his chat that he spits back out at them. So it doesn't really, more viewers equals correct. No, that's not the point that chatter was making. The point that chatter was making is that Asmongold is obviously impactful in the space of political commentary now, whether you agree to it or not. You both agreed on Germany, at least? I don't think so, but let's continue.
That executive power.
In your view, what would the founders think of where we are today?
I mean, the founders were a they, not an it. Even James Madison changed his mind about.
If the Republicans don't have the power to push this agenda in Congress, why isn't there enough momentum in the other direction to impeach Trump and make him accountable to the law? The reason why I said the Republicans don't have the power to push this in Congress is because there aren't enough Republicans that would be on board. I didn't say that the overwhelming majority care about it all that much. It actually gives them plausible deniability when Trump is doing this through the power of the executive. Therefore, they don't have to associate their name with like significant layoffs. Do you understand? So it's actually beneficial for the Republicans. They don't give a shit one way or the other. They're actually, terrified of Trump and the constituency. So they're playing cover for him? Yes. Of course, the Republican Party is playing cover for Donald Trump. They're not even playing cover. They're just in agreement. They just don't give a shit for the most part. Does this eventually make the GOP so toxic with the general electorate that they start to push back on Trump? In normal times, I'd say yes, but yeah, I don't think so. At least not yet. What is this? Trump's team allegedly offered Putin 1, Ukrainian territory, 2, no NATO membership for Ukraine, 3, no U.S. soldiers in Ukraine, 4, the withdrawal. Okay, 2 and 3 are not like crazy things that he gave Vladimir Putin, by the way. Who the fuck thought that there was 2 and 3 was ever happening? The withdrawal of U.S. soldiers from Europe. Okay, that's insane. And I don't think that that's going to happen. Including from front lines. Yeah, this guy's out of his mind, dude. What? professor of political science, U.S. ambassador to Russia 2012 to 2014. Is this guy... There ain't no way. This guy's literally posting. Meredith, or this lady, sorry, is posting the Twitter post that I am currently reading. Look on the screen, Meredith. We are reading the tweet that you posted in the chat. Yeah, I don't think that number 4 is happening. That seems genuinely insane. Okay. I don't think that, but like, yeah, number 2 and number 3 were already always happening and would always happen. And number 5 is definitely going to happen. And number 1 is most likely going to happen as well. So you just said he wouldn't do that. I heard he offered Russia the entirety of California to return for 1 ruble. Yeah. Let's get into the no NATO thing. Is like every other policy with the carrot of Schrodinger's membership is no longer there and replaced with just the stick of deal with it and we will make you a colony now. Yes. Careful with predicting irrational actors. True. There's no longer one irrational actor that I'm supposed to be predicting on now. There's 2 of them. So I don't know. No predictions. You know what? I've learned my goddamn lesson, okay? I've learned my goddamn lesson making predictions on what irrational state leaders choose to do and choose not to do, regardless of the repercussions. Okay? Anyway. A victory for Putin. Jeffrey Sachs and Matt Does debate U.S.-Russia talks to end the Ukraine war. This is Democracy Now! With my goat, Amy Goodman.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I also want to, I don't know, I have no way of contacting him, but I would love to have Jeffrey Sachs or Mersheimer on as well on my broadcast. If you, in the chat, any one of you 33,000 people in here, if any one of you have any way of reaching out to Jeffrey Sachs or Mersheimer, I would love to have them on the broadcast.
Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago.
Also
Hi,
my
Juan.
goat.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show with the high-level talks between Russian and U.S. officials in Saudi Arabia, where they're meeting to discuss a possible end to the war in Ukraine and ways to improve ties between Washington and Moscow. The talks include U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and might pave the way for a possible meeting between President Trump and Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin. Today's talks come less than a week after Trump held a 90-minute call with Putin. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will be in Saudi Arabia on Wednesday on a separate state visit, was not invited to attend the U.S.-Russian talks. Zelensky spoke to reporters Monday.
Ukraine will not take part in the talks in Saudi Arabia. Ukraine did not know anything about them. Ukraine regards any negotiations on Ukraine without Ukraine as ones that have no result, and we cannot recognize any agreements about us made without us, and will not recognize such agreements.
Zelensky also rejected a demand by the Trump administration for Ukraine to give the United States ownership of half of Ukraine's rare earth minerals as compensation for past and future aid to Ukraine. He called for stronger American security guarantees as part of any minerals deal. Meanwhile, at an emergency European summit on Ukraine held in Paris Monday, European leaders were divided on proposals for European troops to be deployed inside Ukraine in the event of a peace deal. While German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said it was highly inappropriate to be discussing sending troops before a peace deal is reached, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer offered to send British troops to Ukraine.
At stake is not just the future of Ukraine,
It is an existential question for Europe as a whole, and therefore vital for Britain's national interest. Europe must play its role, and I'm prepared to consider committing British forces on the ground alongside others if there is a lasting peace agreement.
Commenting on the meeting, Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, said she was concerned about what she called Russia's imperial dreams.
I am very concerned about making a fast ceasefire, because it can actually give Putin and Russia a better possibility to go back to Russia and to re-ramp and to mobilize again, attack Ukraine or another country in Europe.
For more on all of this, we're joined by two guests. From Washington, D.C., Matt Duss is with us, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy, former foreign policy advisor for Senator Bernie Sanders. His latest piece for The Guardian.
Remember when I told you guys that I was cautiously optimistic about the ceasefire that Donald Trump pushed for? And I told you that there is still a capacity for Israel to violate the terms and conditions of said ceasefire. But more importantly, Israel will also most likely use this as an opportunity to revamp and then go in and most likely permanently annex the West Bank. Okay? And they have already violated the ceasefire, but it still is, holding on. Now on that front, my predictions are pretty accurate. Having said that, I still maintain the position that the ceasefire was good, because it's always good to do a ceasefire. Okay? The reason why I'm prefacing this with my Israel-Palestine statements is because I have the exact same position on Ukraine and Russia. Okay? And yet when I say the same things for Ukraine and Russia, a lot of people who are well-intentioned people, okay? A lot of people who are well-intentioned people who are pro-Palestinian and pro-Ukrainian misunderstand this as, oh, you love Adolf Hitler, okay? Just understand where I'm coming from. That's why I wanted to stress that this is not contradictory. My statement here is not contradictory.
Democrats have become the party of war. Americans are tired of it. Matt Duss's recent foreign policy piece is "It's time for Ukraine to make the best peace it can." And in Brussels, we're joined by Jeffrey Sachs, director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He served as advisor to 3 UN Secretaries General, is now a Sustainable Development Solutions advocate under Secretary General Antonio Guterres. His piece for Common Dreams is headlined "The War in Ukraine Was Provoked and Why That Matters to Achieve Peace." Let's begin with Professor Sachs in Brussels. You're going to be involved with an event in Brussels tomorrow, the Geopolitics of Peace.
I'm sorry, dude, but it's a bad position. It gives Russia the upper hand, which is bad. I'm sorry, dude. Ceasefire for Palestine is bad. It's a bad position. It gives Israel the upper hand, which is why it's bad. Like, what upper hand, what more upper hand does Russia need to have in this situation? Notice how the territories that Russia has forcibly conquered and annexed have grown since the last time ceasefire was even on the table. Should we wait for more territory? You know? You said Crimea was a part of Russia? Yes, Crimea is different than Eastern Ukraine. And I've explained it a million times over, but for some weird reason, nobody gives a fuck about all of the reasons as to why it was an entirely different set of circumstances for Russia in terms of overtaking Crimea as opposed to overtaking Eastern Ukraine. Because you're a fucking dumbass, Hasan. Yes, I'm a dumbass. I know. We can just have a disagreement on this issue, and you can say I'm a fucking dumbass all day, every day. Your attitude towards Russian expansion is suspicious. I'm not going to lie. If my attitude towards Russian expansion was suspicious, then I would be in favor of Russia expanding into eastern Ukraine. I would be in favor of all of the actions that have taken place in the past 3 fucking years. I am not. Notice how what I was in favor of when Ukraine had significantly more leverage was still the same process. And if they had actually conducted that 15-point plan, okay, if they had conducted that 15-point plan way back when they had the opportunity to, plenty of additional territory would not have been seized. You've said Russia is the aggressor, but your attitude towards Ukrainian sovereignty is just odd. Let's just keep going.
Can you talk about what's happening right now in Saudi Arabia? You have the representatives of President Trump and President Putin who have just been involved with 4 hours of negotiations. You have Zelensky meeting with the Turkish president and now headed to Saudi Arabia for different meetings, and he said nothing about us without us. But can you talk about what's happening now in Saudi Arabia and the possibility of peace?
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Matt. What's happening in Saudi Arabia is potentially very good news. It could mean the end of a war in which perhaps a million Ukrainians have died or been wounded gravely up until now. This is a war that never should have happened. It came about because of several provocative U.S. actions over 30 years, notably the expansion of NATO eastward against commitments made back in 1990.
Ukraine could have pushed for peace at any point. Zelensky made a terrible mistake at the beginning when he made it clear that he would never negotiate with Putin. If you think that this was entirely in the hands of Zelensky and that Zelensky wasn't actually just actively assuming and regurgitating the American State Department position, I also have a separate bridge to sell you. Zelensky is not like an independent actor I know that everyone is going to get very mad at me for saying this, okay? But he is, for obvious reasons, born out of the Russian invasion, a desperate man desperately trying to save what remains of his country, okay? And in that desperate moment, he will do anything that the United States tells him to say and do, okay? It wasn't up to Zelensky to not negotiate with Putin or to say he's never going to negotiate with Putin. It does not matter what he says in this process. If America, I mean, you'll see it's unfolding in front of our eyes right now, which is why it's so funny when people are like, no, you don't understand. Zelensky was operating autonomously and it's his fault. When guess what, dude? You think Zelensky wants to sell $500 billion of natural resources to the United States government? No, he doesn't want to. Does Zelensky want Ukraine to be an American colony? I don't think he's in favor of that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he's in favor of. Ukraine is desperate, but Ukraine doesn't hold the cards here. America does. This was naive because Zelensky was never in a position to demand regime change in Russia. In order to preserve Ukrainian lives, you have to negotiate with Putin. Zelensky learned this lesson in the most terrible way imaginable, so we can blame him for much of this. No, none of this was up to Zelensky. It's crazy. Zelensky is simply just the person. Zelensky is simply just the person who is tasked with being the Ukrainian voice, okay? Putting a Ukrainian voice to what America's interests are. People who chirp about your Ukraine takes aren't actually criticizing the takes, they're just upset with the vibes. I know, and the vibes have been primed by people making false assertions about my position on Ukraine for 3 fucking years. And just operating off of that false premise over and over again as they make newer content, which is why so many people unironically are both A, in denial about what is currently ongoing and what's currently happening with the Trump administration. They're just like, I don't get it. Ukraine was always winning the war. The West was always helping Ukraine win the war. Why won't the West just help Ukraine win the war even more than they have? It seems like Trump is really spoiling the deal. Like, yeah, if you believe that Ukraine was always dominating Russians and that Russians still somehow magically overtook more and more Ukrainian territory and forcibly annexed it, then yeah, you're going to be shocked at what is going on. The only reason why you need to give the full argument about self-determination and make the Crimea comparison with Taiwan in regards to who gets self-determination for people to understand your stance. Normies won't understand without the background lore and will keep misunderstanding your position, in my opinion. That's interesting that you say that, because I have actually personally talked about that a million times over. They simply say that it doesn't matter what the Western polling indicated in Crimea in terms of like seeing themselves as Russian or wanting to be a part of Russia before the Russian annexation, and that the subsequent sham trials that took place under Russian occupation were also built around falsehoods. They will also then say it doesn't matter that Ukraine's reaction to Crimea's annexation was to destroy the waterways that were built under the USSR that actually that brought water from Ukraine into Crimea in a final act of desperation, which is not something that you would do if you actually cared about the safety of the citizens that was now under Russian occupation. Except they don't care about any of those things. They probably don't know many of those things that happened. And even if they did, they still wouldn't care, because it's much better to just simply assume a narrative. That's why I try to hit this from the angle that is the most easy to understand, which is, why is it that it has taken 3 years and tens of thousands of lives for Russia to take inches of fucking Ukrainian territory, as opposed to how easily Russia overtook Crimea, virtually without a single shot being fired? That's why I asked this question, with the hopes that people will think about that a little bit, okay? That's why I also explained to people how major of a mistake it was, aside from the violence, if we were to talk about this from the perspective of states and how states operate, because they don't care about the morality of fucking violence and bloodshed, okay? How bad of a mistake it was for Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine, specifically because all of the territories that might have had any kind of sympathy, like all the cities like Kharkiv, that might have had any kind of sympathy for Russians or felt any sort of like ethnic allegiance to the Russians, now despise the Russians, because guess what? They came in and they fucking blew up all of the apartment complexes. Why the fuck would you be in favor of that nation any longer after that happens? Anyway, and when you say Crimea is primarily Russian because of colonialization, though, you're absolutely correct. It's not colonialization necessarily, but it's Russification of Crimea, where they forcibly excised the Tatar, the indigenous Tatar population from Crimea. That happened a very long time ago, however. That is unjustifiable, for sure, but make no mistake. That happened far before Ukraine and Russia became, post-Soviet nation states. That's why I also always say, give Crimea back to the Turks. You know what I mean? As a joke. This is what HasanAbi deals with every damn day. What a legend. Yeah. Tatars were also Genghisid colonizers, not indigenous. Okay, fair. But, like, come on. It's like saying Turks are also not indigenous to Anatolia. You're right, but holy fuck, how far back are we going? You know what I mean? Also, the chatter that made fun of me for saying Genghis, that's actually how you're supposed to say it, but we're not even going to fucking get into it. Giving Crimea back to the Turks would be like Israel state taking Judea and Samaria. Yeah, I'm fucking joking, okay? When I say that, I am joking, but the joke is in the direction of like who Crimea belongs to. Let's continue.
The U.S. participation in a violent coup in Ukraine in February 2014, the U.S.-Ukraine agreement to discard a UN Security Council-backed Minsk II.
You have to understand that Crimea's situation is mostly because of its importance for military purposes. Your lore you're talking sounds weirdly Russian. No, the lore I'm talking about is just simply the truth. But you're right. It is for military purposes. You're absolutely fucking correct. Which is precisely the reason why even under Ukrainian rule, Crimea still had a very important military base, a very important naval base for Russia, Sevastopol. So yeah, that is correct. Crimea is the entry point of the Black Sea for the Russian Navy. Also, this isn't lore. It's just history. What the fuck? You're making it seem like I'm just telling a story, like lore.
Agreement and the failure of the Biden administration to negotiate with President Putin in December 2021 and January 2022. I was personally involved in watching closely all of those events over the past 30 years. This war never should have happened. It could have been averted at many times. It could have ended in negotiation in March 2022, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. I urged it. The Ukrainians walked away from the table because
I urged it too. And everybody said I was a fucking pro-Russian stooge.
The British and the Americans told them to. This is so tragic, and everyone will understand this as the historians make all of this very clear. I flew to Ankara in the...
Ukraine walked away. I mean, look, the details on this is murky. And didn't Biden literally met with Putin and told him not to invade, and Putin ignored? I don't remember. He might have, but that kind of beefs up Trump's narrative on the matter, doesn't it? Pretty sure they would live better under Turkey than with Russia. Fucking fuck no. Okay, this isn't to say that the Russian Russian rulership over Crimea is good. I'm just simply saying that the Turkish government is not great. Okay, holy fuck. Al birini vur ötekini amına koyayım. Yok sikmeyelim Ukraynalıları. Your history sounds like Putin's, one in parts where Ukraine seemingly have not existed prior to dissolution of the USSR or its creation. No, what are you talking about? I am not saying that Ukraine as a nation state has no established national boundaries or is a part of Russia or some shit. I'm not saying that at all. What the fuck?
The spring of 2022 to understanding.
Give Ukraine the Crimea, problem solved. Give Crimea, or give Ukraine and Crimea to China. Sorry. Give Ukraine and Crimea to China. Problem solved. Okay. They will have fantastic infrastructure in a matter of months. A lot of confusion. Please clarify your stance on what? Who are Tatards? What is Tatards, chat? A lot of confusion. Please clarify your stance. Bro, just Google it, please. I mean, come on. Like, you're like, hey, can you please give me more information so I can, like, cynically dunk on your position further is crazy. Okay? Come on. Just Google it. Google it on your own.
Exactly how these negotiations had broken down. And the United States and Britain were behind it because, as Keith Starmer said in the clip that you played, this is about Europe's security. They're using Ukraine. This is the bottom line. So what's happening, in short, in Saudi Arabia is the most positive news for Ukrainians that there has been in years. President Trump understands, and unfortunately, previous presidents did not, that the U.S. provocations need to stop so this war stops. So
I don't even believe that. Dude, that's crazy. That's giving Trump way too much credit. I think he is, I don't know. I love how libs think Russia will invade even further west for some reason. Dude, I'm not making any predictions, okay? I'm not going to say there's no way Vladimir Putin invades further west, okay? I'm not saying nothing. You understand me? You take that take and you shove it in your pocket, okay? That's not going to come from my mouth. I will never say that. I've learned my lesson, okay? Sachs is too multipolar pilled. Yeah. I don't think Donald Trump is making brilliant brilliant decisions in terms of foreign policy.
So the deaths stop. That is the bottom line. I think it's important for everybody to understand also that on October 5th, 2022, Zelensky ruled out any negotiations. He said it's illegal. This was a declaration of the Ukrainian government. So the government of Ukraine, sadly, really unwisely.
Not the oarfish. The appearance of oarfish has long been linked to folklore, where they're considered harbingers of natural calamities like earthquakes and tsunamis. In particular, Japanese mythology views the oarfish as a messenger from the Sea of Dragons god's palace, signaling impending doom. Despite these legends, no scientific evidence supports the myth that oarfish predict disasters. However, their rare appearances on shore have historically coincided with significant seismic events. For instance, numerous oarfishes were seen before the devastating 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami in Japan. Similarly, one was last sighted in California just before a 7-magnitude earthquake last year. Nonetheless, these correlations are merely anecdotal. Oarfish inhabit deep waters worldwide, and their appearances on land might simply be due to sickness or the end of their life cycle rather than prophetic messages of natural disasters. This week, 3 doomsday fish were spotted along the coast of Baja California, Sur Mexico. Known scientifically as the oarfish, these creatures can grow up to 36 feet long and weigh over 440
멕시코 해변에서 일명 종말의 날 물고기로 불리는 대형 상갈치가 발견되었습니다.
Oh my God, you think it's because... Oh my God, it's because we eliminated woke. Oh my God, the big one might be coming because we eliminated woke. That is literally what... That's it. God is punishing us because we're eradicating trans active duty service members. It's finally happening. USAID Oarfish program canceled. This earthquake or tsunami is about to destroy so many airplanes. America was being held together by ticker tape. And by that I mean woke. That's the thing. That was the glue that held everything together. Do you feel like you have to soften your foreign policy views due to backlash? It feels like a lot of white Americans and Europeans in chat still have the supremacist mindset they can dictate whatever. When the elections come, Zelensky's going to be chilling in pen with other CIA assets. I mean, I do think that Zelensky's life, no matter what, is probably under serious threat. But yes, of course, I have to soften my foreign policy positions. I soften a lot of my positions. It's normal. It's a normal thing to do. This message is a lot to unpack. The oarfish, or the fact that pronouns were keeping the airplanes in the night sky from falling like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now.
I've tried many, many times to explain to them. They ruled out negotiations. They ruled them out until today. This is tragic for them. Now they say we want a seat at the table. They said we don't want any table all along. And Zelensky rules by martial law, by decree, when the...
Bro, you were wrong like 3 years ago, not even 2, and people don't let it go. Imagine if you were wrong more often. Yeah, if I was wrong more often, maybe they would just focus on what I'm wrong on instead of making random shit up about me. So maybe I should just say wrong takes every now and then. Just kidding. All of the other shit that they make up about me, they make up because they can always go back and point to Hasan predicted that Russia would never invade Ukraine.
Opinion surveys show that a majority of Ukrainians want peace right now, even at the cost of territorial concessions. So my bottom line, Amy, is that while the Trump administration does some pretty weird things like demanding mineral rights, this is absurd. This is completely bizarre. At the same time, the Trump administration, for the first time, is telling the truth about the fundamental causes of this war and how it can end. And that is the best news possible for Ukraine, first and foremost, and for the United States, for Russia, and for the world, that peace could come to Ukraine very, very shortly. So this, I think, is the bottom line.
Why does anyone care about Ukraine prediction? You're just a streamer. Who cares if you got it wrong? A lot of people, whether that's good or bad, and I think there's some good and some bad there. Rely on me for understanding the world. So they felt betrayed.
I'd like to bring in Matt Dussin to the conversation. Matt, your reaction to the events and the Trump administration's complete reversal of the previous administration's policy, and this whole issue of whether there could have been peace earlier on, but that the Biden administration and the British scuttled the developing peace plan back 2 years ago.
Well, I mean, first off, and again, great to be with you and great to be here with Professor Sachs. I mean, I think, you know, the story that Professor Sachs just told, there are elements of truth to it, but there are also, it's a great deal in there that's misleading and frankly completely one-sided, absolving Vladimir Putin of any responsibility. Vladimir Putin is the one who chose to invade Ukraine, let's remember.
If you're wondering why Bernie Sanders' foreign policy takes are not, you know, not exactly aligned with mine, for example, this is Bernie Sanders' foreign policy advisor.
Remember, it's important to understand the history.
And I'm not even talking about like Ukraine in general. I'm, you know.
Understand that the role that NATO expansion has played as being seen as a threat to Russia, that is real. That, however, does not explain.
He doesn't work for Bernie Sanders anymore. He's at the center of international politics. But understand that he is still far more progressive than like 99% of think tank heads in the NatSec side of things. Okay, just understand. Matt Does is like infinitely more progressive and infinitely better than virtually every other person. He's just, you know. He's just, I don't know. He's a little bit more, you know, I mean, Matt Does is pretty good, just more liberal, but anti-interventionist. Yeah, he's just a little libbed up.
Vladimir Putin's decision to illegally invade, annex, and occupy parts of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin himself has told us multiple times what his vision for Ukraine is, and that's to retake Ukraine and make it once again part of the larger Russian imperium. So again, important to understand the historical context, but I would really warn against seeing, you know, Vladimir Putin as some kind of innocent victim of American machinations here, which is the story that Professor Sachs seems to be trying to tell. And lastly, it really denies the Ukrainians any agency, any responsibility for their own independence, for their own democracy. austerity. The Ukrainians are not simply being treated as instruments of American power here. The Ukrainians have made decisions on their own. Some of them have been wise, some of them very admirable, some of them less so. I think we can discuss that as well. But they have played a major role here, and I think that is what's concerning about these talks going on in Saudi Arabia, is that they're not there, and they're not included, and they have said, President Zelensky has said, that they will not be bound by any decisions made without their participation, which I think we can all agree is quite a legitimate position. Now, having said that, this is not the first time you've had a U.S. administration engaging.
I think your take on Ukraine's situation is incorrect. Ukraine right now at least has the attention of the Western world. A ceasefire would diminish the amount of aid it's getting, kind of to whatever Western journalists / Russian propagandists were saying is Kyiv will fall in 3 days. Speaking as a Russian here, what? It was getting no attention when Russia was fucking pummeling Eastern Ukraine. It literally became it became an unpopular but necessary realm of support a year in, and then after October 7, it was done. Okay. After October 7, it was completely done. If you think that like support for Ukraine, I can't speak for Europe. Okay. But as far as like in the United States of America, people don't necessarily give a shit about Ukraine at all. I'm sorry. They don't care about anything. Americans are incredibly selfish. That's why Joe Biden was trying to be like, but see, we're making artillery factories in Scranton, Pennsylvania. It's good. And Americans were like, shut the fuck up. Okay, fix the potholes. Shut the fuck up, old man. Fix the goddamn potholes. I don't give a shit. Give me health care. Americans care about money and bloodshed? No, American foreign policy is both uniparty and also far away, okay? You have to understand this. American foreign policy is so far away, much more far away than European foreign policy is. And that is precisely why the attitude is always going to be different in Europe as well, because they're much closer in proximity to the refugees, much closer in proximity to the actual states that are warring with one another, okay? American foreign policy, due to America's position on the planet, literally, okay, is super fucking far away. So therefore, Americans can simultaneously fancy themselves to be peaceful doves who hate war and reap all of the benefits, or at least the limited amount of trickle-down benefits that they get from destabilizing the global south. This also presents an opportunity, however, because there isn't much pro-war propaganda, with the exception of 9/11, post-9/11 war on terror. Americans themselves fancy themselves to be fucking pro-peace. So a person who comes out and says, I'm pro-peace, can actually use that to their benefit electorally. And guess who did that? Donald fucking Trump. He lied. Okay? But at least he lied when the other side, the Democratic Party, was like, no, we love war. We're going to keep doing more war. And look how well that turned out. Donald Trump is president again. Israel is far too. Where is pro-peace in Palestine? Yes. While Israel is, by proximity, Israel's even further away from Ukraine. Israel's actually much closer to America because it's an American state, okay? Functionally, it is a literal American state. That pisses off a lot of Americans too. Once again, that pisses off Americans. They're like, what the fuck are we doing? Why do you think there is a significant popular mobilization, a significant popular attitude surrounding pushing for a ceasefire in fucking Gaza? Anyway.
With the government of Vladimir Putin, of course, President Biden met with Putin in June 2021.
Holy Toledo. American support for Ukraine has plummeted since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The percentage who say U.S. is doing too much is up sixfold from 7% to 41%. Among the GOP, it's north of 60%. U.S. confidence in Zelensky dropped from 72% to under 50%.
That the U.S. support for Ukraine is
I've talked about this so many times.
Holy Toledo, look at this trend line here. U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. Back when the war began, back in February of 2022, it was just 7%. Up like a rocket ship. My goodness. Up now in February of 2025 to 41%. And the clear majority of Republicans, and of course Republicans are in charge of the U.S. government now, 62% of Republicans say that the U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. What a difference from just 3 years ago. I can remember, John, all those backyards in the United States with those Ukrainian flags. Far fewer of them today, as Americans' opinions on Ukraine have changed dramatically.
What about opinions of the Ukrainian president?
Imagine anyone trusting U.S. assurances after they promised Ukraine a NATO membership and it ended up with them potentially losing territory nowhere near NATO. Like, what's the sauce to get the U.S. to support you like they support Israel? Okay. Have significant more. Never mind. Forgot about AIPAC. I mean, AIPAC is one aspect of this. America does not trust Israel all that much, but it trusts it a whole lot more than it does Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, okay, and every other country in the region. Also, the United States never really gave actual assurances to Ukraine in terms of joining NATO. That was always bullshit. And I kept saying that that was bullshit, and everybody fucking yelled at me and said I was pro-Russia. Will those people go back and maybe think, okay, maybe we were wrong and Hasan was right? No, they won't. They'll continue saying I'm pro-Russia over and over again.
Right. You know, obviously, if you would expect changes amongst the public on feelings towards Ukraine, feelings towards Zelensky have changed also dramatically. Look at this. Confident Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Back in 2022, it was the clear majority, 72% through the floor. Through the floor by 2024, just 48% of Americans say that they're confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs.
I think this also doesn't, like, this right here is not proof of anything other than manufacturer consent and its power. Okay? Like, not only was Zelensky in charge of the wronged party, it made Americans obviously feel like for once they were on the morally righteous side, even if it was for the wrong reasons, they could shut you the fuck up. Because they could be like, no, we're on the right side for once. But also, that's the reason why the media fucking pumped the Zelensky stuff everywhere. It's also partially because the situation, as far as the battlefield goes, became impossible to propagandize over. You can't be like, Ukraine is actually fucking winning this war over and over again when Russia is seizing more territory. Americans also fucking hate losers, okay? And by that I mean our own military as well. They don't have endless appetite for death and destruction, partially because it's always happening on the other side of the world, okay? Why do you think we had to pull out of Afghanistan? Why do you think that we had to diminish our military in Iraq? Why do you think we pulled out of Vietnam? They keep it going for as long as they can, but inevitably they have to pull out because they're like, everyone's like, come on, why are we still doing this?
Affairs, and GOP confidence has also plummeted dramatically. Now the clear majority of Republicans are not confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Really a real trend line, ones you rarely see in the American public when it comes to Ukraine and Zelensky. Confidence in both going down through the ground.
Look, some allies of President Trump have targeted Zelensky with harsh criticism over the last few years, and it could be that that's having some impact here.
Absolutely. The Republican establishment, the Republican electorate has moved as the Republican establishment and Republican leaders have moved on.
All right, let's talk about the idea of a peace deal. And again, the way you ask this matters, but go ahead.
The way you ask it is important, so we can talk about this a little bit. So the poll question essentially is, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? The vast majority of Americans, this is what they want. 78% say that they support this idea versus just 16% opposed. Of course, as we were...
I don't get it.
What matters? Why does it matter what the American public thinks? They don't give a shit about this stuff when it comes to Palestinians. Who gives a fuck, right? That is the truth of it, by the way. It doesn't matter what the American public thinks, but you can always point to this to be like, this is why Donald Trump is doing it.
Talking about, does this question actually get at what's going on right now? I think you would say that it probably does not necessarily get what's going on right now.
No, the question asked, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? Ukraine's not there at the negotiations in Saudi Arabia this week, so the people were not asked this. And I do think, in general, if you ask anyone in any poll, do you support peace, peace tends to rate pretty highly.
Peace tends to win. You rarely get 78% of the country agreeing on anything.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there was another thing that 78% of the country agreed on.
They do agree on the idea of a negotiated peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Whether the majority would agree on a Russia peace deal with Ukraine where Ukraine has nothing to do with it, that might be a different question.
Hard to know. Harriet, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Peace talks isn't a betrayal, though. Biden would have kept the war going. That's a bigger betrayal. What? What betrayal, man? Betray Ukraine for giving them more weapons, for keeping them losing? This poll serves no purpose other than to legitimize our betrayal of Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is a betrayal. What the fuck? Look, there was never going to be like a NATO membership, but the fact that they even had the audacity to dangle that as a carrot in front of the Ukrainian population was gross. And also, obviously, every single person that said that's not going to happen was treated like a fucking Adolf Hitler supporter. Oh, you love Pootie Poo. You love Pootie Poo. Is this shocking to me that Trump is doing all this? Fuck no. You want to know why it's not shocking? Because this was inevitable. That's why I always say, if you come in here, it's not going to, events that unfold eventually, especially as it pertains to American foreign policy, will not be shocking to you, with the notable exception of Vladimir Putin will never invade Ukraine, because that is a historic failure for himself and incredibly violent for everyone else.
They had a summit trying to address some issues of.
Also, another part of this process that I will at least admit I was wrong on is the fact that the Vivek Ramaswamy sentiment and the Tucker Carlson sentiment about we must use Russia against China is unironically the position. Is unironically the fucking position that these guys are like trying to say is the next step forward for foreign policy.
Tension in the U.S.-Russia relationship. And I think this also goes to the point that President Biden did not seek a conflict with Russia. There were efforts made to avert the invasion. There was
You support Vivek? No, I don't fucking support a war against China, chat. What are you talking about?
Intensive diplomacy between the U.S. and Russia, also between the U.S.'s allies, Germany, France, UK, and Russia, leading up to the February 2022 invasion. And I think it's worth taking that into account. Now, should more have been done? Perhaps. We can't know, but I think Vladimir Putin has told us repeatedly about his very expansive goals and what he really hopes to achieve in Ukraine. And it's not just about NATO. I mean, this should not be news to anyone here. Again, getting back to the talks in Saudi Arabia, if there is a workable peace agreement to be had, that's good. But I do think even the fact that these talks are happening between the United States and Russia, that is a victory for Putin. We have to understand that. Putin's vision for Russia's role and for the the eventual dispensation for Ukraine.
I hate this. I don't like this narrative. Like, oh, we're rewarding Putin. We're rewarding Putin. No, man. Like, there's no, like, this is the same shit that like Israel says. We're rewarding Hamas if we do a ceasefire. Or I guess like I guess if from the pro-Palestinian perspective, it would be like, oh, we're rewarding Israel if we do a ceasefire. Like, no, just stop. Just stop the conflict, please. Holy shit. What do you mean rewarding a person? Okay? You can't use morality to change the field of battle. It literally doesn't work. I want it to work, but it doesn't work that way.
But your whole solution seems very short-sighted. I can agree that Ukrainians deserve no more fighting, but what does that do when Russia just knows they can go in anywhere? Honest question. It's a great question, and I don't know what the answer to that question is. I genuinely don't know, okay? Russia invading Ukraine has already justified the existence of NATO for many other regional partners, including the two nations that now joined NATO, okay? I think if I'm gonna close my eyes and think like how this unfolded this way, I think that Vladimir Putin is smarter than Donald Trump. And as a person that is smarter than Donald Trump, that knows that Donald Trump reveres him to a certain degree, he used that influence he has over Donald Trump to his advantage by actively making him undermine Ukraine. Donald Trump was already ready to undermine Ukraine because there is a lot of appetite within the American Republican population in terms of cutting aside any sort of allegiance or loyalty that Americans have to Ukraine. And that's the reason why Zelensky is not a part of these talks, because at the end of the day, you're the United States of fucking America. What do you mean Ukraine doesn't get a seat at the table? If you wanted to, you could have brought Zelensky there and put his nutsack on the fucking table. Do you think Vladimir Putin would say no Zelensky if America truly wished for Zelensky to be at the table? That's what I think. I think that Vladimir Putin wanted to optically fuck over Zelensky to potentially further destabilize Ukrainian politics, to make Ukrainians, by force, understand the reality that they have no say in this process. And Donald Trump being someone who is definitely, I think, persuadable, especially by the likes of someone like Vladimir Putin, played ball, thinking that he was going to get a great deal out of this. That's what I think. Okay? That's what I think. Because whether Zelensky is at this table or Zelensky is not at this table does not change the dynamic of this back and forth, okay? It's still very much in the hands of the United States of America to decide how this is going to happen. Russia and the United States are the primary parties here, okay? Because no matter how much liberals yell at me for saying this, it is still very much a proxy war, okay? And it's not just me saying that. Whenever the likes of Senator Blumenthal or Liz Warren or Lindsey Graham or numerous other foreign policy liberals and Republicans both repeat the reality that this was a fantastic bargain for us because for 5% of our military budget, we were able to undermine a foreign adversary's military by 50%. I'd say that's a great deal, especially when you consider that not a single American soldier had to die in the process. They mean it. They mean that shit. Okay? The American military-industrial complex was able to offload a lot of weapons in the process. American businesses were able to take advantage of the fire sale that took place inside of Ukraine. And they will continue to gut Ukraine for all that remains in this process. They took the maximum advantage. America won out like a fucking bandit from Vladimir Putin's mistake. They won, beefed up loyalties for NATO, justified the existence of NATO, brought two other nations into NATO. Number two, were able to cut off Europeans from utilizing Russian gas, undermining their economy, just completely destabilizing them without any care whatsoever, and then forcing their hand to purchase American gas. Okay? And of course, last but not least, most significantly, they were able to sell offshore a bunch of fucking weapons. That's it. America is the party that makes out like a bandit here, okay? Far more than Russia did. Having said that, if you think that like whether Zelensky is at this table or not changes the dynamic of the back and forth, you're wrong. Okay? You're wrong. This was still always going to be whatever America says goes. But I do think the reason why they cut Zelensky out of this equation was to give a symbolic W to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin, one, was able to very successfully create pro-Russia sentiment amongst the dumbest of American hogs, who for their entire lives despised Russia and the red commies, only to get brain broken by one fucking Telegram group, okay, and develop loyalties for Russia somehow. But also, they were able to take advantage of the lack of appetite many Americans have due to their selfishness in many instances, to constant war that's happening and constant destabilization that's happening. They were able to also create a massive inflation crisis in the United States of America through OPEC Plus, which the American oil manufacturers, oil producers also played ball with because, as they openly stated time and time again, that they had no interest in doing what was best for the American population, despite the billions of dollars in subsidies that they were receiving from the American government, and that OPEC Plus's limitations on oil barrels was actually to their benefit. And it really was to their benefit. They made more money in this process. So they were able to destabilize America and create a lot of anger and resentment towards Biden, create a lot of, understandably, which Biden did to himself as well, because he's just an incompetent fucking cadaver. They were then also simultaneously able to basically get Donald Trump to play ball this way and even symbolically fuck over Ukraine, because America was always fucking over Ukraine. But now it's in broad daylight. Bro, the Russian diplomat team is stacked and the American one is a real estate developer. That's fucking Steve Witkoff. Put some respect on his goddamn name. He is the great peacekeeper, okay? Are you kidding me? That's Steve fucking Witkoff, Donald Trump's golfing partner, okay? Do you understand who you're talking about? That's my goat right there. Yeah, the Witkoff factor, as they're calling it. Yeah, Vladimir Putin's probably never been so scared and also turned on at the same time until he sat across the table from American real estate developer and Donald Trump golfing buddy Steve Witkoff. Look at Lavrov. He's shaking in his boots. He does not know the brilliant mind of Steve Witkoff. He will learn.
Is that this is something to be worked out between Russia and the United States, between these two great powers. He sees Russia as a rising force. Again, he's trying to kind of reestablish Russia as a great empire, a great force in global affairs. And his vision of how global affairs should work is that the great powers make decisions and the lesser powers just have to deal with it. Their concerns are of very little concern. And unfortunately, I think that is something we've seen from the Trump administration too, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Gaza. It's that the powerful make decisions and the weak just deal with it. I think
that is what it is. That's what America's always done. I'm sorry, Matt does. What the fuck kind of nonsensical world are you existing in at the Center for International Policy, or CIP, which is a pretty good think tank, by the way, overall. But like what? That is the case. That's just the case. What do you mean? Look at the Kurds. Look at everywhere that we have had conditional allegiances with, okay? I mean, what is it, the Sean McCarthy or whatever? I mean, there's a reason why this exists, okay? Gaddafi went from foe to ally. America's lost ally. Brave warrior, brave anti-Soviet warrior fighting for liberation.
Noriega. Manuel Noriega, from U.S. friend to foe. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Osama bin Laden. Exclusive. CIA files prove America helped Saddam as he gassed Iran. When haven't we done this? How many fucking times have we done this? And people still go, oh, I don't understand. I thought America was the most moral nation. What the fuck's happening? What? I thought we had moral ambitions in Ukraine. This is so shocking to me. What are you, a fucking baby? Are you a child? Do you have a baby brain? When has America been a good friend? Wait 10 more years to see what happens to the Zelensky of Syria, okay? Just wait. Just fucking wait. If we make it out alive of the first Trump regime, okay? Wait till you see what they got in store for Mr. Former Al-Qaeda. So strange how this always happens, dude. How does this always happen? The worst aspect of this is that the worse conditions get for American empire, the more like economic allies we're gonna fucking lash out at as we just die out, you know. But the death of an empire doesn't happen overnight, and it certainly doesn't happen quietly. I really did think the one guy we could put on this list was maybe Benjamin Netanyahu, but he is held strong, baby. Holy shit.
That's just, and more importantly, I don't think that's going to lead to a sustainable peace. So listen, if they do come out of these talks with a workable and sustainable and durable peace agreement for Ukraine, one that protects Ukraine's democracy, one that protects Ukraine's sovereignty, we should all support that. But without the participation of Ukraine, I'm very, very skeptical that we're going to get anything like that.
And Jeff Sachs, what about that? It is the Ukrainians who are actually fighting against Russia, and yet the Trump administration seems to feel that it can negotiate without Ukrainians present. And in addition to that, I wanted to ask you another issue. There's been a lot of emphasis on these rare earth minerals that Trump raised, but there has been, according to many reports, massive buying of Ukrainian land by American agribusiness companies. Can you tell us anything about that, the validity of these claims?
Sure. The American role in this has been quite sordid for a very, very long time. The goal, starting back in 1994, was to expand NATO and surround Russia in the Black Sea region. President Clinton signed off on that in 1994. Zbig Brzezinski wrote about it in the Grand Chessboard in 1997, explaining it, and explaining in a chapter that is completely wrong when you look back at it, said Russia will not be able to resist any of this. In 2002, the U.S. destabilized the relationship by unilaterally abandoning the anti-ballistic missile treaty. In 2008, the United States invited Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO. Basically,
that's my goat, George W. Bush, baby. GWB. Still the number one bad guy. Like, actually, his administration is still the worst. Still worse than Donald Trump, which is crazy because Donald Trump is doing a lot of stuff that might put him above W finally, because he didn't come anywhere near close to W's death and destruction and destabilization the first time around. But it's kind of crazy because a lot of people forget all the stuff that GW did at the end of his tenure. Okay. Obviously, you had the housing market crash and stuff too, which kind of
made people forget this, but like George W. Bush is literally George W. Bush's administration destabilized the Palestinian position even further by forcing them to have an election when their own guys, like the Fatah people, were like, we're not ready for an election. The Palestinian population hate us. We will lose this election. And they did. They lost to Hamas as the American-backed Fatah correctly called out. Then George W. Bush was like, oh shit, you guys lost? Okay, well, all right, I guess it's time to do a coup. Which then caused Hamas to solidify their position. Okay? That's the Palestine stuff. Okay? That's the Palestine part of the equation. On the other side, George W. Bush, on his way out, literally said, we should let Georgia and Ukraine into NATO. Okay? That's what he said. Just leaving office, he's like, you know what would be great as my final act after so much death and destruction, so much destabilization, okay? We should let Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. And then, of course, predictably, Russia, hearing that, was like, fuck no, you won't. And then they immediately took a part of Georgia. Immediately. Like right after. And they were like, no, that's not fucking happening. Here we are.
Over strong objections by the Europeans, but the Europeans went along in the NATO Bucharest summit in 2008 over Russia's brightest red lines. This was all known, understood provocations. All of the diplomats knew it. European leaders knew it. I spoke with them at the time. Everybody understood this. In February 2014, the United States participated actively in a violent coup to overthrow Viktor Yanukovych, the president of Ukraine, who favored neutrality. This is very important to understand. The coup took place on February 22nd, 2014. Again, I saw some of this with my own eyes. It was ugly, the U.S. involvement in this coup. U.S. forces paid for this coup to an important extent. They stirred up this coup. This is all well understood. Now, in 2015...
I mean, I don't know if he was in favor of neutrality. I think he was... Ukraine has been stuck between the Western sphere of influence and Russian sphere of influence with no real pathway towards actual absolute sovereignty in perpetuity. Okay? While there are certainly state elements that took part of the revolutions that were happening all around the world, and certainly in Ukraine as well, there was also plenty of anger and resentment towards Yanukovych as well. This is something that I mention all the fucking time. America does not have like magical mystical powers of just like automatically creating resentment amongst the population. No matter how much US aid funding and no matter how many NGOs and civil society organizations that they run, own, and operate inside of countries that they want to influence, there has to be real anger and real resentment. Okay? It's not magic, it's just the CIA. No, I think this is the left position that I think deserves more nuance, that leftists also automatically give so much credit to CIA over. Color revolutions are not as simple in the way that a lot of leftists claim they happen. Okay? Like, I guess I'm a centrist in this regard. Okay? I'm a centrist when it comes to color revolutions. In the sense that there are real resentments, real anger, real frustration from the population, and then the CIA or other State Department elements or You know, sometimes it's a homegrown reactionary movement that overtakes these movements and uses them in the interests of American empire. USA adds fuel to the fire. It does not create the fire. Exactly. Clinton was caught on tape talking about designing the coup government. It was definitely a CIA op. There was a basis of support for the coup, especially in the more cosmopolitan section of the western part of Ukraine, but it was a coup even if the coup government had lots of support. Yeah, but you still can't. I wouldn't say that Yanukovych was favoring neutrality. And you also still can't say that there wasn't real resentment towards the existing form of governance. Now, the irony, of course, is that Ukraine has never really had a non-corrupt government, okay? The Zelensky government was also very corrupt. And this is not my assessment. The only reason why I know about this shit is because at the time, before the invasion of Ukraine, there were plenty of pro-West foreign policy papers that actively talked about how corrupt the Ukrainian government was. Of course, all of that went away when Vladimir Putin did the unthinkable and the absolute immoral move of invading Ukraine. He was favoring the better deal. The Russian loans have better terms than the IMF loans being pushed by the U.S. and the EU. The IMF and U.S. wanted privatizations of state-owned enterprise and cost the heating assistance. Well, they got it. They got it. The West ultimately won, partially because articles written by Russian-bought propagandists, articles written by Russian-bought propagandists like Foreign Policy Magazine or I don't know, even fucking Voice of America, which is literally operated by the CIA, was talking about how fucking corrupt. The Center for Investigative Reporting, or what is it, the International Consortium of Journalists and ProPublica are not Russian-bought propagandists. They're just actively the Panama Papers were not fucking Russian-bought propagandists when they investigated a million different investigated all of this corruption and offshoring that both Zelensky and his administration and many other governments were engaging in. Okay? The idea that like nobody wrote about Ukrainian corruption before and the only people that wrote about it were Russian-bought propagandists is ridiculous. Okay? Voice of America, nothing compared to the evil of RT. No, they operate in the same exact way. What are you talking about? They are literally the same. Yeah. Anyway. Even if it was in the U.S. interest for the coup, you can't say there wasn't overwhelming grassroots sentiment. No, that is what I'm saying. That's precisely my point. I'm saying that there was definitely real support on the ground for change. I think that saying that there wasn't is ridiculous. But once again, especially with the case of Ukraine, America's involvement in these countries is rarely for real, moral, ultimately good reasons. It's never for the good reasons. It's for this reason. Because this means you have to privatize all of your state-owned enterprise. You have to sell it to foreign capital. Okay? That's it. Which, you know, things that Trump is doing right now, by the way. Things that Trump is doing right now that is the reason why I say America is the one that won the most out of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The war could have ended with the Minsk II agreements, but the United States and Ukraine, despite the UN Security Council backing, said, no, you don't have to do that. That was not a territorial claim on the Donbass by Russia. It was a claim for autonomy that the UN Security Council unanimously supported, and the U.S. and the governments in Ukraine at the U.S. behest to an important extent.
Yeah, not for good reasons, but why is Trump suddenly bending the knee to Russia instead of continuing the war? Wait, what? No. America's interest in Ukraine isn't just to like undermine Russian Russian influence in the country. Russia already gave them that massive W, gave America that massive W. America's interest is money. Donald Trump, when he says we're going to take all your natural resources, is basically trying to take whatever remains of the whatever remains of Ukraine's resources, whatever remains as a sector of profit from Ukraine. That's it. And it's not like he's hiding it. He doesn't have the capacity to fucking he doesn't have the capacity to engage in any sort of song and dance. He just like very openly says what he's thinking at any given moment. If Ukraine still had more manpower to throw at the problem without truly collapsing, because they now have to draw from much younger population of men, then Trump would have continued the war. It's that simple. He'll take the resources whether Ukrainians fight or not. Ukraine simply doesn't have the manpower. This is something that I've been talking about for the past fucking year at this point. Doesn't that benefit Russia long-term wise? You destroy Ukraine past the Americans to pick it apart even more, then the population will fall back into Russian arms? Not really. And also, America's never been exactly... America's never had foresight capabilities, I think, when it comes to its foreign policy. We don't give a shit about the long term. We care about the short term.
Completely dissed. And then it's true that Biden and Putin met in 2021. But in December 2021, President Putin put on the table a draft U.S.-Russia security agreement. It was a completely negotiable document. I spent quite a bit of time speaking with the White House about that document. There should have been negotiations. The U.S. rejected negotiation over the central point, which was non-NATO enlargement to Ukraine. Biden knew what he was doing. It was a terrible mistake of the Democrats, let me say, and of President Biden and his team. Then in March 2022, just days after the start of Russia's invasion, but by the way, the war had been going on for years, but this escalation in starting February 22nd, 2022, just days after that, they went to the negotiating table. And they came very close to an agreement until the U.S. and Britain stopped it. Bojo, Boris Johnson, one of the most irresponsible politicians in our modern time, explained it explicitly later. He said this is a war about preserving Western hegemony. Yes, this was a proxy war against Russia. This was the plan all along. And the U.S. and U.K. told Zelensky, basically, leave. Now, again, as I said earlier, I went to Ankara to discuss this in detail with the diplomats. I know the details of what happened. Ukraine left the negotiations.
The Boris Johnson argument is still being spewed. I've never heard a decent counter to why Boris Johnson was not simply reasserting America's position to Ukraine. Like, and how that played a role. Like, what's the counter to that? That like Russia was never interested in the ceasefire at that point at all? Is that what it is? I don't know why people always get mad at that. Like, people got mad at me for saying that when it was happening at the time. Because the conditions the Russians set out were fucking insane. Were they? Because they had less territory back then. Now they're taking more territory. But also simultaneously, like, there was assurances from the Zelensky side that I thought was a pretty good deal. I'm going to tell you something right now. If Donald Trump were to be able to take the negotiations back to that 15-point plan, okay, even liberals would be like, wow, I can't believe how much territory he gave back to Ukraine, how much territory he captured for Ukraine. That's what they would say, because that was objectively a better time to do a deal. Okay? This is the take you lose me on. Chatters never follow up back to this. The only absurd term Russia had was giving complete disarmament. Yeah, that's never going to happen. I will also say they were asking for land they did not control, which is a non-starter for Ukraine. Yeah, they didn't even fucking finish the talks. Like, the talks never actually came to fruition. Yes, there are non-starters on the Russian position for sure. It doesn't matter. It's meaningless. Yeah, of course Russia's going to say that. That doesn't mean anything.
Could have ended this in March 2022 with few deaths, and instead there have been nearly 1 million deaths since then. This has been, unfortunately, a game of the United States for 30 years that Zbig Brzezinski spelled out in 1997. The U.S. thought that...
Bad take. So let Russia have land that don't belong to them. When did I say that, man? What are you talking about? He even said that he would hold a referendum 15 years later about Crimea, which is a way to basically push the conversation back to a position where, without like conceding that he's fully giving up on Crimea. Okay? Is that what you guys are talking about in terms of like land acquisition that doesn't belong to them or some shit? Jeff Sachs sounds like a Russian apologist. He really said nothing critical about them. It's all the West. Yeah, you should have seen what this man used to. You should have heard Jeffrey Sachs in the 90s, okay? This man is perhaps most responsible for what came after the collapse of the USSR.
They had the upper hand at every time. It was the economic sanctions or the weapons that were going to bring Russia to its knees. It was incredibly naive. I said so for many, many years.
Professor Sachs.
I said Ukraine.
Everyone knows Hasan is a Putler dick rider. What did he say again before Putler invaded? Ask yourself why you have to point to something which was an incorrect prediction from 3 years ago and not anything else in the 3-year framework. Do you think that this is an appropriate way to analyze my position or, or any number of different things that I've said and done before and after? Ridiculous.
I said Ukraine will become the Afghanistan of Europe, and so it has. Now, today in Saudi Arabia, maybe Ukraine can be saved from what the U.S. deep state set along the path of the last 25 years. And this is the biggest hope of today.
Professor Sachs, Matt Duss said he agreed with a lot of what you said. And I was wondering...
You've always said this is Putler invading and taking back Ruski lands. Okay, well, Yeah, never mind. I didn't realize this chatter was just I didn't realize this chatter was just simply hallucinating.
If you agree with him in condemning Russia's invasion in 2022.
Of course I condemn Russia's invasion, and of course I condemn the reasons for the provocation. I condemn the destabilization of the nuclear framework, which was the most important element of all in this. The United States walked out of the ABM Treaty and the Intermediate Nuclear Force Treaty unilaterally and would not negotiate with the Russians.
Remember when he said Pudler opened the oldest vault? Okay, that is true. He did open it. That's facts.
Russians over this. The United States overthrew a government in Ukraine. The United States refused to negotiate with the Russians over basic security issues. This is a tragedy, but the core of the tragedy is U.S. unipolarity assumed by the neocons as early as 1992, put in place by Clinton starting in 1994, and it's been a consistent U.S. policy up until today, basically. And Trump is actually, amazingly, it seems, trying to change it, which is unbelievable for us. I voted for Biden, of course. I was also an advisor to Bernie Sanders. I just want to be clear. This is a shock to me that it's coming from this side of the American politics. The Dems became warmongers.
Matt
Period.
That certainly also reverberates with your title about the Democrats becoming the party of war. The latest news out of Riyadh, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says officials at U.S.-Russia talks agreed to restore embassy staffing, create a high-level team to negotiate peace in Ukraine. Peace.
Okay, Matt Duss, do you have any answer to this?
Biblical icons depicting Jesus, the Virgin Mary, Abraham, or King David with dark skin. If not, it's time to look beyond Europe, as Russia has recently unveiled biblical icons featuring darker-skinned figures. You might be wondering if Russia has its own unique interpretation of these biblical characters, but the
Russia opens its centuries-old vaults to reveal Jesus was black and other biblical Israelites.
truth is quite different. These icons represent a factual and untouched reflection of history, as real as the unexplored horizon of time. They are not merely artistic anomalies. They hold deep meanings that shed light on hidden truths, sparking profound questions about history, faith representation, and the unexpected aspects of religious art. Let's delve into the most recognizable figure in the world today, Jesus.
Why do you think Africans on Twitter love Russia so much? Shit like this is aimed at them. Moldova Mama Liga. I think the loyalty, or rather the support that people in Africa have for Russia has very little to do with this kind of misinformation. I'm sure it's part of it, but has a lot to fucking do with the fact that, you know, they might have had some resentment towards Western powers. Okay? Unless you think China also is doing this kind of thing and they're saying Xi Jinping opened up the world's oldest vault and found out that Jesus was black. I think a lot of people living in the global south just fucking despise Western superpowers. I don't know, for some reason. And they probably look at Russia as like the only country that's fighting back. Now, are they correct? No, I don't think they're correct for this assessment. Okay. I'm just explaining to you what their assessment is. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying?
As stated in Mark 4:22, for there is nothing hidden which shall not be manifested, neither anything kept secret that would not be brought to light. For centuries, the prevalent image of Jesus Christ, particularly in Western cultures, has portrayed him as a fair-skinned, bearded man with long wavy light brown or blonde hair, often depicted with blue eyes. However, the Bible provides limited descriptions of Jesus' physical appearance. Most of our knowledge about Jesus comes from the first 4 books of the New Testament: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. According to the Gospels, Jesus was a Jewish man, born in Bethlehem, and raised...
This is 20 minutes long. Oh my God. Oh wait, let's watch this part. Hold on.
Moscow Cathedral. This arises a debate.
Society and has sparked widespread conversations and a sense of wonderment surrounding this subject.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to move one of Russia's holiest icons from a museum to a Moscow cathedral. This arises a debate around Putin's growing reliance on the church.
Emphasizing on the importance of the holy icon, Putin ordered Andrei Rublev's Trinity be transferred to the Russian Orthodox Church from Moscow's Tretyakov Gallery for a year. The relocation of Russia's most well-known icon highlights how closely the war has intertwined politics and religion. The icon depicts the Oak of Mamre, where the three angels visited Abraham in the book of Genesis.
Have you observed a remarkable aspect about the icons showcased here? They are all predominantly black in color. These icons, originating from the 14th century, have been gathered from private collections throughout Russia. They represent...
I love this shit, dude. This is a 20-minute AI video. This is a 20-minute AI video talking about something that just simply did not happen. Like Vladimir Putin opens the oldest vault to reveal that Jesus Christ was actually black. I fucking love that, dude. I mean, this is my shit. All right, let's get back to these liberals now, okay? Discussing silly things. They are afraid of discussing the truth that Vladimir Putin opened the world's oldest vault and revealed the truth that Jesus was a black Israelite.
And promote economic cooperation. Your thoughts on this and where this history goes from there?
Yeah, I mean, I read that readout. I think it's interesting. I would also note that in that one of those points is not just economic cooperation, but, quote, investment opportunities. So, again, it really does seem like the Trump administration is not just trying to make peace, but trying to, talk about potentially dividing the spoils with Russia. And that is very concerning because I don't think that's going to lead to a sustainable and durable peace agreement. But, again, in basic terms, it's good and fine that the United States and Russia are talking. We need to talk to our adversaries more generally. I think that's always true. But the details will matter. And again, Ukraine's buy-in is absolutely necessary for this. This is not an agreement that can be made over their heads. And I do want to step back and just respond to a couple of things that Professor Sachs said in the kind of history that he laid out. It is very interesting to me that the Ukrainians themselves play little, if any, role in the history that Professor Sachs just lays out. This idea that 2014 was just a U.S.-backed coup is false. Yanukovych was overthrown after one of the largest demonstrations in Ukraine's history, known as the Euromaidan. It was not the case that Yanukovych simply wanted to make Ukraine neutral. He wanted to draw Ukraine closer to Russia in a way that an overwhelming majority of Ukrainians rejected. So we need to understand the history in all its complexity here. The Ukrainian people played a major role in that event. They played a major role in the decision to resist quite admirably.
Guys, please stop yelling at Mad Dust for... No, it's ridiculous. Yes, there is a State Department involvement in it, but it doesn't change the reality that Yanukovych was, he was going closer and closer to the Russian sphere of interest and influence. And also simultaneously, people absolutely were angry. Like, he was not popular, man. The fuck? How many times does this have to happen globally for you guys to recognize that, like, yes, America takes advantage of real popular sentiment on the ground?
and courageously the Russian invasion of their own country. Now, going back to the negotiations in March of 2022, I think to treat the talks that took place in Turkey as if they would have simply ended the war, again, is not accurate. Now, there were interesting possibilities in those talks. There's little evidence that Putin himself was completely bought in. I'm very skeptical that having launched a major invasion a month before, he would have been willing simply to end that invasion. But again, this story that Professor Sachs is telling of the United States as the major manipulator and the key problem, and everyone else is simply reacting to what the United States does, I think does not really reckon with reality. I'm certainly a critic of U.S. foreign policy. I'm a strong critic of the Biden administration's foreign policy. But I do think if we want to have a real and honest discussion about where U.S. foreign policy has failed and where it needs to go, we need to reckon with the actual complex history of these events, and it's not just a story of unending U.S. villainy.
And Matt, just briefly, because we're running out of time for this segment, the Trump administration has also been pushing for increased military expenditures by the NATO countries. From 2%, now he wants 5% of their GDP in terms of military spending. What's your response? Because obviously the United States, as the main producer of weapons in the world, would benefit from such increased military spending by the various countries of Europe.
Right. I mean, this is a point that Trump has made repeatedly, and not just Trump. And I mean, if you remember, Barack Obama was also someone who was pushing NATO member countries to meet their commitments. By raising that commitment, is something very interesting from Trump if he expects that they'll be buying these weapons from the United States. But I think one potentially interesting positive consequence of Trump's approach here is that if it really does force the Europeans to finally, at long last, start taking more serious steps to see to their own security. I mean, some of the comments that were played earlier from Keir Starmer, I'm not so sure about the idea of UK troops patrolling Ukraine, but just the fact.
Bro, Keir Starmer walked that back at the end of his statement. He couldn't even hold on to a security commitment without recognizing that this security commitment is completely and utterly meaningless if America's not on board with it. He literally was like, yes, we're going to send troops into Ukraine to defend the Ukraine. And if America is not a part of the bargain, then we won't do it because that would be silly.
That you see European governments now stepping up and looking with a bit more urgency about their own responsibilities.
Like, I think it's funny to think that Europe, in all of this madness and chaos, okay, especially with like America being like, yeah, fuck you, all right, we do what we want and there's nothing you can say about it, are going to turn around and be like, well, I guess it's time to defend Ukraine. Like, maybe, okay, I just think it's unlikely. All right. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not making any predictions on this issue. Okay. It's like, I feel like you got a lot more problems to worry about internally right now in every single one of those countries, especially with the insane growth of fascist politics in every single one of these countries. Where are they going to get those weapons from? Yeah, that's the other side of the bargain, which is like they're still using American weapons to do this. So, hey, we get to make money. Don't worry. That was not a prediction that came out of my mouth. I would never make a prediction about Russia-Ukraine affairs, except I have for the past 3 years. And with the exception of that one that everybody yells about, every other thing has basically come to fruition in front of our eyes, unfolding, and people are still mad at me for some reason.
In their own neighborhood. I do think that could have potential, positive consequences for the United States, given the way that, the U.S. security architecture in Europe is something that helps buttress our own military-industrial complex and diminishes and, I think, really corrupts our own democracy. So anything that weakens the military-industrial.
I think one of the funniest arguments I remember at the time was because people were trying to turn this into like a fuck Hasan thing, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine. One of the things that people tried to say in terms of like what kind of material harm I've individually caused was Hasan's Ukrainian fans probably trusted him and didn't evacuate in time and died. Yeah, my Ukrainian fans were listening to me and trusting me more than they were trusting their own fucking state, which was saying the exact same thing I was saying. Yeah, they tried to say I have blood on my hands. Yeah. No, they were probably listening to, you know, Ukrainian media and also Ukrainian politicians who were also saying the same things that I was saying. My haters always make it seem like I'm materializing just like false information and not like, you know, responding to what Ukrainian resources were saying as well.
Complex, I would say, is all to the good.
Matt Duss, we want to thank you for being with us. Center for International Policy, former foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders, the independent senator from Vermont, and economist Jeffrey Sachs, speaking to us from Brussels at the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. We'll link to all of your articles, both Matt and Jeffrey.
The last thing found on thousands of Ukrainian screens was the HasanAbi broadcast. I mean, there were Ukrainian chatters, and there still are Ukrainian chatters of this fucking community. They like, what the fuck? And they all now know the truth about Vladimir Putin opening up the world's oldest vault to uncover the truth about Jesus.
Parts of West Africa. Subsequently, they were sold as slave individuals mentioned in the Bible. But
this video is so awesome. What the fuck is Money Johnson? It's just a Facebook post from Money Johnson. Because black people were in the Bible, that the Americans turned white men, that they told the stories to us, but Russians didn't get the memo. They went off the real story. Songs of Solomon.
But when the stories were conveyed to Americans, they were whitewashed. However, Russians seem to have disregarded this alteration and pursued genuine historical accuracy. Johnson references the Songs of Solomon 1-5 and Revelations 1:15 in the Bible, urging others to verify this information for themselves.
Wait, I want to see the Biden part.
Who were black. He further criticizes the United States, labeling it as a great deceiver. Many people inherit incorrect narratives from their ancestors, which become deeply ingrained, turning lies into perceived truths. However, Johnson asserts that the real answers are right in front of us.
Who is Money Johnson? What do you mean Johnson asserts? Wait, what is this?
Depictions of black people in biblical scenes, which is knowledge that is not taught in the American educational system. However, debates concerning the authenticity of these...
Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this. Anyway, yeah. Trump tells Ukraine you should have never started the war. You could have given up land. Yeah. Trump's statements today were pretty fucking insane. Especially considering, like, you know, you're the president of America. You can't say that. It's like, that is an insane thing to say.
Trump has said that he believes he has the power to end the war in Ukraine. He was speaking after talks were held today in Saudi Arabia, where Russian and American diplomats discussed ending Russia's 3-year campaign. More on those talks in a moment. But first, let's go straight to Washington and to our North America editor, Sarah Smith. Sarah, what more did the president say?
Well, he said he thinks he's the only person in the world who can end this war, as well as saying that he has the power to end it, and also repeating that if he had been in the White House 3 years ago, this war would never have begun. Now, he's said that before, but he's always implied that that was because Vladimir Putin would not have dared to invade Ukraine if Donald Trump had been the president of the United States. But speaking a few minutes ago from his Florida residence in Mar-a-Lago, he seemed to be blaming Ukraine for not having made a deal with Russia prior to the invasion. He seemed to be saying that if he had been in office, then he would have forced a deal that anybody, he said, could have negotiated a better deal where they would have given up a little bit of land, not too much, and been able to avoid this war. Have a listen to what he had to say.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not.
That's my goat, dude. He's just different. Art of the deal, baby. Art of the deal. He would have given him almost all of the land. Not all of it, but almost all of it. If only Ukraine hadn't started the war by just kind of existing there.
Not to do it that way.
Like, America has more responsibility in this process than even fucking Ukraine does.
Now, of course, when he was...
Yeah, this is my favorite pro-Russian argument, by the way. Ukraine government and military shouldn't have slaughtered their Donbass population on and off between 2014 and 2022. Yeah, they should have let the Russian military do that instead to virtually every part of eastern Ukraine. I'm so glad that Russia saved all of those ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine by invading eastern Ukraine and turning every fucking city into rubble. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah. Even if that's your position, once again, who is goading Ukraine at that point? You think the Ukrainian government is doing that on its own? No, of course not. That's why it's fucked up when Donald Trump says shit like that.
Was saying that Ukraine was complaining about not being invited. That was because they were not part of those talks that took place between America and Russia in Saudi Arabia today. Now, from the State Department, from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, we heard that those were not negotiations about how to end the war. They were simply initial talks between America and Russia, who will now put together top teams who will speak to each other about the parameters of how the war might end. And the Secretary of State was...
They were shelling Donbass for 8 years. What the hell are you talking about? You think I don't know that? Yes, I know. 14,000 people. I know that. Okay. Thank God Russia liberated those places. Thank God Russia liberated those places by basically blowing up every other surrounding city as well. They did such a good job by killing literally 10x more minimum.
It's very clear. He said if they do get to the point of actually negotiating what a peace deal or a ceasefire might look like, at that point Ukraine will be brought into the talks and some European nations will be consulted. But for now, those talks are very much...
The most important question about the peace talks, will Turkey be at the table? No, I'm actually very upset with Donald Trump about that. Nothing else, just that. They went to the Saudis. They went to the Saudis instead, and I personally think that's gross. Okay? Turkey is not at the table. Turkey is the table. Okay? We are the table. It's really messed up.
Between only the United States and Russia.
Thank you very much, Sarah Smith there in Washington.
What does Israel do here now that America and Russia are publicly buddy-buddy? What? Do you know how much Israel loves Russia? What are you talking about? What? Oh man, it's going to be really sad when all of the Russian-Israeli dual nationals will be able to freely go back and forth again now that their assets are not threatened with seizure, or rather, all of the
All of the Russian nationals won't have to use their Israeli passports to freely travel to Western Europe now. That's what's going to happen. Like, Israel aids Ukraine versus Iran and Russia in Ukraine. Yeah. Israel is Russia too. It's kind of funny because I had a conversation with Sam Cedar a while back, if you remember, and he literally said Israel is so violent because of all the ethnic Russians that came to Israel once. And I was like, I don't know about that, Sam. I mean, there are a lot of Russians in Israel. That is true. This part is correct. But I don't think it was the ethnic Russians that made Israel more aggressive towards Palestinians.
Well, there were extraordinary scenes in Saudi Arabia where Russian and American diplomats on opposite sides for so many years held 4 hours of talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. One of those at the table, the Russian foreign minister, is even under US sanctions for the part he's played in the war. The two countries agreed to press ahead with negotiations. The talks are part of a flurry of diplomacy focused on Ukraine this week. Crucially, as you heard, neither Ukraine nor Europe were invited to the talks with US and Russian officials, which took place in Riyadh this morning. Instead, the US envoy Keith Kellogg is being dispatched to meet Ukrainian officials separately in Kyiv. And while Russia and the US were talking, Ukraine's President Zelensky was in Turkey with President Erdogan.
We're at the table. We're still at the table. Let's go. That's really fucked up. That is really fucked up that they just basically sent Zelensky to Turkey. Like, Saudi Arabia gets to be the table where you're talking to fucking Vladimir Putin, and then Turkey gets fucking Zelensky. What kind of shit is this? This man literally facilitated the demise of the Assad regime, and this is how the Trump administration pays him back. Okay, they're like, here's a consolation prize. We don't want him anymore. You go play with Zelensky. Make yourself feel cool. It's fucking bullshit, man. It's bullshit. I mean, seriously, the fuck? One of the greatest W's for the American foreign policy came as a consequence of that fucking dipshit right there, okay? He gave it to you. Major W, okay? Major fucking W. And instead of doing another plan in Turkey, you go to Saudi Arabia? The fuck did they do? They just have oil. What did they do? We have the best watermelon salesman, okay? It's actually racist. It's actually anti-Turkish discrimination. Once again, the goddamn Angloids betray the Turks and think that the House of Saud is going to be more helpful in their desires for the region. Constantly fucking undermine. I don't know that an ex-ISIS guy is a major W. No, it's not a major W for me or for the Syrian population, potentially long term. I'm just saying for American foreign policy, that was a major W. Donald Trump, the loyal servant of the West, unironically handed that to them. And what did he get? Oh, great. He gets to kill some more Kurds. Oh, wonderful consolation prize for him. You know what I mean? He doesn't even get he doesn't get a seat at the table? Really? Fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, also, he wasn't ex-ISIS. He was ex-Al-Qaeda. Get it right, okay? Donald Trump, you are undermining your most valuable asset in the region, sir. Let me tell you, Turkey is not simply a junior partner in this coalition. Turkey is not simply a man you demand a seat at the table, a man you simply invite to the table. Turkey is the table, okay? Oh, well, Erdogan supports Israel? Of course he does. What do you mean? Oh, so much. He literally does. It's so funny that everybody thinks he's like anti-Israel because he'll be like, "Oh, fuck you, Netanyahu, you are Satan," and then everyone's like, "Yeah, he's so brave." Thank God. Thank God for this brave boy speaking out against Israel. It's like his son literally is still sending like his own ships into Israel. Anyway, everything I just said was a joke for the record about, well, not the Israel stuff, that was real, but the other stuff about Turkey being undermined and not being at the seat, not getting a seat at the table.
Yesterday, European leaders held an emergency summit in Paris to discuss Ukraine and European security, underlining the unease being felt about President Trump's plans to resolve the war. Our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman is travelling with the American delegation and has been covering the meeting in Riyadh.
Weren't you also in support of ISIS while the Kurds were fighting them off? What? No. What are you saying? No, I'm in support of the Kurds, you fucking idiot. What are you saying? Oh, you said weren't they? I thought you were talking about me. Yes, they were, and they still are. What are you talking about? It's not ISIS. They have a different version. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. But no, Turkey wasn't openly in support of ISIS. Turkey has his own Salafist brigades. Even though they are in support of the reformed former Al-Qaeda guy.
Face to face in a Saudi royal palace, a picture that makes history. Here was the US, the biggest single backer.
Do you want to watch the Elon Trump interview live in 10 minutes or wait for the YouTube video tomorrow? YouTube video
Ukraine
tomorrow.
Sitting down with its friend's enemy, Russia. Both sides were silent and stony-faced for the media, but Vladimir Putin's team clearly happy that President Trump had ended their isolation.
Yeah, clearly. Look at Lavrov. Look at how happy he is. Yeah. This man hasn't laughed since 1987, okay? That's the last time he laughed on the record. The fuck do you mean he's happy?
Trump had ended their isolation.
How could he be happy? He's standing in front of a giant, okay? He's standing in front of a giant. Donald Trump's golfing partner, Steve Witkoff, famous real estate developer. Blessed he, the peacekeeper, the peacemaker.
And the world was about to be shown it.
We were brought in for a short amount of time at the very start of the meeting. So the doors opened, the press brought in, and then we saw that extraordinary scene. The first time any such face-to-face meeting has taken place at that level in 3 years.
Amid the surging anxiety in Europe over these talks, I shouted questions for Marco Rubio.
Yeah, Marco Rubio is honored, okay? Honored to be in the presence of a real foreign policy demon. Teach him a thing or two, Steve. Give it to him, Steve. Little Marco, you're going to learn a thing or two.
Is the US sidelining Ukraine, Mr. Secretary? What concessions will there be asked of Russia, Mr. Secretary?
There was no answer, and the doors were firmly closed. If the US was demanding any concessions of Moscow, they weren't telling anyone else today. The Americans called the talks upbeat and constructive. They even had time to eat with the foreign minister they sanction. After this break, there was a working lunch, a symphony of scallops and ribeye steak on the menu.
I came away today convinced that they are willing to begin to engage in a serious process to determine how and how quickly and through what mechanism can an end be brought to this war. Whether we can ultimately reach that outcome will obviously depend on every side in this conflict's willingness to.
I don't know why they didn't let Pete Hegseth show up to this one.
I feel like he could have played a formative role in these talks. They should have brought him too. Fuck it. I mean, you brought Steve. The fuck is Steve Witkoff doing there, man? What the fuck does he know about Israel, Palestine? What the fuck does he know about Ukraine? What is Steve Witkoff doing there? God, if Trump wasn't real and we were simply watching this as like a televised event, it would be so funny. Like, it's just, that's his little guy, okay? That's literally his guy. He's just like, that's my little guy. That's my Steve. I like him. So he's going everywhere in my stead. That's all this is. That's it. That's what it is. He just trusts Steve because they play golf and he doesn't cheat, I think. I suspect. That's probably what it is. Yeah, he's just no longer sending Jared because Jared already fucking shellacked the Saudis for all of their sweet oil money. Jared milked them dry, so now he has to get a new guy in. That's it. That's him. He's the little guy, Steve.
To agree to certain things.
Russia's foreign minister said both sides had listened and heard each other, but gave no sign of conceding anything, demanding not only that Ukraine could never join NATO, but that Russia wouldn't tolerate any Western force there.
We explained today the appearance of armed forces from NATO countries under a foreign flag, under the flag of the European Union, or under national flags does not change anything in this regard. This is, of course, unacceptable to us.
So Russia moved from being pariah to partner, the US insisting no one.
You think they talked about how Vladimir Putin opened the world's oldest vault and proved once and for all that Jesus was black? Like, even for a little. You think Lavrov brought it up? I think so.
One is being sidelined, but the negotiating table was just as notable for who wasn't invited: no Ukrainians nor Europeans. President Zelensky was instead in Turkey. He's cancelled a planned trip to Saudi Arabia.
I am convinced that for Ukraine and for our region, for Europe, that it is critical that any negotiations to end the war are not happening behind the backs of the key parties affected by the Russian aggression.
A stark reminder of that before the talks as Russia launched another mass drone attack on Kyiv and elsewhere overnight. Today's events have so far done nothing to allay the biggest fears in Ukraine.
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. They made him sit at the kids' table. That's crazy.
Ukraine of being forced to accept an end to war on Russia's terms, with the peace being carved up between Moscow and Washington. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Riyadh.
Well, in a moment, we'll speak to our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg. But first, let's go to our Ukraine correspondent, James Waterhouse, who's in Kyiv for us. And James, how are President Trump's latest comments likely to be received there?
Well, to give you an idea, 3 years ago, it was very difficult for Ukrainians to hear Vladimir Putin announce that he was...
Isn't it just USA and NATO losing, basically? Yeah. The United States lost so much, dude. It's crazy. They were able to shut off a massive competitor and its pipeline project to more efficiently deal energy into the European market and force the Europeans to either purchase it with an upmark from other countries in the region or directly get it from the United States of America. The American military-industrial complex was able to dump a shit ton of older weapons and equipment to Ukraine and is now going to basically pick apart Ukrainian natural resources, aside from, purchasing all of the other state-owned enterprises at pennies on the dollar for for Western capital. Is really, really devastating for America. No, America made out like a fucking bandit.
it's new. Russia's military suffered 530,000 casualties in 2024, a NATO official said. That's nearly two-thirds of the two-thirds of Russian troops killed or wounded in Ukraine since 2022. Russia's casualty count is now 837,000 killed or wounded, nearly 3 years since the Kremlin's full-scale invasion. I don't know what this fucking information is, man. I never know. You just don't know. I don't trust anybody's numbers. Does this mean that Biden was actually the go to the American military industrial petro complex? No, because he wouldn't have had any of this shit if Vladimir Putin wasn't a fucking dumbass who turned around and invaded Ukraine. Like, that's why I kept saying Vladimir Putin handed a fucking gift to America, like a major gift. Yeah, I did know that Biden doesn't even have a PhD in foreign policy. He's just that good. Sure, Russia lost 1 million soldiers and are still winning. I mean, I don't know if they actually fucking lost 1 million soldiers, okay, wounded or dead. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but it doesn't matter. Of course, Russia fucking lost a shit ton of soldiers. Like, regardless of whether it's 1 million or not. They did. I'm not going to watch the Elon Donnie interview tonight. We'll watch it tomorrow.
Going to denazify Ukraine by sending in 150,000 troops. They were words and actions that spread fear and anxiety across this country, fears that have endured with the full-scale invasion. Most Ukrainians do not believe the assertion that Russia is ready for peace, despite America and Donald Trump coming to that conclusion repeatedly over the past week as it asserts its new foreign policy. We've just been in the shelter for an hour on another common night where dozens of drones have been launched across Ukraine. Now, we have heard Donald Trump tonight say Ukraine shouldn't have started this war. That it should have traded land early on, as you have heard. It was Russia that launched a full-scale invasion off the back of 8 years of aggression towards Ukraine when it seized Crimea. These are words that you would expect to come from the Kremlin. Donald Trump talked about elections not being held for a while. It is close to repeating the Kremlin's false claims that President Zelensky is an illegitimate leader when elections have legally been postponed under martial law enshrined in Ukraine's constitution. I think the words of Donald Trump reflect the fewer places Ukraine has to look as it continues fighting this invasion. President Zelensky says he can't do it without weapons. He can't do it without America's help. In Turkey today, he looked visibly irritated, tired, and he argued that you can't have negotiations about Europe and Ukrainian security without either party being involved.
And Steve, by contrast, Russia must feel that this is all going their way.
Yeah, the Russians are delighted, I think, by how things have gone today. I mean, they believe that they've already scored a diplomatic...
There's no good reason elections haven't been held. It happens in wartime all the time. No, I think it's understandable. That's the one thing that I disagree with. I think in terms of like banning political parties by claiming that they have sympathies for Russia is one thing. That I think is undemocratic. But it does make sense that they wouldn't hold an election, especially when there's plenty of fucking territory that is now literally annexed by Russia. What are you supposed to do? I don't think it's that. Yeah, there's also so many Ukrainians that are literally not in Ukraine either. You hold elections is what you do. I think that's a weird thing that people constantly push for. Iraq and Afghanistan held elections during occupation. Oh, wow. Yeah, those were definitely really good and very real elections. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm not saying this because I think like Zelensky is super popular or whatever, or that like elections, if they were held, would basically undermine Zelensky. I think it probably would. But regardless, like I do understand why they would maintain martial law. They're fucking invaded. Having a fair election seems democratic. I think it's really funny that a lot of these people say like, a lot of these people are like, oh, why didn't they have an election? But I don't know what the current Ukrainian politics looks like, but I don't think that like the process of democratic elections in this instance would bring forth a figurehead that is better for Russian interests or better for anyone really. Like, I just don't think that it would be a fair election regardless, especially when you have half the goddamn population not in Ukrainian borders at this point, and a decent chunk of the population that is under Russian annexation. Like, that's the one thing that I don't agree with, where I'm like, come on, it's an understandable predicament to not hold elections in this situation.
Victory, the fact that US
I think that's just a talking point. Latest development is that Ukraine sanctioned Poroshenko because he got the biggest percentage of potential voters in the next election survey, and Ukrainian government said it was because of his attachment to Russia. I think the country is not in a state to hold elections is correct. And not only that, but also, I think Ukraine is cooked with or without elections. Like, they're so fucking cooked. It is a powder keg waiting to explode. You're just against democracy? No, I'm not.
US officials sat down with senior Russian officials while Russia was still waging a war against Ukraine. That is a sign that Western attempts to isolate Russia have failed, and that Russia has come back onto the global stage with its leader. I was watching one of the main political talk shows on Russian state television tonight, and one of the guests stood up and said this. He said, "The events in Riyadh are a triumph for Putin's foreign policy. I congratulate all Russians on having such a president." Well, it was state television. But what about the war in Ukraine? Russia continues to push for an end to the war on Russia's terms, and those terms basically amount to Ukraine giving everything up. And today, the day of the talks, Russia hardened its demands. So now, not only does Russia say no Ukraine in NATO, it's demanding that NATO disavow its promise from 2008 that Ukraine could one day join the NATO alliance.
Steve in Moscow and James in Kiev. Thank you both very much. Well, the issue of how to keep the peace in Ukraine in the event of an agreement has been preoccupying European leaders. Sir Keir Starmer has said he would consider deploying UK troops to Ukraine, although, as you heard, Russia's foreign minister said his country wouldn't accept having peacekeeping forces from NATO countries in Ukraine under any peace deal. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale has been with British troops in Romania, which borders Ukraine, where they're training for all eventualities.
These troops know they may be sent into danger. Part of Britain's high readiness force training with European NATO allies in Romania. The border with Ukraine is just 16 miles away. they're already learning the lessons, the return of trench warfare. But they also know they could be called on to help secure a peace in Ukraine.
This brigade is absolutely ready. My brigade back in the UK is ready, but clearly what that force package would look like would be dependent upon what the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence would like. But we are ready.
But you couldn't do it on your own?
Absolutely not. I think the Prime Minister has been very clear that the UK would contribute to efforts, but absolutely not doing it on our own.
From training in trenches...
What are you laughing about, Lamau? Dude, I'm looking at the brave and bold 75,000 men strong British forces, okay? They're going to do it.
In Romania to potentially real ones in Ukraine. Keir Starmer has said he's ready and willing to put British troops in harm's way if necessary to secure peace in Ukraine. But the question is, does Britain, does Europe not just have the will, but the numbers too? This is NATO's largest exercise of the year, involving 10,000 military personnel from 8 European countries.
Bro, they're playing make-believe, dude. That's crazy. Okay, I'm not gonna
That's
say
just 10% of the numbers that many defense experts say will be needed to police any ceasefire in Ukraine. The US, NATO's most powerful military partner, is not directly involved in the exercise. And the Trump administration says it won't be putting any US boots on the ground in Ukraine either. A worry for allies.
In the end, it is only the US that can provide the deterrence to Putin that will prevent him attacking again.
Afghanistan was the last big...
Nah, you're clueless. You don't get it. 21st century will be the UK century of prosperity. Oh, yeah. Bro, stop laughing. This is serious. NATO troops, they're ready to fight for European land. Yeah. I'm going to be 100% for real with all of you. And I think many of you are going to get mad at me for saying this, especially the Europeans. Without the Turkish military force, this is nothing. Okay? There's a reason why Turkey gets to do whatever the fuck it wants in the region. Okay? Part of that is because it has nukes, American nukes. The other part of that is because it has the second largest standing military force in the in NATO, with a lot more experience, a lot more combat experience. Okay? These guys, on the other hand, are constantly just like fucking running around. Second largest after the United States of America, of course. Like, conscript armies are trash. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a conscript army that actually sees active combat. These guys literally fucking run around, do this kind of stuff, and then go and, live their lives, okay? Bro, I love you, but you're coping hard, Amok. Like, this is like expecting Redditors who talk about Russian orcs must be genocided. This is like making them go out and fight.
Test for the British Army. Even that stretched resources for a regular army that was then more than 100,000 strong. Now it's down to just over 70,000. But if the call of duty comes, it might help turn around its current struggle
Call of Duty
with recruitment and retention.
You wouldn't worry about going to Ukraine?
No, I think I'd be okay. People have joined the army for a reason. You'll see you see by talking to people here, everyone's more confident.
Ukraine might be a wake-up call for European nations, now being urged to spend more on defence. Support for Ukraine comes with a price. Jonathan Beale, BBC News, Galette.
You know, I remember listening to some of Dr. King's
Oh, yeah. He said growing calls for him to step down are a modern-day Mein Kampf. My goat. Okay. Is NATO weak? No, of course NATO's not weak. With America, NATO is not weak. Without America, NATO doesn't exist. That's simply it. That was why I was laughing. They weren't a part of these combat readiness operations, and there's a reason for that. Because the great peacekeeper, Donald Trump, is involved. Russia sending people into war with 2 weeks of training, but sure, let's laugh at UK soldiers. Yeah, of course we laugh at UK soldiers. There's 75,000 of them. Russia is literally giving rapists an AK-47 from literally 4 decades ago with 8 bullets and then going, yeah, go to town. And they're doing that a million times over. What are you supposed to do in that situation? Have you not heard from any of the on-the-ground, real-time reports from Ukrainian soldiers where they're like, look, we have the equipment, okay? And at this point, we have the experience. But yeah, at the end of the day, even one fucking Russian soldier with an AK-47 establishing a position is still going to be a problem for us. It doesn't matter how advanced your tech is. At the end of the day, it's clear that the side that has more fucking people to send, British Armed Services, 135,000 strong active persons. They literally just said it's 70,000 people. Like, what do you do in that situation? Oh, combat versus, okay. Combatants versus non-combatants. 135,000 with non-combat included. Why are your detractors acting like you paid for puff pieces now in terms of your Slate article? Because they're fucking insane and think the world revolves around me. And even funnier, they think the world revolves around them. Okay? They simply cannot comprehend that, like, after the election, a bunch of journalists wanted to write about one of the largest figures on the independent media side on the left. And only now are those pieces coming out. Only now are those profiles coming out because real journalism takes time. Speaking of which, let's cover that real quick because I got a Slate article. And also Nathan Grayson wrote an article on, well, Nathan Grayson's been writing a book for like 5 years. What is this? I'm against Piker working with the Democrats, but I'm strongly for Brianna Wu quitting whatever she does. Dilemma. Hey, just being honest, if our party works with this freak show, Jew-hating, terrorist-loving piece of shit, I will literally quit my job because the Democratic Party would be too lost to bother with. Yo, I'm literally going to work with the Democrats just so that Brianna quits her job. I think I'm just going to work with the Democrats for like one season. You know what I mean? I'll put my hat in the ring for one season. Here's the Slate article. Who's afraid of Hasan Piker? He's hot. He's dangerous. Young men actually listen to him. Is he what Democrats are looking for? This was written by Luke Winkie. Okay. It's January 19th, the last day of Joe Biden's presidency, and in the eve of a new one, no one can quite fathom yet. I think this photo was good, by the way. People said they didn't like it, but I think this is a good photo. And Hasan Piker is preparing for the end of the world, as he almost always is. Piker's live on Twitch. He's at his home in West Hollywood. In a secondary bedroom, he's turned into a broadcasting booth. The boiling overhead studio lights illuminate the scene. Piker's in the center of the frame, his peripheral vision swallowed up by 3 chunky computer monitors. Behind him is a clutter of socialist potpourri, Cuban and Gazan flags, draped over a minifridge packed with Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar, a cardboard cutout of Bernie Sanders blocking sunlight from a window, and a plastic purple skull capped with a furry Soviet Ushanka. There's not much left to be said at the dawn of the second Trump administration. Wait, he's outing me from the jump as someone who is not simply a liberal. That's weird. It seems like there's a mention of socialist potpourri behind me. That's weird. Holy shit, that is a window back there? Yeah, it is. It's been blocked in perpetuity. There's not much left to be said at the dawn of the second Trump administration, so Piker ended the stream in relative silence, watching highlights of the weekend's Saturday Night Live. The thousands of viewers in his chat off to the screen on his right pump out more messages than one can possibly read. A few moments later, Piker bids them good night. I'll be suited up and booted up to cover the Trump inauguration, the first day of the apocalypse, Piker says. I love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. For nearly a decade now, Piker, who streams under the name HasanAbi, has been one of the most famous political commentators in America. If you're a certain type of mainstream liberal, or a not very online moderate or conservative for that matter, you may not have heard of him. His precise class of celebrity is difficult to describe, but in some respects, he has inherited the role of the agenda-setting television pundit for a generation that ditched the traditional medium long ago, if it ever knew it at all. Piker streams every day, weekends and holidays included. Outside of a few bathroom breaks, he's typically on camera by himself for 8 hours uninterrupted. Tens of thousands, sometimes many more, follow along. Other channels on Twitch, the Amazon-owned live streaming platform, tend to focus on Fortnite stunts and other video game feeds. Piker doesn't play too many online video games live. Instead, for the most part, his broadcast consists of him clicking around the huge number of tabs compressed at the top of his Chrome browser. Piker ping-pongs between them, offering mordant insights on irritating New York Times columns, Elon Musk tweets, and Jesse Waters' meltdowns. His style is open-ended and rich with digressions, nothing canned, no artifice. And regardless of what he's currently roasting, Piker is assertively unscripted. Like many of us, he reacts to the bamboozling deterioration of the 21st century life in real time. Unlike most of us, he does it in front of an enormous audience every day with a chronic exasperation perfectly tuned for the moment. It's been a winning formula, and Piker seems to conquer a new benchmark every year. In 2020, back when he was still getting his feet wet on the platform, his stream peaked at 230,000 concurrent live viewers while he covered Biden's slim victory over Donald Trump, making him the 6th most watched source of election coverage across YouTube and Twitch. 4 years later, Piker broke that record when 313,000 people watched him analyze the defeat of Kamala Harris. In a digital news apparatus that is sharply breaking right, Piker is one of the only leftists standing. Of the 10 most watched pundits streaming on Election Day, he outpaced Tucker Carlson, notably Trump operative Charlie Kirk, who worked with the campaign to turn out millennial and Gen Z men. Many young male liberals, supposedly an endangered species, have determined that the more tempered and polite avenues of left-leaning media, the nightly slate at MSNBC, the edgeless punchlines of late night, leaving them cold. Instead, they found a common movement with this 33-year-old socialist dicking around on his computer. In that sense, Piker is in possession of the one thing that the Democrats desperately want now more than ever. Shortly after the presidential election, when it became clear that the party was hemorrhaging young men to the right, the commentariat bemoaned the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, as in an alternative media figure who commands significant clout within a loose contingency of disengaged males and happens to be aligned with the overarching left-of-center project. Who could be a bulwark against an increasingly radicalized Aiden Ross, Dave Portnoy, and Theo Vaughn? Well, here he is. Here is Piker. He stands 6'4" with a sharp jawline and ripples of coiled muscle. He's conservative in bodybuilding, gaming, anime, professional wrestling, and every other interest that tends to make up the media diet of boys of a certain age. His bulge and Calvin's thirst traps have started libidinal riots online. According to an unofficial census conducted by his community in 2024, his viewership is about 2/3 men. Slim majorities are white and hold a college degree, while 30% reported they hadn't yet lost their virginity. In the past year, oh, god damn. Yo, y'all are, dude, he outed y'all. He outed y'all as a bunch of virgins, dude. Libidinal rage is great. Libidinal riot is even better. In the past year, he has welcomed both former Federal Trade Commission Chair Lena Khan and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the stream. Sanders, 50 years Piker Sr., passed through a week before the inauguration and thanked him for his role in the revolution of media. Even the Pod Save America podcast, staffed by former Obama flacks who've long advocated for a more institutional brand of progressivism, hosted Piker and listened patiently while he ripped the party a new one. All this access has given Piker's show a sense of Beltway authority that it never quite had during the Biden era. Evidence of a fledgling support to make him more central to the Democratic messaging. The Democrats, it seems, have found their man. Just one little problem with that. Piker didn't endorse Biden at the dawn of the 2024 cycle. Then he didn't endorse Kamala Harris either. Resting on the sheath of the samurai sword near the rear of his streaming setup is a MAGA hat. Piker wears it on rare occasions he approves of a Trump decision. On one recent occasion, he slipped it on when the incoming administration had a hand in brokering a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Piker is pro-Palestinian liberation, pro-immigrant, pro-trans, pro-choice, and unapologetically himself. Some of this is broad accusations of anti-Semitism and more, all of which he strongly denies, but has lately found Piker in an uncharacteristically defensive posture. His take-no-prisoners approach makes everyone, but especially Democrats, uneasy. For a while, a staffer for Ocasio-Cortez suggested the Congresswoman would give me a comment for this article on Piker and the Democrats' future. I followed up repeatedly, only to be told that someone more senior would have to sign off. The comment never came. Also, speaking of which, AOC literally directly messaged me after this article came out being like, oops, we forgot to respond. But that's... yeah. This morning. It's fun. It's all good. As I watched Piker prepare for what was coming in January, an opening salvo from the new Trump administration that aims to redefine both the Constitution and the country. So the thing on that is I think they also messaged Ryan Grimm. He deleted his tweet about this. Oh. Yeah. Listen, she's got a lot going on right now. As I watched Piker prepare for what's coming in January, an opening salvo from the new Trump administration that aims to redefine both the Constitution and the country, I saw into the future most Democrats are too afraid to fully consider. And as I've watched how the weeks since have played out, it's become clear how little time there is left to understand Piker's provocative appeal to a new generation of voters. The cost of ignoring figures like him is becoming all too clear. Hasan Piker loves America, or at least he can remember a time when he did. He's the scion of a Turkish family of some renown. Piker's father is one of the founding members of the country's upstart center-right Future Party, and an uncle, Cenk Uygur, is a veteran pundit best known for his progressive media company, The Young Turks. Piker himself was born in New Jersey but moved to Istanbul as a toddler. In his youth, he bristled at the chasteness of the country's customs, struggling, in his words, growing up horny in a repressed culture and plotted to return to his once and future homeland. At 18, he got his wish. Piker enrolled at the notoriously debauched University of Miami and chased his very own American dream. His education came second to intoxicating taste indulgences. A few weeks into his college career, Piker started working at a nightclub promoter, one of his first jobs in the U.S., hustling tourists in the strobing bacchanals of the city's nightlife district. Hasan knew exactly what was going on. He could get 100 to a club as a freshman, Uygur told me. Wherever he went, he instantly became the coolest person on campus.
Like so many other millennials, Piker experienced his first brush with left-wing politics via The Daily Show and other Bush-era satire, but he does not exactly remember himself as civically engaged. I was a dumb college kid. I was just happy to be in America. He didn't declare a major in Miami, but after transferring to Rutgers at his parents' behest, Piker secured degrees in political science and communications in 2013. Nonetheless, Uyghur remembers being surprised at his nephew inquiring about a job at the Young Turks, a publication that had already become associated with the spiky confrontational brand of populism a few shades outside the liberal mainstream. Uyghur put Piker in ad sales, but as far removed from the partisan edges of the company as possible, and he hated the job. You just have to sit there cold calling and being nice to people, Piker said. It was a horrible experience. No, this is my brother put this up. This poster was sent to me in a P.O. box, and my brother, as a meme, blew it out, or basically stretched it across a canvas and then put it, and now I don't know what else to do with it. It's fan art, though. It's hand-painted, too. In 2016, Piker managed to secure dominion over the Young Turks Facebook page, which was technically a demotion from his position in the advertising department. He took a pay cut. He was tasked with cutting together the company's TV broadcast into bite-sized BuzzFeed-style clips designed to juice virality. Piker attended to those duties while simultaneously breaking ground on a rogue media brand of his own. He commandeered an empty supply closet in the Young Turks office and converted it into a makeshift studio. He hung up a green screen, and after determining that he didn't yet have the broadcasting chops to rant on command, started writing scripts. The resulting videos melded perfectly with the Young Turks brand. Piker was scrappy, profane, horrified by Republicans, and annoyed at Democrats, auguring a burgeoning left-liberal schism that continues to color American politics today. Piker began surreptitiously interlacing those uploads with the rest of the company's Facebook library. The first episode featured a noticeably stiff Piker standing in front of the camera, wearing a lavender shirt buttoned up to his collar. It was titled, 5 Things You Didn't Know About Bernie Sanders. Piker called the series The Breakdown, and it became a surprise hit on Facebook, with some videos scoring more than 100 million views. The success was a testament to Piker's content instincts. He was keyed in on generational distaste for Hillary Clinton's short-lived Democratic Party, and he also knew how to synthesize the various tendrils of social media during the shock of the initial Trump confusion. One of his most frequent targets was Tommy Lauren, an early MAGA star, who was drafting in a similar wave of engagement on the other end of the political spectrum. The breakdown embedded itself in the bones of the Facebook algorithm, and Piker leveraged the virality to promote his own Instagram, creating a raft of fans outside of the official Young Turks channels. The first time Piker ever felt famous was at a Buffalo Exchange store when he overheard 2 people talking about a particularly spicy episode of the show. I was like, oh my God, he told me. People are really watching this. The attention clarified something else about Piker. He was hot, classically handsome in a way that became fundamental to his mystique. Piker was a chubby kid in high school and continued to struggle with his way through college, but after pledging himself to the gym in his early 20s, his body rewarded him. He shed 85 pounds, his shoulders thickened, his waist cinched up, and his striking visage conquered a certain corner of the liberal internet. BuzzFeed compiled a slideshow of Piker's saucy Instagram selfies, bequeathing him the name Woke Bay. Piker pinned the article at the top of his Twitter page with pride. He seemed to inspire an endangered masculine fantasy in the fragile months of Trump's first ascent, a hunky progressive proclaiming the virtues of the Women's March, standing against alpha wave alt-right figures. One of the photos included in the BuzzFeed article featured Piker with a doe-eyed model stare, dressed in a gray hoodie that reads, I met God, she's black. Oh, God, so cringe. The glow-up provided him a blueprint for everything he's achieved since. Is this turning into fucking smut? Yeah, we got some smut in the slate, dude. The glow-up provided him a blueprint for everything he's achieved since. If Piker could become yoked, then anything was possible. It was life-changing in the sense that it was a task I set out for myself that I never was able to accomplish my whole life. It gave me so much confidence, not necessarily about how I look, but in my ability to overcome trials, he said. I'm not necessarily the most skilled person in anything. I don't have a ton of natural talent, but I'm super talented at working very hard. Piker was already streaming on Twitch while he was working at the Young Turks, but in 2020 he left the company to pursue the venture full-time. The breakup was amicable. I didn't try to talk him out of it, Uyghur said. If I wasn't sure he was going to be successful, I wouldn't let him out on his own. My mom was very excited that the shelves made it to the article. Piker regards his Twitch broadcast as a natural extension of the work he did on Facebook. Online leftism, especially since Biden secured the Democratic nomination in 2020, has earned a reputation for being dour and nihilistic, eager to cheer on the pratfalls of the Democratic Party. But since his move 4 years ago, Piker has shown a willingness to be a team player. He has hosted voter registration drives with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar,
And when he filled out his 2024 ballot live on air, he reluctantly pulled the lever for Adam Schiff, whom he referred to as Adam Shit, owing to his staunch pro-Israel stance. Wait, I thought I didn't vote and told my fans not to vote. What happened? I thought I actively told people to never go out and vote. That's so strange that... That's weird. Felix Biederman, a friend of Piker's and one of the hosts of the notoriously ribald leftist podcast Chapo Trap House, compared his influence to something like The Daily Show's cultural apex, which, tellingly, occurred when the Democratic Party was adrift following Bush's defeat of Kerry in 2004. Is Piker a tad vulgar? Does he engage in some heterodox thinking? Sure, but as Biederman puts it, that presents comparatively little risk to a pretty good reward. Piker's house is oddly quiet when he's not streaming. He's made the place into a palatial bachelor pad, all honoring his unique strain of bro-friendly progressivism. Bookcases pack Naruto manga next to revolutionary scholarship. An oil painting of Bernie Sanders depicted as leather-clad punk. Singer gazes towards the mile-wide kitchen island. The refrigerator brims with protein shakes. Zinc canisters in every flavor are stacked in a pyramid. Most revealing of all might be a sticker plastered on the oven. It reads, "I love being mad on the internet." In 2021, he purchased this house, the one that he and I are currently sitting in, for $2.7 million. It's undeniably lavish. 5 bedrooms with 5.5 bathrooms with high ceilings, polished countertops, hardwood floors, and a stately patio on the bank of a lap pool. Piker has made no effort to conceal the good life while I'm around. I spot, on top of a pile of torn open envelopes splayed on the kitchen, a letter from Porsche. There's parts recall for his car. Some 50,000 people pay a monthly fee of $5 to subscribe to Piker's Twitch channel, allowing them to tune into Piker's stream ad-free. Extrapolate those numbers that NBC did last September. Piker's estimated to be raking $2 million annually, a significant upgrade from the $65,000 a year he was making at his uncle's company. He has taken full advantage of that sizable bounty, which has ruffled more than a few feathers on both sides of the aisle. Conservative media loves to fetishize the material discrepancies of progressivism, so when a vow socialist buying up prime California real estate was manna from heaven. When news broke of Piker's new abode, Fox News opined about the hypocrisy of a leftist living in upper-class luxury, while Ben Shapiro took Piker to task on YouTube. $2.7 million is a lot of money. I don't see you handing that out to all the immiserated workers in the Marxist social construct, he said. You can get yourself a tiny little shack and live yourself the Henry David Thoreau lifestyle for probably $30,000 somewhere. Isn't that funny that so many people make the Ben Shapiro argument? Liberals. They think this is a good argument. Anyway, Piker wasn't fazed. Months later, when he posted a video of himself at a car dealership purchasing a $200,000 Porsche, it was not $200,000. Goddamn. Wait till they find out that I'm never going to fucking drive it, he said, as a fresh wave of outraged MAGA acolytes filled his mentions. Does a socialist reveling in his abundance expose a political contradiction? Perhaps. But Piker has also correctly identified that in 2025, when Trump of the Manhattan penthouse can be twice enshrined as a working class hero, those contradictions are not nearly as relevant as they used to be. Also, I didn't purchase it. I leased it, but that's besides the point. Piker is a young man responding to his enormous windfall in a way that is extremely relatable to other young men. That, more than anything else, has proven to be invaluable to his cause. Hasan lives a super aspirational life. A lot of other men on the left don't have that same aspirational aesthetic to them. Taylor Lorenz, an author and journalist who covers internet culture, told me, there's a generation of young people who want to consume media from someone they look up to. They want to improve their lives. They want to imagine a better world for themselves. And a lot of people are selling that better future in a package that is hateful. I think Hasan sells them on a progressive future. Piker is happy to meet MAGA men where they are. I give a lot of leeway to people for having somewhat bigoted views, he said, without hesitation. It's a radically different strategy from liberal orthodoxy that, for years, balked at the idea of courting people who were too retrograde, too brain-rotted by conspiracy, simply too far gone to be marbled into a larger political project. It recalls an incident in early 2020 when Sanders was excoriated for accepting the endorsement of Rogan, someone who indeed has shown that he has held those bigoted views Piker speaks of. What did that liberal purity earn? Voters under 30 dramatically swung to the right in November's election.
young men in particular, have been conquered by the Republican Party. 56% have voted for Trump in 2024, compared with just 41% in 2020. Piker argues for a different approach. A few weeks before we met, Piker spent a day filming content with a fitness influencer named Bradley Martin, who has 4.2 million followers on Instagram and who voted for Trump in November. Piker talked about housing justice and the vagaries of private healthcare on Martin's podcast. Then the two of them crushed 300-pound deadlifts at the gym. I think that's something a lot of political commentators lack in general, Piker said. They're not real human beings. What I do requires a tremendous amount of charitability from the audience. I speak in opposition on a lot of issues that people take for granted, issues that people have been socially conditioned to believe are the norm, and that the alternative is scary and dangerous. So people have to be open to hearing me out. It might make them more open-minded in my commentary and the way I see the world. Piker has reason to believe it's working. On the r/Hasan Piker subreddit, home to 151,000 Marxist Chaz, there is a thread titled, "How'd you come across Hasan?" Some chime in to say they fell in love with his videos from the Young Turks or via a shout out from AOC, but scores more accredit Piker for either their radicalization or de-radicalization. An avowed centrist recalls being fearful of the stigma of socialism until he watched a video of a guy who was young, sexy, and strong, debunking a right-wing talking point on a systemic racism. They've swung left ever since. Another poster recalls going down a much darker path. They were watching Shapiro and Steven Crowder and found themselves sympathizing with white nationalist rhetoric. Over time, though, the poster began turning into some of Piker's non-political videos. They found his personality charming, and it slowly drew them into the movement. By the way, that led me to where I am today and where I'm a democratic socialist, they wrote. And I'm glad I started watching him before I could vote. Let me explain something to you. This is why a lot of what like liberals do, this is why what a lot of like other liberal content creators do in terms of like disparaging what I have to say is somewhat damaging. And if they do truly care about like de-radicalizing or pulling people away from right-wing sentiment, the endless attacks against someone like myself unironically actually hurts their own personal agenda. Okay? That's because they don't want to like address any of the things that I talk about. They just hit me on my persona or personality, and they constantly say I'm like a bad person over and over and over and over and over again, and constantly seek out like clips that they can cut to be like, this is a bad person, you shouldn't follow this person, and they make up lies. Now that, of course, 100% ruins the charitability that random people might have towards me if their first introduction to who I am is completely fucking well poisoned by some dude who unironically hates me and wants everyone that is paying attention to him to also hate me as well. It sucks. They keep framing your person, not your ideals, and there ain't even nothing personal to disparage. You're almost squeaky clean in that regard, unless most who point at you. Yes, but it doesn't matter, because even if I'm not the one who is creating the drama, okay? Even if I'm not the one who's personally creating the drama, even if I try to be as like drama averse as possible, for people outside of my sphere of influence or whatever, they see that as drama. They see that as a guy who's constantly finding himself in the throes of drama. Do you see what I'm saying? They're like, oh, that guy's always in fucking some shit. And it sucks, but there's literally nothing I can do about it. So I've decided a couple of years ago that it doesn't necessarily matter. Just I will keep saying the things I've been saying over and over again. And that eventually, I think people, if they tune in, even if it's for hate-watching purposes, if people tune in, they'll realize that like a lot of the stuff that people are saying are just completely ridiculous, completely made up. You know? When people say I'm a controversial individual, are there controversial things I've said? Absolutely. I'll take ownership of that any day of the week. But in most circumstances, they're not talking about like America deserved 9/11 or whatever. They're talking about made up controversies that get a lot of fucking play on Twitter or Reddit. Mostly brigaded. Them being mean doesn't make you wrong.
With the Democrats so thoroughly out of answers, the party's approval ratings are hovering in the low 30s. After ceding so much digital ground to the conservative movement, Piker offers an alternative. The only question left is if the establishment can accept the type of coalition Piker wants to create. What? I thought you were like a Sargon of Akkad type guy until I saw you say you would drink the Liver King's urine to gain powers like his, and I was like, maybe this guy isn't so bad. So I tuned in and I was like, oh, this guy's politics are kind of the same as mine. Yeah. I think that's precisely the reason why there's a lot of people who come in initially as hate watchers and over time basically realize like, okay, maybe this guy's not a fucking piece of shit. Maybe I was lied. Maybe I was lied to. But I've rarely ever seen someone be like, I gave a shot and I started watching and I hated it. Like maybe there are people out there who are just like incredibly brain broken by liberalism or conservatism in general. But, you know, Piker likes seeing government employees lose jobs. Yes, Robert J. Christ, definitely. That's why I've spent the past month talking about how devastating and damaging and insane that is. Uyghur, for one, has some doubts. I know exactly how this movie is going to end, he said. There's 0% chance Hasan is going to become a corporatist, and there's 0% chance the Democratic Party, as is currently composed, will not be corporatist. So they will have an inconvenient marriage for a while, and then they'll fall out of love with him. At the end of the day, he's not going to give the message that they want. I mean, he's right. I will not change. Some signs suggest otherwise. At his house, Piker told me virtually everyone running for the head of DNC has reached out to me, but I haven't had time to interview them. We were sitting in a studio while Kaya, his enormous bed, a massive weave through our legs. Well, except for Martin O'Malley, I think, or whichever one is the most corporate. Ken Martin eventually won the job. But he too had his doubts about how deep his influence can get in the current environment. I'm not changing. That's the thing. I'm not above admitting when politicians do good things, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be a Democratic Party operative. That's just not how I operate. Some people play catch up with the Democratic Party and defend everything the Democrats do on principle because they see that as a way to improve their social status. They're just careerists. But I have a real political opinion, a real way I see the world, and I genuinely believe that it improves the living standards of everyday Americans. I think that's not only good policy, but also good politics. If a day comes where I'm side by side with the Democratic Party, Piker added, that means the Democratic Party has changed its ways. This was the day before it would become clear just how badly the Democrats were prepared for what was to come. Last year, Piker briefly considered quitting his streaming career. He thought about going back to school, earning a PhD, and never again worrying about the scrutiny on his life or his politics. Piker began to feel this way after October 7, an event that forced him on and every other pundit to witness every day the escalating horrors of the war between Israel and Hamas. Piker was a steadfast pro-Palestinian voice, and during the war, he demonstrated sympathy for some of Israel's assailants. This often put him in reedy territory. In one memorable instance, Piker interviewed an alleged Houthi sympathizer who went viral on TikTok for his uncanny resemblance to Timothée Chalamet. Piker asked him if he watched the long-running anime One Piece. The teenager nodded enthusiastically. The incident helped catapult Piker to the forefront of the American anti-Zionist movement. I don't think this was what catapulted me to the forefront of the the American anti-Zionist movement. It actually had no motion until everybody decided to yell about it like a couple months ago to try to get me banned to do because of that interview. Nobody gave a shit about it at all. Anyway, last November, the New York congressman and Israel hawk Richie Torres wrote an open letter titled "Hasan Piker is Dangerous," addressed to the Twitch CEO Dan Clancy. Torres called Piker the poster child of a surge in anti-Semitism since October 7, contending that the streamer holds a deep-seated animus towards Jews. Why is Twitch so untroubled by Hasan Piker's troubling Jew hatred, he wrote. If the KKK or the Third Reich were a social media platform, it would be Twitch. Piker was used to the routine drama of internet fame, but censure from an elected official was a different beast. Fox News, in a story published after the letter, outlined a lengthy taxonomy on Piker's takes on Gaza. Among them, that sexual violence that occurred on October 7 didn't change the dynamic of the conflict for him, that Hamas was a lesser evil than the Israeli military. Meanwhile, Jonathan Greenblatt, head of the Anti-Defamation League, took to X and claimed that Piker's toxic screeds against the Jewish state normalized bigotry and launder terror, imploring media companies to deplatform him. The controversy has started to affect Twitch's bottom line. As Bloomberg reported in December, a smattering of online forums, all associated with the Zionist streamer and infamous internet troll Stephen Destiny Bunnell, who has gotten into hot water for his usage of various slurs have canvassed companies to suspend their ad campaigns with Twitch. So far, JP Morgan, AT&T, and Duncan have acquiesced. So, for the first time in his career, Piker is under siege. Well, that's not the first time in my career. He maintains that the quotes circulated by Fox News are cherry-picked from the protracted monologues of his stream. As someone who has sampled the entirety of these broadcasts, which are all far too self-reflexive to ever be reduced to a single talking point, I think that assertion is largely true. Still, for as much as he told me it's not great to be roped in with racists and Nazis by the Israel lobby, Piker does find himself wondering if all this fracas might signal a greater shift. If his presence is being taken as a threat, then perhaps the right people are feeling the heat. There's no way Jonathan Greenblatt actually believes I'm an anti-Semitic person. I think I'm more dangerous, said Piker, who indeed has called out anti-Jewish conspiracies on numerous occasions. If your project is to constantly propagandize a pro-Israel position, someone like myself who is openly against anti-Semitism and works actively to educate people on dog whistles and also happens to be anti-apartheid is more dangerous because I'm the one who's going to be radicalizing their nieces and nephews, and that's what's terrifying. Greenblatt has in fact only stepped up the anti-Semitism accusations in 2025. So for now, this is all Piker wants to do. Asked if he has ever considered running for office, testing his influence against the nation as a whole, he demurred. He doesn't think he's cut out for the scrutiny of national politics, and he feels as he is most useful to his cause in front of a PC. In fact, Piker often speaks about his dream of becoming fully regime-pilled. If the Democratic Party did bend to his ideology, he'd happily morph into a cheerleading propaganda machine. Not a liberal Joe Rogan, but a leftist Joe Rogan. When I posed the same question to Biederman, he wasn't so sure. Could he imagine President Piker? The only logical conclusion when you acknowledge the immovability of the Democratic Party is that there has to be a party that replaces it, he said. I don't really see him ever wanting to do that, but I don't know. Life will always surprise you. It's a point that echoes something Piker has said earlier about his unwillingness to compromise with the Democrats. Maybe if his plan works, he won't have to. A common refrain among leftists is that the liberal coalition in its ossified state can evolve only if it's sufficiently defeated. How does one purge its conservative elements, or expunge its corporate donors, or concoct a more progressive foreign policy? Through opposition, through primaries, through a categorical refusal to accommodate half measures. It is a conception that previously isolated someone like Piker to the political Arctic, disqualified from any real influence. But with the party in free fall and a growing understanding that the old rules simply don't work anymore, his dissidence has been given a rare moment to shine. Do I think that there are people that have basically grown up watching me and then got into politics and started getting lower level campaign positions? Absolutely, he said. Will they be chewed up and spit out by the machine or become the same feckless institutionalists later down the line when they actually do get some semblance of power? Possibly. That's the reason why I want to grow my community, he added, so we can force the Democrats to do the right thing. The following morning is January 20th. The day has arrived. Piker returns to his desk in a button-down stitch with a Texas Lone Star to take in the dawn of the second Trump administration. Piker's in a sour mood. He grows steadily more agitated as the new president repeals LGBTQ protections and junks America's participation in the Paris Agreement. He can hardly believe his eyes when Elon Musk makes conspicuously Nazi-looking gesture towards a crowd of MAGA partisans. He watches Hulk Hogan rip off his blazer, revealing a shirt that reads Trumpomania. Piker waxes poetic on American decline, labor solidarity, and the wave of oligarchic Christian fascism that seems to be gobbling up every Western democracy. America sucks. And as a nation that sucks, we're going to have a president that sucks, he growled, visibly more despondent than usual. Democrats sold the country off. We're an embarrassing country. And I think that even Trump supporters are somewhat aware of the demise. In the weeks that follow, once it became clear that a second Trump administration is poised to be just as destructive as advertised, Democrats are once again mired in a communications crisis, with Musk slashing the administrative state to ribbons, the specter of destabilizing tariffs, and a renewed assault on the rights of undocumented immigrants. Where was the opposition? It was another stark reminder of just how overmatched the party appears to be, stricken by an enfeebling inability to summon the venom, the anger the base is feeling. Piker has never missed an opportunity to express his wrath. The day after the inauguration, he flew to Japan with plans of waking up in the middle of the night to broadcast on Twitch during his usual West Coast time slot. If you recognize that Republicans are devastating to the country, to the globe, to the lives of Americans, and the lives of your neighbors, then you have to do everything in your power to fight back, he said on a recent stream, his face softened by the milky lens of a webcam. Piker was analyzing Trump's order to transform Guantanamo Bay into a detention camp for migrants, an action he believes is the first step towards far more heinous anti-immigration measures. It's a
Classic Piker fixation, the sort of thing that innervates his fury for the inert center of the Democratic Party. To him, ceding any policy territory to the conservative elements of your coalition is death. It only provides cover for the Republicans to push further, to savor more cruelty, to inflict more pain. I wonder how people that read this article like contend with the takeaway where they try to like present me as a radical terrorism supporter or someone who is not like actively trying to do right by marginalized communities. Like, it's got to suck real bad. I guess nobody really reads, so they don't really care. But it's got to suck really bad if your entire project is to be like, Hasan is a bad guy. Please don't listen to him. I'm the actual true liberator of the marginalized populations. Like, please listen to me instead. I promise you. And what are my politics? Well, my politics are whatever the fuck Hasan isn't. If you read an article like this, you probably arrive at the exact opposite conclusion. So how does that work? Well, I'll tell you how that works. They don't fucking read the article, and I'm sure they'll say this was a puff piece that I paid for or something, which is insane. And once again, demonstrates an inability to understand how media works, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway. That's why I kept criticizing Democrats during the election cycle. This is why I kept losing my mind, Piker said. I was like, dude, I don't want Trump to win. And it seems like you guys want him to win, or at least don't care enough to do what is necessary to stop him from winning. And here we are. There are more days like this coming for Piker. More executive orders, more electoral defeats, more tepid reactions of the Democrats that he finds anemic or otherwise annoying. The terrible scale of this American era comes rushing at full blast through 3 computer monitors. On the other end is Piker and 30,000 people who want to believe in a better future. You have nobody to protect you but yourselves and your neighbors, Piker said at the conclusion of that inauguration stream. Who knows what will happen tomorrow, but I'll be there to cover it, as always. Anyway. That's a good article. There was another one as well that I didn't even know was coming out. I didn't know this one was coming out either. But yeah, go show the article, go read it, go show the article some love, spread it around, show it to your friends and your family members. This is basically the written format of me whenever I do like podcast appearances. You know? And also, as expected, the fucking journalist that dare write that article is of course being harassed by all of my insane haters and their fans. This article pissed me off, but I see now it was mostly glaze. Yeah. They do that every time. They literally brigade the comment section of every social media platform. How do certain fans not realize that they're coming across as MAGA loyalists when they attack journos like that? I don't think they think. That's what it is for the most part. There was also a Polygon article by Nathan Grayson, who's writing a book and wanted me to be a part of the book as well. This tweet is a minefield, Jesus. Give you a 5,000 profile of Hasan Piker, who's the only lefty media personality with any cultural salience among young men. Will Piker be marbled in the Democratic messaging machine for that to happen? One of the two entities, Piker or the party, would need to change.
Yeah. It's like literally immediate brigading. Why label him a liberal? He hates liberals. What is this account that I muted? Glug, glug, glug. Yeah. When extremely online weirdos, I didn't realize you love anti-Semitism and terrorism. Are you going to call babies valid military targets too? He really hates America. And even the young Turks avoid him. Really embarrassing puff piece. This is what I mean. Like, all of the weird, like, sex pestiny brigades come full throttle. Every time a single article is written about Hasan and Destiny, Ethan's fans swarm the replies after being told to brigade. Just some of the most pathetic behavior you're ever going to see. It is pretty crazy that like they actively do this. And it's funny because like I don't think they realize that doesn't cause the journalist to go, "Oh wow, well I've never been harassed before by people who hate the person that I wrote a profile on." They think that journalists exist in this like separate landscape, that they don't have any political opinions of their own, that they're simply oblivious to the ways in which like internet harassment and brigading occurs. Journalists, more than anybody else, know this reality. So when you do stuff like this, you only make your favorite content creator look like a fucking asshole. Okay? I don't know why people don't recognize that. Like, they think that they're doing a good thing to make their favorite content creator happy when they engage in this sort of behavior, but all they end up doing is they frustrate the journalist, who obviously is aware of the way brigading works online. They're fucking journalists. They've been doing this for a very long time. Yeah. They still think they're holding you accountable. I think that's just a lie that they told themselves a long time ago, that they basically believe, or at least they must maintain believing. Yeah, Nathan got popped too, unfortunately, because the timing of his article. To be honest, when I saw the Slate ran a profile on Hasan today, I too was like, what are the odds? And then shit, this might hurt my book sales. This is the opposite of the kind of conspiracy Ethan seems to be suggesting. My book has been in the works for 5 years. It was completed last year. The release date today has been locked in since last year. All publicly available info. Jaeger08 Larson, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Polygon ran that excerpt today as a rant of a promotional rollout, which I've been planning for months. And of course, I talked to Hasan, in addition to at least 100 other streamers, for the hook, because he's one of the most notable people on the platform. Yeah. My professional opinion on Ethan is that he needs to chill the fuck out. Anyway. Poor Nathan. But yeah, Nathan's book came out today. Twitch's Hasan Piker wants fellow leftists to know having fun isn't bourgeois decadence. A new book excerpt from Stream Big dives deep on Twitch's top stars. Games journalist Nathan Grayson, founder of Aftermath, where he also currently works as a reporter, has a new book out February 18th, which is today, that spotlights 9 different Twitch creators, their fandoms, how they got their start, and the culture of live streaming that surrounds each of them. You can read an excerpt below of Stream Big. The triumphs and turmoils of Twitch and the stars behind the screen, focused on Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, reprinted with permission of Atria Books and Simon & Schuster. All rights reserved. Despite a career focused on United States politics, Piker spent most of his childhood in Turkey, and despite popular misconceptions about the intent of political ideology, he feels no need to mythologize himself as the main character of a rags-to-riches tale, or a rags-to-rags tale, as critics regularly posit should be his ultimate goal. Instead, he says during a December 2022 interview from his home, he grew up relatively affluent in Turkey after being born in the United States. A switch from private to public school in 4th grade opened his eye to the cruel realities undergirding modern society. I saw the gardener's kid going to the same school as myself, right? And I was like, holy shit, these dudes are not living the same way that I am. I was taking this for granted, Piker says. And that is where I started realizing that there was something weird about the way we existed on this planet. Other bits and pieces of a childhood in Turkey further informed Piker's nascent political views. After former Turkish Prime Minister and current President Recep Tayyip Erdogan came to power, Piker found himself frustrated even by silly impacts of a socially conservative regime, like Erdogan suing his favorite political satire magazine because of the imagery he found objectionable. I thought that it was unacceptable for someone in a position of power to do such a thing, Piker says. During his early years, Piker's parents would bring him on summer trips to America, but it wasn't until college that he moved to the United States. This proved to be an eye-opening experience on several levels. He was so shocked, says his mother. He said, "I can't believe these kids, Mom. They're bored. They had everything that all these people around the world would dream of, and they were bored." The more Piker observed, however, the more he realized the problem wasn't the people. It was that this supposed land of plenty was not providing for those with less. The American healthcare system, he says, ultimately served as the final rung on his ladder to leftism. I grew up in a different part of the world where I saw not the immediate impacts of American imperialism, but the secondary shockwaves, Piker says. But then seeing that this service that should be afforded to every single person unconditionally was paywalled, it really was insane. That was definitely the final straw for me to really tilt over in the anti-capitalist direction. And so Piker embraced socialism, a political ideology that encompasses a wide range of social and economic beliefs, but which fundamentally argues that workers or a central governing body should control the means of production, aka buildings and tools that create basic necessities, goods, and services, instead of private companies, which generally prioritize profits above all else. Socialists like Piker believe more of the benefits of collective labor should be going to individual workers rather than companies and bosses who rarely, if ever, do the lion's share of the work. Socialists in the United States are often critical of both the Republican and Democratic parties, both of which they argue continually prop up corporate interests, even on rare occasions when their rhetoric suggests otherwise. Proponents of socialism often push for socialized systems like universal health care and a universal basic income, arguing that a society truly for and by the people should meet everyone's basic needs. Piker's path to Twitch was a little more circuitous than his one to socialism. He grew up playing pirated video games in Turkey, where legit copies of big hits were hard to come by. For a time, games functioned as his North Star. He regularly drew video game characters and aspired to become an illustrator for a video game developer. But Piker went on to abandon that hobby after his first year of college. Even during his self-described normie years, however, he maintained a familiarity with the gaming space. After college, Piker ended up getting a job with the Young Turks, a progressive-leaning online news program founded by his uncle Cenk Uygur. Around this time in 2014, a right-leaning reactionary movement within video games called Gamergate began to take off on platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Piker, who was producing leftist commentary videos for the Young Turks, found himself sharing online real estate with a movement that would go on, pioneer tactics, and produce stars for the alt-right. I saw the YouTube commentary space infested with these neck-bearded weirdos that were super right-wing, says Piker. I mean, they fucking hated me. They were not fond of me at all. They were not fond of the Young Turks. They were blowing up. They were gaining a lot of prominence. And a lot of gamers were being radicalized by these commentators that made themselves out to be centrist, but clearly weren't. You know what's really funny about that? It's happening again. The Biden administration brought it back in a big way, and now it's once again going through that same exact fucking cycle. Also, Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. When are they going to mention your sexist arc, which is, by the way, still ongoing? Yes. Yeah, they're not mentioning it because it's ongoing. Hype train level 5. On the other side of the political spectrum, Piker was finding success with a Facebook show he'd created called Breakdown, in which he took a punchy, crunchy approach to analyzing buzzy topics like millennial entitlement and Trump's Muslim ban. But after a while, he began to feel he was hitting a ceiling. Piker is kind of irrepressible, I think is the right way to describe it, says Uygur, Piker's former boss and current / always uncle. As soon as he's doing great on Facebook, he's thinking, oh, I got to expand to a different thing that will give me a different skill set and bring in new eyes. Piker largely concurs with that characterization of events, with the caveat that his uncle's company wasn't paying him enough. They basically got other hosts on Breakdown instead of giving me more money to work with, says Piker. I had no control over that, and I felt that I was always going to be in my uncle's shadow no matter what if I stayed there. And I wanted to get better at speaking off the cuff because I was horrible at it. Piker wanted to build a living, breathing community, one united around his principles. He felt that in order to accomplish his goals, he'd need to meet people where they were at, not where po-faced political scholars wanted them to be. I wanted to show people authentically that you can be leftist and have fun, says Piker. It doesn't have to be about constantly woke scolding people and appearing as the biggest joy killer, as though having fun is actually bourgeois decadence. Others who followed in Piker's wake, like a smaller leftist Twitch streamer named Mike from PA Buyer, see this as a core element of his appeal. Piker is, in his person, a refutation of a lot of the stereotypes of the left, right?
He's large, strong, attractive, funny guy who you want to be friends with. But he also has the values of the left, says Bayer, who was previously collaborated with Piker. He can just refute in himself a lot of the stereotypes about soy boy, blue-haired cringe, you know? The idea that if you vote for the liberals, they won't let you laugh at jokes. He just refutes all of that instantly. Marcus DJ Wheat Graham, a streamer since the earliest days of the medium and a broadcast journalism major before that, sees in Piker a continuation, not just of irreverent political pundits like Jon Stewart, but also shock jocks like Howard Stern. Piker is unafraid. I don't even remember this glazing session. What the fuck? Yeah, it's now in a book. Mike from PA Bayer. Like, it's not just in an article. Understand, chatters, that this glaze is literally written in print in a Simon Schuster publication. Okay? It's literally in print. It's in fucking print. They didn't even get your username right, which is even funnier. Okay, it is literature. It's permanent. It will never go away. Published glaze. Piker is unafraid to communicate complex points using vulgar language. If a viewer comes at him with an idea he finds odious or unsavory, he's just as likely to make a joke about sleeping with their mom as he is to boot them from chat. Often he'll do both. Shock jock humor is always going to be an entertaining style of content, says Graham. I think that it transforms and shifts a little bit over time. Where you look at the shock jocks of even 20 years ago, whether it's on the radio or whatever, there's a lot of misogyny, there's a lot of homophobia, there's a lot of shock for the wrong reasons. I think the shock jocks of today are more creative and clever. It's not just about being a bunch of degenerates. You've got Piker, who's kind of a shock jock, definitely in a political world, knows how to talk about things in a different way, the way he presents his positions and so on. Piker only really found himself in his current course following the 2018 Fortnite boom. Alongside millions of other people he watched then, Twitch kingpin Tyler Ninja Blevins. I missed 100 gifted subs. That's crazy. Demon Girl Remy, thank you for the 10 gifted. Maldi, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Xylax, thank you for the 100 gifted. Level 7 hype train. God damn. Why? Played the sensationally popular Battle Royale game with rap superstar Drake, and everything clicked into place. He needed to be on Twitch. He was already playing Fortnite for hours each day, and he was doing so with journalists and podcasters like the host of the leftist show Chapo Trap House, who similarly endeavored to change people's preconceived notions of leftism by embracing an edgier vibe. Why not broadcast it? I could play Fortnite and have these conversations that I can make entertaining and interesting commentary, says Piker. So I strapped the camera to my PlayStation 4 and started streaming. I didn't miss 100 gifted subs. I just said Xylax. I got 17 people in my first stream, 35 people after that. And that's how I started in the space. Kawaii Girl, thank you for the 10 gifted. Piker did not want his Twitch channel to grow explosively, at least not at first. He'd watched gaming communities, forums, and subreddits get overrun by alt-right elements, and he came to understand the delicate ecosystem that is a new online community. After all, it only takes a handful of loud, determined bad actors to chase away hundreds of thousands of well-meaning individuals. Bluebird Daily, thank you for the 5 gifted. Think of it like going to a bar where somebody's violently drunk or a restaurant where several screaming babies. If you encounter the same unpleasant disruption a few times in a row, you're probably going to give up on coming back. I didn't want to be mentioned in mainstream spaces because that opens my community growth, says Piker. When I asked him about that interaction, that changes the speed. Growing at a deliberate pace allowed Piker to be more hands-on in curating his community. Like other streamers, he relied on moderators to put the riffraff in timeout or banned him outright. But he also gained a reputation for waiting in the muck himself. To this day, Piker pretty regularly calls out chatters who habitually disrupt the flow of conversation or are clearly trying to egg him on. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 47 gifted subs. Hasan's New Pharmacist, thank you for the 5 gifted. Consistently making examples of the worst, he believes, has allowed him to create an environment in which he's able to actually engage with chat, unlike many other streamers of his size. I think that's why I've been able to navigate through the space and maintain a community of 30 to 40,000, sometimes 150,000 people simultaneously, says Piker, where I can still have a back and forth conversation with anyone and everyone and do that in a productive manner while I'm talking about risky things that most streamers would never even consider talking about. Members of Piker's community agree with this assessment. Jaded Shade, thank you for the 20 gifted. Wi-Fi Till, thank you for the 5 gifted. Even for a Twitch streamer, Piker's intense about keeping up with his chat, says Salem Saberhagen, a fan who runs a popular Piker meme account on Instagram called HasanAbi Posting.
HasanAbi posting mention. Also in the news and also in print. That's crazy. Express Exchange, thank you for the 5 gifted. 50,000 people can be watching, chat whizzing by, and it'll catch one of us joking, asking questions, or talking shit. And of course, the odds of him actually going back and forth with chatters makes them even more eager to interact. It tickles this little social need inside of all of us, I think, for better or for worse. By many measures, Piker grew quickly, despite his best efforts to keep everyone from piling into the pool at once. Even in 2019 and early 2020, when he was establishing himself, regular audiences of hundreds grew to audiences of thousands. In early 2019, you are so fucking evil. Why? Gray Ratchet, thank you for the 5 gifted. Are you testing out whether or not I snipe shit even when I'm reading an article? Is that what it is? Is this, did you just want to be the example that you saw in print? Is that what happened? Dummy. Before long, Hasan Scamcoin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Cap Dre, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Baird US, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Before long, Piker and the Young Turks came to what Uyghur calls a mutual decision to separate due to both Piker's desire for independence and the potential for his unconstrained commentary to be associated with the Young Turks. Working outside the bounds of mainstream media, but still running a more traditional network than Piker, Uyghur now believes that his nephew's ascent was inevitable. The Young Turks were not as large as mainstream media, but we don't get the same leeway as Piker because we still have to be cognizant of advertisers generally and other companies. When you're a one-man shop on Twitch, you can say not only the things that are true like we do, but you can say it in an irreverent way that audiences and especially young audiences connect to. And so a guy like Piker was bound to arise. He's just particularly adept at it. So he was the perfect guy for the perfect time. Quick Draw Dan, thank you for the 10 gifted. By the time 2020 rolled around, Twitch audiences began to regard Piker not just as a worthwhile follow, but as indispensable viewing. I did look like a caveman back in the day. It's crazy how I went on for so long looking the way I did. Bard of Prey, thank you for the 10 gifted. This is because in a year of the pandemic and election-born unpredictability, he did not simply report the news. Instead, he cut through the clutter. Catboy Collector, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Curated the chaos in a distinctly modern fashion. Instead of reading off a teleprompter or arguing, Schwelmer Hefe, thank you for the 5 gifted. Okay, guys, stop gifting. Dual artist, stop gifting. He keeps cutting away from the actual article that I'm reading. Okay. Holy shit. Level 9 hype train. That's crazy. Curated the chaos in distinctly modern fashion. Instead of reading off a teleprompter or arguing with talking head. Dizzy Hustle, thank you for the 5. The Jeans, thank you for the 5. Dual Artist, thank you for the 5 gifted. Now that you're getting mainstream coverage, do you think you're basically the old guard? And some new shit needs to pop off? Berkeley Pit Power Swimmer? Dude, this is nothing. I'm getting a couple like profiles from, this is literally from 2 years ago. It's just only coming out now because the book's coming out now. Chiron CT, thank you for the 5 gifted. Lisbo, thank you for the 5 gifted. The Sov, Cape Sierra, thank you for the 10 gifted. Arania, thank you for the 5 gifted. Demon Girl Lemmy, thank you for the 10 gifted. He's finally thanking you guys. I mean, I always thank like the gifted subs. Yeah, I've had NBC and New York Times profiles. The Slate article does not put me in the old guard camp. Emily Giselle, thank you for the 5. Mike Robot, thank you for the 5. Filibusta, thank you for the 5. Vekanon, thank you for the 5. Make Beanie Baby. Okay, I'm done. Stop. I'm done. I got to keep reading this article. Raygon Scotty, thank you for the 5. Instead of reading off a teleprompter or arguing with talking heads, he pulled information from a variety of sources, web browser bristling with links to breaking news on Twitter and YouTube, as well as networks like CNN and Fox News. He used the same tools any of us might have access to, and viewers saw what he was, his web browser, a chat panel, and a video feed of Piker himself. There was nothing fancy about it, but that was part of the appeal. Piker effectively showed his work, earning more immediate trust in the distant suit-clad anchors on mainstream networks. And if somebody doubted him, they could say as much in chat, at which point he'd either throw down with them, verbally of course, or correct the record. As Vice put in a piece about Piker's coverage of the 2020 presidential election, while your parents were most likely watching CNN's John King tap around the electoral map on a giant touchscreen, Piker sorted through exit polls and early reporting the same way I did, clicking frantically between tabs of different news sites, YouTube streams, and various chats. Last night, I watched Piker and his guests play for time as he clicked on the wrong tab in his disorganized browser at least 3 times. I saw myself and the way that I engage with politics and the news, in not just Piker's political opinions, but the way he uses the internet itself. Piker is able to identify and discuss that politician's tweet, the way that reporters analyze the news and comment on it in articles and on social media, and the raw polling data in a way that helps explain our current moment. And he does it in a way that makes politics legible and understandable, even at its most cruel and confusing. Byer believes old news media institutions are crumbling away precisely because they fail to take advantage of the sorts of tools to which Piker and himself have access. If there's breaking news, I have 4,000 people watching in chat, says Byer. Someone could bring me official stuff right away. I can also take that information that people are getting to me and try to teach my audience how to be less susceptible to fake news, to be skeptical, and how to interpret information and look at sources and who's saying things. And so I think the generation gap is the biggest reason that old forms of media are dying, because they don't take advantage of the opportunities and they don't provide the interactivity, which I think the younger generations want from their content. By the way, Michael from Pennsylvania said this again, and I repeat, 2 years ago. Okay? This book was, we were interviewed 2 years ago. Moreover, Piker provided context through a coherent lens. The systems we've relied upon for decades, he posited, are failing us because they're built to turn a quick and dirty profit, not to last. This positioned him as a refreshing alternative to mainstream news in the eyes of fed-up millennials and Zoomers, where even liberal networks were, at most, only willing to tickle at the idea that the capitalist status quo might be failing the broader populace. Piker made that case on no uncertain terms every single day. For viewers, it was like having a doctor finally diagnose a sickness after years of being told nothing was wrong. There was relief in finding someone who could tell them effectively that they were not crazy. This, in part, is why Piker is able to perform the Herculean task of functioning as a hybrid political commentator / news network for 8 hours plus per day. The principal characters might change, but the underlying causes of America's biggest problems remain the same. This is something I say all the time. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift, 6 gifted subs. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10. Half Note the Bard, thank you for the 5. Tricks001, thank you for the 10. Dramatic Goldfish, thank you for the 5. Shonda Black, thank you for the 5. About 350, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mikester 96, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Raygun Scotty, thank you for the 5. Mick Beanie Baby, thank you for the 5. Vekanon, thank you for the 5. Filibuster, thank you for the 5. Emily Giselle 23, thank you for the 5. Pooletariat, Leaf Baby, thank you. I have a worldview. What? Whispers, thank you for the 10. I have a worldview and a foundation that I've built on what I believe in and what I want to say about any particular subject. The way things are in America and all around the world, really, is that these systems of oppression don't necessarily change. Sometimes I'll pull up a video from 2016. I'll be like, this is the exact same thing I said in 2016 about abortion. And unfortunately, it's still the exact same thing I would say about abortion, police brutality, labor rights, wealth inequality, you name it. None of those issues have been solved. So I already have a lot of things that I've said and a lot of things I believe that I find myself repeating. This is not to say Piker is infallible, nor does he regard himself that way. He regularly tells viewers that he's just a normal guy, that if he can grasp a concept, anybody can. The rest is a collective effort. In some cases, he leans on his chat, far more media literate than the average band of Twitch viewers to pull up and fact check information. Oftentimes, though, he trusts the expertise of traditional journalists. There's a lot legacy media still does that someone like myself will never do, says Piker. In my opinion, they should never do op-ed stuff. They should keep doing journalism instead, good journalism, because that is the most important part of the job. Whether I agree with them or not, whether I agree with the publishers or not, whether I yell about the New York Times or the Washington Post regularly, it doesn't change the reality that they're still doing something that is necessary and incredibly important.
The book is called The Triumphs and Turmoils, Twitch, and the Stars Behind the Screen. Longtime games journalist Nathan Grayson sits down with the biggest stars of Twitch, creators who help make the platform into a billion-dollar global business. God damn. Mac Bethel, thank you for the 5 gifted. Gangrous, thank you for the 5 gifted. Obligatory Hasan. Glaze, okay. Yeah, buy the book. Glaze like a Christmas ham, but you've earned it. What do you expect? You want Nathan to... Thanks for reading. That's my book, Lamau. Hell yeah, Nathan. That was fantastically written. Chat, what do you expect? Do you expect Nathan to be like, this guy fucking sucks? He sucks. He sucks ass. He's a bad guy. I've been watching him for years, but I think he sucks. You'll be like, everything's Glaze, man. It's not just Glaze. It's literally Glaze in a literary format. It's a little different, you know? When it's in print, it's different. Explain why he didn't call you a terrorist. Yeah, my own community loves constantly complaining. Like as though they love LARPing as though they're haters. Draco, Swaggly, About 350, thank you for the 5 of the subs. My own goddamn community loves complaining as though they love LARPing as though they're haters. It'd be like, why isn't he saying you love terrorism in the book? Fuck you in your house. You should be living naked in homes in a fucking barrel like gay Diogenes. Why am I not just straight Diogenes? Why do I have to be gay? Anyway, I will not be going to Paradise tonight. Oh, horror. You should... What? Oh, the horror. You deserve to be called an anti-Semitic terrorist supporter, Russian plan, or at least commie tanky. Why doesn't he call you any of those things? Lies? Oh, thank you. Anyway. That's it. There's no gaming tonight, unfortunately. I apologize, but there will be gaming tomorrow. Like I said, I downloaded Kingdom Come Deliverance, and so of course I will be testing it out to see if it's woke or not woke. And of course, we also have the Elon Musk Donald Trump 2-parter doubleheader interview. The article said you were a gamer. That was a lie. Yeah. There's there's more articles too. There's more media stuff to come. I suspect down the line. I mean, I did. The funniest thing about the Slate article is that like it came out a lot faster than all these other articles that have been in motion for like months. Since immediately after the election. It takes a long time for major publications to make stuff, you know? To put stuff out there. Funniest thing was all the glazing. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it $1.50. Maybe I'm engaging in a little bit of self-glazing. But like, I think these guys are just... I think you're so used to me getting constantly dookied on by incredibly hostile and malicious people that
want to portray me in a negative light, that whenever someone writes an article that's like somewhat positive, you're like, this is glaze. To be fair, I also with the except, like, this is what keeps me. It's just so funny to see the way you're regarded by real political figures and compared out to the delusional fantasies of your obsessed haters, and they're just crashing out constantly. I know, but look. I will always repeat the same thing over and over again. I wish everybody well. You know, I have no enemies. I just want people to be happy, because I do truly believe that if you achieve happiness, if you achieve fulfillment, if you are truly fulfilled, okay, with what you're doing, you will not be crashing out this much. Like, that's not like a message for any individual person either. It's a universal message. Nah, some of your enemies should be jailed. Okay, there's a lot of, yeah. But that's not my fault. You know what I mean? They're doing that to themselves. Did you buy her designer dog off Sense? Nah. I got her off Grailed. I went to Grailed. But once again, tomorrow is another day. Jedi Hi, thank you for the 10 gifted. In Rainbow 09, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, I lowballed on Grailed using the Michael Reeves AI tool. Does more of these articles get you more prominence with normies in the world? Maybe. I don't know. Probably. Probably not. I don't know. Like, no disrespect to these guys. I think I obviously very much still have a lot of respect for mainstream publications, but I would go so far as to say that I think like going on a podcast probably has more motion, especially if a podcast with like dedicated clippers on TikTok probably gets you more momentum and more motion than like a legacy publisher piece. But it's entirely dependent. I mean, it's boomers read this stuff, so it's an entirely different audience, basically. Certainly not an audience that would probably come in and find me on Twitch, but you never know. But also, articles like this, including podcast appearances that I make, are good because you can show your friends in a very easy to consume format, like kind of what I'm about. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. Like, because there's just so much like nonsense on clips and shit on Twitter. It's a very easy way to cut through that noise to be like, yeah, all of that's bullshit. Here, read this article instead. Does that make sense? Not gonna lie, was a Brianna Wu fan for a while, but she went off the rails in the last year and a half. Many people did, but it's funny to openly admit that you were a Brianna Wu fan. Like, I respect you for that courage. This is how that goes? What is this?
Hey, so I'm a normal, not terminally online person, but even I've noticed that the mainstream media is basically doing nothing but capitulating to the right. So what have you been watching to kind of stay updated and get some analysis? Shit. So there's a Twitch streamer named Hasan Piker. He's openly socialist and left-leaning, has a background from the Young Turks before he started streaming.
Hey, I'm swearing off bussy, okay?
Dude is on like 8 to 10 hours a day, every day, so you can pretty much always catch him.
Okay, you guys.
I don't agree with everything he says, but I certainly agree with more than I disagree with, and even if you don't agree with it, you can at least understand his point of view. It's a well-thought-out analysis.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the f you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London.
Right after the election, a lot of people were saying that he was going to be the Joe Rogan of the left, and I think he does represent a pretty healthy alternative to traditional masculinity.
You go to the gym, you're gay.
Sounds good. I'll check it out. Thanks. Yeah, well, let me know how that goes.
Come on. Dude, that was so fire. Yeah. I think I've watched it before. Yeah, I've reposted it already, so one of the first streams I watched was Chicks with Good Pussy Piss Like They Frying Chicken. Oh my god. Those articles also tend to ignore you bought one of the world's most expensive cars in a giant Hollywood mansion, showing you as actually a terrible person, to be honest. That means I'm not going to play video games. Stop trying to bait me into reading your fucking stupid ass comments, okay? Fake gamer. I think it's 50-50. You get love and hate. Those giving you hate are much more obsessive, so 10 haters feel like 100. I don't even think it's 50-50. In the real world, it's 100% no haters whatsoever. Online, it's not even fucking 50-50. It's definitely grown in recent years, I would say, with like more liberal adjacent communities becoming way more aggro. During the first months of the IP war, I sent one of my normie friends who was a model in New York one of your videos to help explain why Israel bad. I think the hate is very astroturf, and a lot of it picks up a lot of like random people, but who cares? Anyway, oh, look at that. Fucked up my alerts. All right, everybody. That's all I got for today. I'll be live tomorrow as always. Same time, same place. You already know what it is. And that's it. That's it for the time being. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan